Hopefully, if the fight ends fast enough... Nice, it does. I get to keep my durability. I'm seeing some Fs. I don't know if it's my back. Okay, cool. So I don't know if it was my side, but cool. This is Akaishi. They're part of the Kamuro Guard. They're a big set of side stuff. You do the radio missions. That'll help them out. Get points, get rewards. You know the drill. Very, very simple. Very, very easy. And we're going to get a phone call from a certain someone called Zhao. Zhao is a person in Little Asia. They're essentially like our father figure in a lot of ways because Tanimura's dad was murdered by somebody. He was killed on the beat, and we want to find out why. I'm going to speak to this lady here. More experience. That's going to give me enough experience to level up early. As I run past the coin lockers, I'm going to remember to open the coin lockers. Because I'm going to grab the item that we just got from the coin locker key, which is the Eye of the Dragon. That is a material item for weapons, but more importantly for the speedrun, it sells for 100,000 yen. You'll never guess what I'm going to do with that 100,000 yen. Yup. So, we're going to go over to Homeland, which is a place in Little Asia. As I said earlier, Tanimura is one of the only characters that can speak Chinese in this. He actually speaks a variety of languages, and that enables us to have Little Asia as Tanimura's own unique area, which is also his hideout. So, Tanimura's been investigating the Ueno Seiwa because of, obviously, his dad being killed. And we've gotten a phone call from one of the locals at a club nearby that has seen a girl that Tanimura is looking for. This is Mei Hua, who is the daughter of Zhao. We'll do her a sub-story in a little while, because we need to do a specific sub-story in Tanimura's part to continue with the actual game. Now, here's the interesting thing. Beforehand, we had to get 3 million yen. Those two right there, their sub-story leads to a second sub-story that gives you 3 million yen. This was the old route. But because it took 5 minutes to even unlock the other sub-story, it wasn't viable. That is what the bane of the old route was about, because the old route required 3 million yen to buy guns. We don't have that problem anymore, thankfully. That's a fight spawn outside the place. Like, that guy right there is a fight spawn, the guy in the hoodie. This is what I mean about fight spawns not disappearing in cutscenes in the older games. This is the girl Tanimura was looking for. She might look familiar. This is Lily from Akiyama's section, aka Yasuko Saejima. Saejima's sister. Unfortunately, there are people looking for her too. The Shibata family. Guess what? It's baseball bat time. Again, if you get lucky in this fight, you can actually get everybody with a swing. So great. I didn't have Essence of Finishing, otherwise I could have Essence of Finished that fight. That sucks. That's my fault. That's after Flurry. Yeah. Don't think I get to keep that after that, because it's going to end a bit early. No, I actually managed to keep it. Okay, that's good. You can do this entire chapter, if you're lucky enough, with just 3 baseball bats. Just because of ending fights at specific times to keep the durability on, which is really, really nice. Unfortunately, Yasuko Saejima was taken by the Shibata family. So we're going to have to go and chase them down. They're at the docks, which is going to be a big set piece for Tanimura. Tanimura's part is now really, really fast thanks to these baseball bats. It's really nice. Overall, in terms of like time save in the run, Tanimura's part now had essentially 3 to 4 minutes of time save from this new route. It's kind of insane how much time save he got. And that's not even to mention the big problem with Tanimura, which is the finale. So, only one enemy you have to take care of in this fight. This guy on the left. Fortunately, I missed it. Mikoshiba, who also is very annoying and will hit you, which is why I moved backwards there. Unfortunately, that will also use up the durability of my weapons, so now I only have the one on right D-pad left. But you don't have to deal with any of the other enemies in that part, you just have to deal with him. camera always reverts to the last position it was pre-end of that fight. You'd think that's probably an insta-death QTE, but it's actually not. That just does a lot of damage. Loses you a bunch of time. There's the guy in the purple we hit with a baseball bat. We don't care this time. Funnily enough, you can just run from pretty much every fight in this set piece. This is not a set piece you actually have to do anything with. So if you're struggling on harder difficulties, just run. That's it. Just run. So we're going to be breaking through this door. Oh wait, that's the next bit. This bit's actually kind of funny. So, bunch of oil on the floor. If you touch the oil at all, you slip up and you fall down. You'll see that the pathway is very, very thin. So how do we do this? With the lock-on button. By spamming the lock-on button, it counts as technically you running, but not. You go really, really fast and you glide across the oil. It looks stupid. It's great. Unfortunately, that's kind of dangerous. Once again, not insta-death, just a mass amount of damage. Full combo will break that. I'm probably going to get grabbed by one of these guys on the way through and get angry. Good. Gonna ignore gun guy for once. Please don't shoot me. Thanks, gun guy. Before this fight starts, I'm going to get out my last remaining baseball bat. This fight is kind of frustrating, or it used to be. There are two normal enemies here, this guy and that guy. Those are your large HP enemies. Go after the guy with the gun. They have a mid-fight QT that you really do not want to see if possible. That's unfortunate. That might cause it to get set off. Unless I take him out. Cool. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. That should have punished me more. That really should have punished me more. I got lucky. Oh no, I got shot. Oh, that's him. Every normal enemy here will go down in one flurry, although the fact that they're all not together means that I'm just going to hit them with normal attacks. Usually the flurry is faster, but with the way that they were positioned, kind of, three in front of me, one to my right, one to my left, one there, and then one all the way at the back, I wasn't going to get probably more than two with a flurry, and I would have lost, like, the baseball bat in trying to take care of the rest of them. So, in certain situations... Arise back, by the way. In certain situations like that, it's a little better just to use normal attacks rather than the flurry, but it's very, very, very rare that it's ever like that. I could have potentially tried to walk around the enemies to try and get into a better position, but unfortunately, that was not an option. It was not an option at all. Either way, we rescue Yasuko from the Shibata family. Unfortunately, Arai kills Shibata. That's the cutscene, and then now I have to mash text, because I hate this bit. This bit really hurts because you have to mash a lot of text. All of these voice cutscenes are quicker to mash X than hold R1X. It sucks. So... we're going through a bit of Tanimura's backstory. He's trying to find the person who killed his dad. His dad died in, would you believe, the case that Saejima was involved in, the shooting. They found his body down the river. So, we're basically learning from Yasuko that there were powerful forces behind the hit of 25 years ago, and that it didn't obviously go down the way it was supposed to. It was supposed to go down that Saejima killed all those people, but somehow, they are not dead. Or some of them weren't dead. One person wasn't dead. Katsuragi, who we're going to go and see right now. We're going to use Yasuko as bait to get an audience with Katsuragi. Yasuko refuses because the only thing she wants to do is save her brother Saejima, who is off in prison on death row somewhere. She doesn't know, obviously, that Saejima is back in Kamurocho. We know this. Yakuza 4's getting a little convoluted at this point. Don't worry, Yakuza 5 is worse. Do not expect me to be able to sum up the plot of Yakuza 5, because I literally can't. I don't think anyone can. Not without needing at least 7 hours to explain the entire plot, and for Yakuza 5, we only have 6. So, we're going to go retrieve the 100 million that she got off of Akiyama. And as we leave, once again, like the other characters, we're going to get introduced to Tanimura's Move Master. This is Nair. She has actually got a really awesome story in this game. We aren't going to touch it in the speedrun, unfortunately. But she speaks Tagalog, and thankfully so does Tanimura. So she's here in Japan, looking for a certain criminal organization group. Again, she has a pretty cool story. She's here in Little Asia. You can come back and see her anytime. Obviously, we're not going to. I believe the way you progress this is with the radio stuff to begin with. Like, you get a certain radio call, and then you can come back and then see her again. I think. I can't remember. There's a quick way to do it. I can't remember what it is. Instead of going to the story, we're going to make a little detour, and we're going to go back to Homeland here, where we're going to do this sub-story. This is the sub-story that you have to do to be able to progress the story. We get a couple of healing items for Meihua, which not useful because we need those inventory slots for baseball bats. Surprise. At the end of this run, Tanimura is going to be the one that redistributes baseball bats to those that need them. Saejima is obviously fine. We have enough on him. I can't remember if Akiyama has enough, but I believe Akiyama does. Tanimura will have more than enough. The last playable character, Kiryu, is going to be a crapshoot. Sometimes he will, sometimes he won't. Depends on how a certain set piece goes. Which is a pain because in my practice I've been doing well, and in my actual runs I haven't been well. Shitty man. There's more than one. Get out the baseball bat. Shame that this guy didn't get hit by any of that, but again, if you end the fight early enough, this won't use any durability from this bat from the flurry. Nice. Good. This is the worst part of Tanimura's part, because you can get a random fight spawn that spawns behind us that wasn't here previously, literally in the way. So I'd like to keep an eye on the road to see if it was there. I wasn't paying enough attention or not. It is not, thankfully. It spawns right here. It's pretty much almost impossible, if not impossible, to avoid. Wonderful. So we're going to go down to the underground car park, where we're going to find the car that Yasuko has left the money, which thankfully is literally right next to the taxi that you can take to get there. See, my money is getting pretty low, but don't worry about that. I don't know why that moved me forward when I was holding left, but sure. Sure. And here's the money. So, we're now going to get in touch with Katsuragi. We're going to get the help of the florist. He's going to get in contact with us the second that we leave the underground car park. We're going to go over this way because this is the quickest way to get over there. It also covers the most ground to get away from fight spawns and stuff like that, which is nice. In the old route, this is where we would pick up the weapons on Tanimura, which would be 2 steel tonfas. So this is the florist. He says to go and meet his messenger up on the roof. Again, utilizing those new areas in Yakuza 4. We get a picture of where that is. It's literally just over to our right. It's the place that's off of Nakamichi Alley. But we're obviously just going to be going and using this rooftop, because it's a lot closer. Again, this is where the weapon van would be if we unlocked the weapon van earlier, but we don't need to unlock the weapon van anymore. I hate trying to get through that angle. See a nice big hole there where a van is supposed to go. And here is the florist's messenger. And once he gives us the number for Katsuragi, I get to mash through text again. Again, I dislike Tanimura's part intensely for mashing, especially this chapter, but the nice thing is we have a nice break segment coming up. There's like a 3 to 4 minute walk and talk segment that is unskippable coming up. So, Katsuragi realizes he is speaking to, obviously, Tanimura Sr.'s son. We're getting him to meet us in front of the Millennium Tower at 5 PM because obviously it's a nice big open space where, you know, shenanigans can't happen. Tanimura is actually quite smart. Like, he might get a bad rep as a policeman, but actually the guy is pretty smart and very, very thorough when he needs to be. I'm going down these stairs because we are going to make a very quick pit stop over here. Excuse me. To Ebisu, where once again we're gonna sell our items. We could get rid of some of the older baseball bats here, but it's a bit finicky to go for our inventory, and we don't need to. Now, in the proper route for Tanimura, eventually, you won't be doing this shop right here. The proper Tanimura route, when learnt properly, is likely going to be that you just get the 10 baseball bats at the start of his part, or maybe 9, so that you have enough money to taxi, obviously. And then after that, we will be supplementing baseball bats on Tanimura with Saejima instead. I'm fairly certain that's going to be what the route is going to look like at the end, because Saejima's money part is still not great, and with Tanimura, you don't actually need that many baseball bats. If you're good enough in your fights, you will literally have baseball bats left over, as you've seen. The durability won't go down because fights end quick enough, which is really nice. We used to, in the old route, grab the locker key above us here, which is a Chinese broadsword. We used to give that to Akiyama, but once again, we now just have baseball bats. No one cares. So we have the briefcase full of money. We're gonna rest until evening. And this is where we get the long break segment coming up. So we're gonna go and see Katsuragi, and I don't get to explain the plot for this bit because you can't skip this cutscene in any way, shape, or form, which is kind of a pain, but also it's kind of nice because it allows us a nice bathroom break, like 2 hours into the run. It's like 2/3 of the way into the run, bit more than that. It's kind of nice. It's really nice, actually. We used to grab the things from the coin lockers here in the old route, but now we obviously don't need to. We have everything we need in 200 baseball bats. It's a bit of an exaggeration, it's only 20, but... Here is the long walk and talk section. This is a very nice time to get up and stretch. I'm going to be taking a quick little break for about a minute, so I'll be back. Enjoy the plot. I'll see you in a second.
そうおっしゃってましたね。ああ、そうだ。俺の親父の死、あれは25年前の上野義治襲撃事件に関係しているんじゃないのか。私は回りくどい交渉は好きじゃありません。はっきり言いましょう。違います。違うだと。今さら何を言ってるんだ。俺は柴田が新井に殺された時、現場にいたんだ。あんたと柴田が25年前の事件で繋がっていたことは分かってる。親父はあの事件があんたと柴田の仕組んだものだということに気がつき、そのことが原因で殺されたんだ。そうだ。確かに谷村さん、あなたのお父さんはあの襲撃事件に柴田、そして私が関係していたことは突き止めていました。25年前のあの事件は私と柴田が描いた絵です。私はあの日のあの時間、冴島大河が一人で襲撃に来ることを知っていた。ちょっと待て、確か25年前のあの事件、あんたは被害者の一人だったはずだ。どうして生き残ることができたんだ。だから知っていたと言ったでしょう。私は事前に冴島がどうやって襲撃してくるかも知っていた。防弾チョッキか。まあそんなところです。私はあらかじめ備えをしていた。だから助かることができた。それまでです。つまりあんたは柴田と共謀し、自分の組織の幹部を抗争に見せかけて殺させる絵を描いた。自らが死ぬ可能性があるにもかかわらず。当時私は22歳、柴田さんは30歳。若い2人が縦割りの組織で成り上がるにはそうする必要があったんです。あんたは事件の後、まんまと上野清和会の若頭に就任。柴田も登場会で直系へと昇格した。あんたたちの計画が成功したというわけか。ええ、まあそうなります。やけにあっさり話すんだな。もうあれから25年が経ちます。今この事実が警察に伝わったところで、私が罪に問われることはない。確かに。あんたの罪はもう
Excuse me, what do you mean you can skip this cutscene on PC now?
だが極道社会ではそれは通じないだろう。だからあんたは安子さんを使って柴田組の関係者を殺させ、新井に指示して柴田を殺した。
You're telling me that Yakuza 4 is actually going to be faster on PC than it is on console?
そういうことですね。あくまで自分の犯行ではないというつもりか。まあいい。
話を戻そう。25年前、俺の親父はなぜ殺される必要があった。
Alright then.
その理由を教えてもらおう。
あなたのお父さん、谷村さんは
So,
25年前の事件
allow me to explain why
私と柴田
this is an
が動いていた
interesting thing.
突き止めた。
I am on the PS4 version, on a
もっ
PS5.
と大きなものを
The
発見してしまったん
reason...
です。
それは何なんだ。
That's gonna be so ass.
あなたのお
The
父さん
reason
は
why the
事件
PC
の捜査をしてい
versions
くうちに
are worse for 3, 4, and 5 is because, one, every single cutscene... Actually, hold up.
25年前の
Let's
事
get
件、
that all. Hold up.
あの
It's
事
not
件
gonna
は
work, is it?
警察によって捜査されたものだったんです。冴島大河ではない事件の真
Worth a
犯人
try. So the reason why the 3, 4, and 5 are worse on PC is that they, for some reason, take longer to load, and also every single cutscene has an extra menu to skip through, causing every single skippable cutscene to take an extra half a second to a second to skip.
真犯人ってのはそいつのことなんだな。
Wow.
あなたのお父さんはその真犯人の正体と真犯
It's
人を
funny
知りな
because
が
I
ら
uninstalled the PC version of this literally 4 days ago for hard drive space.
だから殺されたんですよ。
誰なんだ。
Great!
親父を殺してやったのは
Great!
その真犯人ってのは。
Wonderful! Dr. T-Chops, I'm gonna make things even worse for you. Can you get working on a load remover for us for the PC version? Appreciate it. Love you. That's your punishment. That's your punishment. Wow, that's a big skip. Well, that goes... I don't like how we keep finding ways to get rid of break segments in the Yakuza games. There's a 20-minute long, there's 15-minute long, like, no, actually there's, in total, 20 minutes of break segments in Yakuza 0 that I managed to find a way to route out. Great. So, we have the briefcase in hand. The briefcase, you can see, is actually stupidly strong. Where are you aiming? Tanimura. The briefcase is really stupidly strong. It does miss hits sometimes, yes. Don't worry about that. You're right there. But here's the thing. We don't get to keep the money for long. I'm enjoying my thermos of tea. I knew I was going to need it today. My physical health lately has been very bad. I'm a little worried what happens when we get to Yakuza 5, to be honest. So, the nice thing is this fight, if I can find out which bat I still have left, once again, even the guys with 2 full HP bars go down. Now, unfortunately, try not to get hit by that. Ah, he moved. Stun beast. Did you come back into... No? Okay. Hoping that would actually finish. I should have just done the flurry. I should have just done the flurry. Ah! Terrible fight. I'm playing badly. Huh. Chase section. You can't finish the chase section in this part. You need to do a little bit of damage in this part at least. So, hit this guy a couple of times. I usually hit this guy more times than is necessary because I don't trust this guy. Get out of here. That's more than enough. See how his HP isn't lowering? Man does not want to lose any more HP. The game won't let you take him out in this part, so it keeps him at like a certain HP threshold. And we're going to take him out in this part instead. Need to grab this, I'm not jumping for once. Good. Better. Cool, okay, so we're gonna get the briefcase back. There's also gonna be more people to fight. It's funny because the bit earlier when you have the briefcase of Akiyama, it doesn't have any fight spawns in it. Like the game won't actually spawn any fights. But funnily enough, you actually can fight with the briefcase. You can see it, it's very, very strong. Oh, I hate this fight so much. Stop this. It's gonna stomp this guy. It's only good damage for the first one. I'll still do it, as you'll see, because it does a tiny bit of damage, gets him off the floor faster. Surely that should hit. I'm upset. I'm upset. Dear. So, we're going to go down here and, once again, we're not actually going to get into a fight. In the next fight, we won't have the briefcase, which is a massive shame, because the next fight would be great with the briefcase. Once again, chase section, where we have to run. This bit sucks. I can't remember the good way to deal with that guy. Nice. That's the way. That's how you do it. No, that isn't how you do that. Jumping will stop you getting hit by that ball, but I messed up my timing after I bounced off the bike. A couple of enemies up here as well that we need to be careful of. Could you not run parallel with me? Thank you. Sir. Making me very, very worried. Alright, so. We're gonna get back to Homeland. They're trying to get into Little Asia right here. The guy in the purple suit is the biggest pain in the backside in this fight, but funnily enough, now, despite the fact we don't have the briefcase, we got baseball bats back. As you do. Dear oh dear. I should still have a bat on it. No, I have no bats left. Should have paid attention to that. Shame that didn't hit him, but we should be good because he should be, say, in the corner. As the finishing is good to do once. That guy used to be a problem. That's going to break. Yep, you saw it break there. Okay, so I've only got right D-pad left, which... Next fight's actually... Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's only a boss. Okay. This next chapter should hopefully have zero fights in it. This is probably the shortest chapter in the run. It's only like 2 minutes long. There should hopefully be no fights and only plot exposition. So, Chief here, he's gonna take us to Archive Room 13. They went there into Yakuza 2, actually, with Date as Kiryu. Good Chief is helping us out here. We're trying to find out who was working the case with Tanimura's dad. We have to pay with our own money. The Chief won't stump up for us. Unbelievable. Not even a work-related expense. And here is the big old evidence room itself. Thankfully, the evidence is always in the same place, and it's very, very close to the start. It is literally the first shelf on the left. We have found the file, and one of the officers in the case was a certain Sugiichi. A good old peeping Tom of a detective is once again been up to no good. Now we just have to go back to Homeland. That's the chapter. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else to it. That's it. That's it. It's kind of nice when you don't have to do anything. Like, just small chapters like this are nice every once in a while. That was a fight spawn, but again, because I was able to cut the corner, it doesn't matter. Bad angling. Okay. That's the end of the chapter. So, one more chapter left with Tanimura. We're gonna take the money of Yasuko's, aka Lily's, and we're gonna go and take it back to the place that she loaned it from, Sky Finance, aka Akiyama's. Tell me taking off for the money. So we're gonna go and taxi over to the bottom part of Kamurocho. Again, hopefully no fight spawns. I keep forgetting that scooter is there. It's not there in other Yakuza games. Blocking the sidewalk, how dare you? Police officers should be able to write up civil disturbance for it. So once again, we have to deal with the potential fight spawns over on Tenkaichi. So far, yep. Nice, no fight spawns. Do like that. And we get our first interaction between Tanimura and Akiyama. Obviously, Akiyama is now finding out everything about Yasuko. And Akiyama admits he's fallen in love with her quite hard. This tries to fake out as a voiced conversation, but it's not, thankfully. So, Kido's been looking for Arai. That's what Akiyama told him to do. But Kido found somebody else. Kido found Mishima. If you remember back in the beginning of the game with Akiyama's first chapter, there were two people in the club when we fought Ihara. Mishima was the other one. And he has finally been found. He is over at the docks. Because we're the police, we're going to go and obviously go and see him. And we're reporting our move to try and trap Sugiyuchi.
Oh.
So we're going to head over there now. Again, hoping that we don't get any fight spawns down here, because this bit is kind of nasty. It looks good so far. I think we are good, yes. To the docks. And here we go. So, we do indeed meet Mishima here. And unfortunately, poor old Mishima isn't going to be here for much longer. It says everything that happened earlier, because Mishima gets shot. Guess who? Sugiyuchi. And the interesting thing is, Tanimura makes the point that his shoes are always clean despite him being like a beat cop, which is an interesting one. Although this is leading into Sugiyuchi actually confirming that he's a member of the Yakuza. Remember that time I said Tanimura can't use guns in this game? About that. Using a gun. Point of contention for the old route where we needed guns with Tanimura, but you can't get guns with Tanimura. I'm lucky I got that one, actually. One more. Which we can get by cutting him off here. Good. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. And now time for a really cool choreographed fight start. Do I have baseball bats? I think I got one left on right D-pad. This is the Sugiyuchi fight, which you'll never guess how we do this fight either. This is one of the best fight intros in the entire series, in my opinion. So good. Bit of a flair for the dramatic as well, but you know. So, it's the usual. It's going to hit Sugiyuchi with a baseball bat. Now, unfortunately, Sugiyuchi, if he goes into his heat mode, is kind of nasty to deal with. So we want to be just a little careful here. Oops, a daisy, that's wrong. This one. I have way more than enough baseball bats on Tanimura for the finale. Nice. Okay, fight. Okay, fight. So I have spare baseball bats on Tanimura to be able to give to anyone else that needs them. I might give Akiyama one just in case, because I can't remember how many Akiyama had left. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. And that is the end of Tanimura's part. which means there's one playable character left. And it is, of course, Kiryu. There will not be a Yakuza game without Kiryu in it somewhere. So, Kiryu's Chapter 1 is going to be very, very similar to how we usually do Kiryu's Chapter 1. There is no baseball bats available here. But as of the next chapter is when things are going to change dramatically. It's Chapter 2 we get the thing in, right? Yes. Guess who else turned up? It's Hamazaki. The last time these two saw each other, Hamazaki was driving a blade into Kiryu's ribs. But Kiryu actually is, like, nice and kind-hearted enough to actually forgive Hamazaki. Hamazaki, the thing that Hamazaki got from the jail is a document that reveals that good old bloody Jingu from Yakuza 1 and his money embezzlement went all the way to the top. So, in that little book there of finances is links from Yakuza 1 all the way to this game in regards to good old Jingu. And unfortunately, obviously we say to Hamazaki about Saejima, he wants to go to Kamurocho to go and see, obviously, Saejima and try and help him. And also Daigo's doing some dumb stuff again, because of course Daigo does dumb stuff all the time. Wait until Yakuza 5. Wait until Yakuza 5, goddammit. Now, unfortunately, Haruka obviously doesn't trust Hamazaki at all, because, you know, Haruka thinks the world of Kiryu, and the last time she saw Hamazaki was Hamazaki stabbing Kiryu. But as Kiryu is about to say, like, obviously, you know, he's forgiven him. But Haruka is not happy about Kiryu going back to Kamurocho, because, like, Haruka knows every time that Kiryu goes back to Kamurocho as well, bad things happen. I love the line in Yakuza 6 that Kiryu is just like, every time of this damn city. It is every time. So, we're gonna head off with Hamazaki to the local PD. Try and see if Saejima has been about. But when we get here, we're going to find somebody interesting. Hey, look. It's Yasuko. No. How coincidental, because she says Saejima's name. This is the Tamashiro family office. You might remember this from the start of Yakuza 3. We're using it as a safe place to talk, which is kind of cool. It's a nice way to reuse, like, an old asset from the previous game. So, Hamazaki obviously introduces himself and says that he knows Saejima. Unfortunately, we were followed here. Unfortunately, guess who? Saito's back. Fortunately, we're playing as Kiryu now. Saito is a pain with Kiryu, but we've got a lovely little strat to use against Saito later on. Kiryu begins this game very, very strong. Like, pretty much full-powered strong. We just need to get one level up, to get one orb that we're going to put into our body and get double finishing point. That's the only thing in the old route and the current route that you actually need on Kiryu. Now, Saito is a massive pain here. We're going to be doing a little bit of the combat that we did from 3. In that we're going to try and get him into a corner, so this stops happening. You are being a pain today, aren't you? I doubt you. I'm doing my finishing on him, but he keeps getting up. I do not want to let Saito get up. Letting Saito get up is a bad, bad thing. I didn't want to do the full combo either, but that actually worked out for me. You know, I hate you, Saito. Every fiber of my being. As you counter. Go on. I hate this man so much. I don't do well in this fight lately. Hey, I even missed it. Okay. There we go. That's better. Ugh, awful. So, the old route required us to grab every single healing item in the set piece. This is good news, by the way. We needed those items to sell for money, because in the next chapter, we would actually do, or not the next chapter, the chapter after the next one, we would do a thing known as the 50-50. the run would come down to a literal 50-50 bet. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that with the new route. It's a bit of a shame that it's not here anymore. I would like your gun. Thank you. This is the fast Saito strap. Hopefully we get it on. Perfect. So, I'm gonna shoot Saito to keep him on the stairs. Oh, that's unfortunate. I need him on the stairs, which is the unfortunate part. Get him up there. I've been messing this fight up lately as well. This should be the start. There we go. So, the fun fact about this is that for some reason, we're on a slightly lower plane of elevation. I need to reset. Slightly lower plane of elevation than Saito. Unfortunately, I'm in a bad angle. There we go. By being on like a slightly lower plane of elevation, it means that all of our attacks are going to land on Saito, which allows us to just juggle the guy. All of that pain and suffering that Saito gave us earlier, we're paying it back in full. Good. There's very few fights that have stairs in it that you can use those elevation strats with. Saito's one of them. Thank goodness. I dislike that. I dislike that man heavily. Now you're looking at the second smallest chapter in the entire game. This is one of those things. So, unfortunately, poor old Sugichi and the chief are both dead. So, Tanimura is now on a quest for vengeance against the corrupt police officers at the top. The ones that obviously took the life of his father and also are doing all the dirty dealings that are going on in the background. We're going after the police chief himself, Munakata. So...
Oh.
Here's Akiyama. This is actually important, because these two are now hanging out together. That's going to be a problem. So, interestingly enough, Akiyama says that they're investigating Sky Finance. Clearly somebody has been sent to stop Akiyama. And once again, Kiryu's back in Kamurocho. Kiryu knows of a bar nearby that works as a good hideout. You'll know it, you'll love it. It's, of course, Serena. Here's the definitely not Yakuza who are investigating old Akiyama right now. Good old bartender Date. We do love Date. Date, who was a detective, then a journalist, and I think is now a detective again, is also serving time as a bartender whilst the mama is out of town. Not a good babysitter, but is a good multitasker. Thanks, Date. So, we find out a little bit more about Yasuko and Saejima's relationship. They're obviously... I think he's the one that gave her a kidney, which was really nice. Like, they were separated, I think, from different families, and then obviously he gave her a kidney, and that's why he means the world to her, I believe. It's been a while since I've checked out Yakuza 4's plot, to be honest. We're heading off. We're off to go and see a certain somebody that goes by the name of Majima Goro. Surprise. Because Majima will know where Saejima is. Probably. Probably. So, Date's gonna stop us. Now, all you have to do in this chapter, if you play this game casually, all you have to do in the chapter is literally go to the Millennium Tower. That's it. You go to the Millennium Tower, and you don't need to do anything else. Gonna get a couple of mails for sub-stories, and also Kiryu's move master, good old Kamaki, who somehow figured out how to use a phone. We are going to take a slight detour. Because of the new route, we need to get money on Kiryu. So, what we would used to do is use the coin locker key radar, which obviously we got on Akiyama all the way back in the first part of the game. So what we're going to do instead is go all the way over here. We specifically want this object that's shining above us here. Open to first person. Grab it. This is for a Seal of the Dragon, another material used in weapon crafting, weapon making, which again sells for 100,000 yen. So we're going to go get that right now, because thankfully the coin lockers are right here. So we're going to grab those. Beautiful. And if you cut through this corner, you get the cutscene, which is nice. We go to see Majima. Majima's being arrested. Whoopie-doo. Great. So, here's Daigo. Daigo. God damn it, Daigo. Daigo is doing dirty dealings with Munakata. Surprise. Unfortunately, the florist place has been raided by Katsuragi, and they have taken Saejima. So, we are going to head back to go and see Lily. But first, we're going to take that little detour I said about, and we're going to go and sell the Seal of the Dragon, and we're going to go and buy those baseball bats. Again, I would like to come out of Kiryu's section with at least 3 baseball bats, but that has not been going well lately. So I'm a little worried about this. You can get fight spawn in this small alleyway, by the way. It sucks. That one's nicer, obviously. So speak to the guy. Get us out. Need an inventory full of baseball bats, of course. If you're wondering the reason why we use baseball bats for this strat, it's because the baseball bats have the flurry move. The flurry move is the thing that does an insane amount of damage, and also hits 2 and 4 have stun on it. So we need to be a bit careful of fight spawns on the way back. That guy's not a fight spawn on the right. He always scares me. He's just a tutorial guy. Anyone with the blue markers over their heads are tutorial guys. They're the ones that give you the extra EXP. And when we get in here, we're going to see Date is falling asleep on the job. He's actually awake. His eyes blinked. He's actually not falling asleep on the job. Yasuko knocked him out. Unfortunately, Yasuko has left. So we're going to go and leave because we literally just missed her. I remember back in the day, that coin locker key there was part of the flamethrower weapon, and we tried to route that in. It's terrible. Oh, it's terrible. That's a fight spawn. That's also terrible. Can I sneak past you? I think I can. Yes. Just. So, you see Yasuko is ahead of us. This part, we're on a set path. The trouble is, the set path, as you've already seen, has a high chance of spawning fight spawns, like that guy. Great. He's not a large lad, so I'm going to have to walk him backwards. But if he was a large lad, I could have made it to the right just in time, but because he's not. Who did you double activate for? How dare you? Stop that. Now, the problem is you can also get a fight spawn around this corner. Thankfully, not this time. It's very rare. I've had it, like, twice, I think? But if you get it, then it's really awful because there's nothing you can do about it. You run from one fight spawn into another. Good job. Now, you might recognize with this cutscene that Yasuko is chasing after 2 rather familiar individuals. It is indeed, of course, Tanimura and Akiyama, and they're heading to Purgatory. There you go. So the nice thing about the new silly baseball bat strat is that at least the next fight coming up is a lot more easier to handle now. Thank goodness. Because this fight sucks. Oh boy. You don't look like the bad guys, but I'm gonna punch you anyway. I really love how Yakuza 4 does its character interactions. Like, this is the first time that these 3 have met up and they are going to fight. It's the same way the first time you meet Kiryu as Saejima, you fight Kiryu, and a full-powered Kiryu at that. The problem in this fight is that Tanimura has his parry, which is a big problem, actually, because that parry is nasty. Did I equip baseball bats? I didn't. So we're going to equip our baseball bats. Ideally, I can get the both of them together, but it's a little hard to do. Tanimura is going to go into his heat mode a bit earlier, but I would... Oh, I should have done that hit. I should have done the flurry. That was my fault. You can skip this entire cutscene if you don't hit Akiyama again there. I did a stupid there. If I did the flurry, it would have skipped this. Kind of forgot about that rule in this fight when you go for Akiyama first. This should take care of Akiyama. The nice thing about doing this is it should put Tanimura in a good spot. Akiyama's not quite dead. I'm going to focus on Tanimura. That's bad. Okay, good. In the middle of the combo. Because I don't want Tanimura to counter me with his parry. That was still an okay fight despite the field of heat. Tanimura's parry really sucks to fight against, because if you've ever seen the new Lost Judgment with Snake Style, that parry on Snake Style is the exact same parry that Tanimura has. I mean the exact same. It parries almost blooming anything. Anything we do to Tanimura, it parries. It's why back in the old route, you would focus on Tanimura first, and you would try and infinite him on the floor to never get up, because fighting Tanimura with that parry is awful. Very awful. It sucks. Chapter 4. So, this chapter's a bit awkward, because I'm fairly certain the old route was a bit quicker than this in this one. But the problem with the old route is the old route at this point had 13 guns. You'll see in a second what I mean by some bits are going to be faster with the gun, but some bits are definitely faster with the baseball bats. It's a little weird. So, we're now getting the entire plot to the others. We're talking about good old Jingu. Kiryu remembers Jingu, alright. But the Tojo are kind of running out of money, which is why Daigo is doing dumb stuff, and we're going to have to go teach Daigo a lesson. It's really weird in that, like, Akiyama, Tanimura, and Saejima have really fleshed out bits, and Kiryu feels a bit shoehorned in. He's kind of just here to punch Daigo in the face. Here's the ledger with, obviously, Jingu's money. Well, it's funny because Jingu's money in the incident in Yakuza 1 is what caused Akiyama to bounce back. So, here's another voice cutscene. Not the last one. I hate this game. Katsuragi. He knows who we are. Now, unfortunately, Katsuragi has taken both Yasuko and Saejima. Or Taiko, I should say. So, we're trying to cut a deal with Katsuragi. Munakata isn't aware of what's going on. And we're going to get to the dumbest plot points of Yakuza 4 all in one fell sweep. He even name drops Nishiki. How dare you? How dare you? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, we're going to head to Kamurocho Hills. The place is actually finished now. Would you believe? It's an actual Christmas miracle that the place ever got finished, considering it was built by Majima and Co. So, Forrest confirms they're over at Kamurocho Hills. Off we go. This is going to be the big final set piece for Kiryu before the finale starts up. The finale is reasonably long. Again, depending on how many... Depending on how many baseball bats I have left is going to depend on what I do item swapping wise. I can't remember. I really can't remember with Akiyama how many spare bats I've got. I know Saejima has a couple, so I'll probably put Saejima's onto Akiyama and Kiryu. So the problem that we have with this part, as you can see, is there's a good bunch of enemies, but unfortunately they're all over the place. There's not a lot of enemies that group up here. This is why this bit with a gun is a lot faster. You don't need everybody to get close to you to be able to hit them with a gun. Please. I don't like this guy because he moves a lot. Yeah. If he wants to come back to me, that's fine. I don't like this guy because of Sledgehammer, but the nice thing about Sledgehammer Lad, he doesn't move that much. So what I do like to do, when we're down to a couple of enemies left, is I like to go after this guy. This guy here, who doesn't run towards you, has a gun. Don't think this is enough bullets, unfortunately. Nowhere near. So I'm just going to re-bat now so I have enough bats for Nagatari. Try enough anyway, but... You see, the last hit really does an insane amount of damage. That's why you want to make sure you try and get that last hit. That's going to be kind of a point of contention for the finale coming up. One bat on left, then up and right a full. I guess I start with the left one for this fight, even though I don't want to, honestly. No, I should probably start with a full one, considering Nakanovatari. Yeah. So, here's a bunch of mannequins. look rather lifelike. Very, very lifelike. Shockingly, they're actually real Yakuza. And held that pose quite a long time. Nakano Watari there is the only enemy you have to take out in this fight, and he sucks. He really, really sucks. He has a weapon, therefore he guards everything, and also he likes to just be a pain in the backside. This won't be the last time. How did that not knock you down? Huh. I missed the last hit. Was I not paying attention? No. Stop that. Do not like that man. This man is a pain in the backside. So he's gonna run off. We're gonna give chase. Stop that. You don't have to deal with any of the enemies, thankfully. We do have to deal with these enemies coming up, though. Good old brass knuckle wearing large lad. Thankfully, I hit him during his attacks. Shame the other two decided to walk away. I'm gonna have to use baseball bats on them. Together, that's good. Not many dodges. I kind of want to save that for a flurry. I want to try and save as many baseball bats as I can, so I don't have to do that much inventory swapping in the finale. Might be a mistake. Read out the bat for the start of this. Which one is the 1-on-1? I'd like to hopefully do this 1-in-1. Nakano Watari is back. I can't start with a light attack to go onto Nakano Watari, so I'm going to have to flurry this one. Get him, which is a shame. You do have to take care of the ads as well at some point in this fight, so it's not the end of the world. Nakano Watari, ladies and gentlemen. I hate this man. I hate this man with a passion. Good. Not so good. Not so good. Next up should be Suzumiya. So, we need a bat for that. I know the guy with the gun. He's just standing there menacingly. He's not going to do anything. The next one with a gun will, though. So that's out. Okay, just the one. This is Suzumiya. Suzumiya has a shotgun. That's actually a problem. Nope, that's a shame. This is why Suzumiya is really hard to fight. Suzumiya loves to dodge out of your way and also just gets up straight away, which really sucks. Cool, thanks. Appreciate it. Please stand next to the other guy. I dodged again. Come here, you. Suzumiya's supposed to be in that cutscene there. Don't ask. I don't know what just happened. I can't tell you. Okay. So when we get here, Suzumiya's back. A bunch of friends. So once again, we're going to get baseball bat out. We've got all of them available to us. Yep. I still locked onto him. Good. When we take care of a couple of enemies in this bit, we actually get the next set of enemies spawned in, so we're going to be losing a good bit of durability on our bats during this. Yep. And this should be the last group of backup. Good spread. Come here, you. Still breaks because we obviously come out into an action bit. I'm going to replace my baseball bats now. I'm running very low on them. I don't like this. Fair enough. So, the upper floors of Kamurocho Hills. We're going to be taking this guy out. To open the door. And hopefully he doesn't shoot us that way. I don't know how I didn't break the first time. Weird. So again, we're going to be trying to find a good angle to hopefully get as many people as possible. Okay, not too bad. Lefty pad gone, so up next. Or should be behind me. Yep. No baseball bat just yet, because we have to take care of a couple of these metal barricades. That man thinks that he's pretty cool with his baseball bat, and I respect it. We know the power of baseball bats, obviously. This next room is funky. You can actually, like, very rarely sometimes do this in one bat if everyone rushes you, which is not what always happens. As you can see, one guy decided to go the other way. So I got the 2 enemies that I really wanted to get with that. Okay. Oh, it'd be nice if I could take care of this next set of enemies with this last hit. The next room that we're going to be coming across, you can do in one baseball bat, but you have to be very lucky. You have to have a good angle, and you have to have the enemies all stay together. Which, as you've seen a couple of times in here already, not always the case. There you go. Guys going too far to the right. No more bats. I'm down to 4. Yee. Probably shouldn't have flurried that, but it's fine. I've got one more flurry out of this bat, so... Don't have to put this away. We get to jump over here. Always X. And in we go. Hello. Cool. Lots of enemies in this room. Really hard to pass who to go after, so I like going after the guy with the gun. Because I get to use that gun. Enemy baseball bats, by the way, do not work the same way that yours do. You can't do the flurry with them, because they don't count as yours. I'm just going to save that last hit if I can. Oh, come on. Shit was kicked. Ah, shit was kicked. I thought it'd be quicker to do my normal combo, but I missed. I'm going to be down to probably 1 baseball bat at the end of this, which is not ideal. I'm going to have to get some spares over from, hello again, the other characters. Okay, so. The nasty enemies that we all fought earlier, they are back. Along with this guy. Suzumiya, Watari, the guy outside with the sledgehammer, whose name I never remember. This guy in front of us is a pain. Dodge him first. I did not dodge him. I ran towards him. This won't kill, but it does. Actually, it doesn't do good damage. Should probably never use that in this fight. It's a good angle from those things. I do not like how there's still all of them left. That's better. Oh, wow. Actually, Nakano Watari went down. That is not what I was expecting. So there should be 2 full bats left, I believe. It's okay to end with, I suppose. I would have preferred 3, but that's fine, I guess. So that's the end of everyone's individual parts. There is now only the finale left. There's a whole bunch of backstabbing, double-crossing, Kido gets shot, Yasuko gets shot, everybody gets shot. Katsuragi gets shot. Saejima's upset, understandably. Everybody's upset. It's very dumb. It's literally like a triple cross, and it's very stupid. And it's not the worst plot point in the Yakuza games. That's coming up in Yakuza 5. Ugh. Saejima says he ain't going nowhere. He's just off up to the roof. Now, understandably, he's a bit upset. Now, at the end of the first chapter for Kiryu, unfortunately, Hamazaki stayed behind. Hamazaki, unfortunately, was wounded, thanks to Saito. Hamazaki-san is unfortunately passed away. Hamazaki's redemption arc is over. And with that, it's time to wrap up the video game. Everybody's going their own separate ways, being sad, moping about it, and then it's time to end this. We're going to bait out all the big players with all of Akiyama's money. Of course we are. Everybody gets a gun as long as you're not Tanimura or Akiyama. So, I need to do a little bit of inventory swapping here to make sure that I have baseball bats on everybody. Kiryu should have 2, I believe. 1. That's a good. This is why we look. I'm gonna discard you, and you. So on 4 spaces, because what I'm gonna do is on Saejima, I'm gonna bring over. I don't know if these have full durability. That does not. That actually can stay on. Oh no, because I need to put one on Akiyama. 3 on you, that's fine. Akiyama, you have. Oh, Akiyama has enough. Wait. Tanimura should have enough. That should be fine. As long as all of Akiyamas are. I do not know if Akiyamas are. That's the problem, is I don't know if Akiyamas are all full or not. Tanimura, you can give one to Kiryu. That should be fine, because you have plenty. Yeah, way more than enough. In fact, give me one more. So that's 3. Akiyama has at least enough. Ugh. Do not like. I have 2 spare for Kiryu, just in case. A little worried that I might have my numbers wrong here, which would be kind of bad. Let's find out. Let's find out. So, here's the finale. Everyone's now on the roof of the Would You Believe It Millennium Tower. There's money everywhere. Akiyama gets the fight. Arai is one of the harder fights in this finale with baseball round because Arai loves standing up early and he has a very long mid-fight QTE that we'd rather not see. We want to push Arai to the right-hand side of the arena where there's a big giant wall, and it counts as a wall, so we can actually stun him against the wall and have him obviously not bounce back. I'm going to equip all of my things, more sake for damage. Arai, I wasn't expecting the quick double hit. I want to push him to the right there. Good. The taunt was actually very nice, thank you. You also get in some essence of finishing. Oh no, that's bad. That wasn't smart on my end, but thankfully we have spare. This is a problematic phase of Arise. This is why I didn't want to see it. Thankfully. I really want to see the essence, but this is bad. I'm gonna have to. This is why I'm glad I had spare baseball bats, because yeah, this sucks. Arai is really hard to deal with. Nice. I'm just gonna hit him with a baseball bat. I'm just gonna hit him with a baseball bat and start trying to do the heat attack that's clearly not working. If you're not gonna pay nice, buddy, then I'm just gonna hit you with a baseball bat. Now, unfortunately, Kido drew the short straw. Because right now, Saejima's very, very angry that his sister was killed. And unfortunately, the person in Saejima's way right now is Kido. Oh, poor kid. You picked the short straw. Dear, oh dear. Kido is fine. Easy fight. So, Kido has 2 heal phases that are unavoidable in this fight. We can interrupt them. Also, this gives birth to the best quote in any Yakuza finale ever. This one. Baseball's out, Kido! It's time to play, alright. So, this is where problem begins for Kido. We're going to be putting on all of our baseball bats. We still have spare. All 3 of them, which is nice. We only need the 3. This, again, is not actually hard to do. Thankfully, Kido actually behaved for once. Yo, usually doesn't for me at the start of this fight. Oh, you didn't behave. Why did I think you behaved? How dare you? Why did I think you behaved? Hey, no, that's, you can't do that yet. Stop that. this is actually really bad. The nice thing is, as long as I only need one more flurry, we should be good, because I still have 4 hits. There's the first heal. We have enough heat from doing the first flurry to cancel out of that. You can... There is a different strat for this bit. I'm not confident with it, which is why I have my stand on X's, so that I can just do this with a second heal. Cancel it again. This fight is now over. This fight's genuinely now over. He's going to get up and do his mid-fight feel the heat. We're going to cancel out of it intentionally. And then we're just going to hit Kiryu with a baseball bat. Yeah. Nice, easy fight. Now comes the frustrating one. It's not a hard fight, but this is a potentially tricky fight. This fight has the longest mid-fight feel the heat out of every single fight in this finale, and you can't skip them. We need to keep Daigo on the ground the entire time, which is a lot easier said than done, actually. We need to push Daigo towards a wall to stun him like we did with Arai. The nice thing is Daigo starts with his back towards a wall. Yeah, very little time to get a baseball bat out and guard against Daigo's attack, because he will attack very fast here. Or not for once. Sure, that works for me. As you can see, the bounce there. You don't have to do the essence finishing, but you want to make sure you position yourself in a position that's going to hit Daigo when he stands up. You have to be careful, obviously, of moving against the wall. He's going to do it immediately. Very good Daigo fight. Very, very good Daigo fight. Very, very good Daigo fight. Good. I've been after a good Daigo fight for a while now. Very, very good Daigo fight. And now for the final fight, which it's ironic because the person, again, that benefits the most from this new route is Tanimura. As I said earlier, Tanimura can't use guns, and as you can see, there's a lot of enemies in this fight. The one character that would benefit from the old route from using guns is the guy in this cutscene right here that uses a gun in his taunt, a gun in the set piece chasing on the boat, a gun in literally cutscenes, but he can't use guns in actual fights. Thanks, Tanimura. But thankfully, with the new route, that doesn't matter. Very, very Kung Fu movie-esque intro, this. It's really cool. I like to call Munakata fake Jingu due to the fact that his finale is somewhat similar to Jingu's in that Munakata's going to run away and shoot a lot and be a pain in the backside, whilst there are a bunch of enemies that are stopping us from doing this. So, with Tanimura, we're going to immediately get out baseball bats. As many baseball bats as we can carry, equip them, run after Munakata, hopefully stop him early, and then swing. If we can be fast enough. That's not the person I was aiming at, video game, but you know what? Sure. That was very much not the person I was aiming at. I wanted to interrupt that cutscene, but nope. Thank you, video game. I was trying to hit Munakata with my heat move. Get out the next base with that, I'm gonna get shot by Munakata twice. Or he's gonna laugh. Interesting strategy you got there, fella. I got moved. This fight is a pain. Just because of all the ads here. I wanted to skip this, but I moved too far away. That's my fault. You can skip this by dealing with either Munakata first, or enough of the enemies that they don't survive this. This will kill a couple of the enemies. It's just slow. I probably should have done that, but whatever. Let's just get out of it. Thankfully, mid-flurry, Munakata can't do anything to you. I've had enough of your shenanigans. Come here. Cool. I hate this, man. Every fiber of my being hates this fight. But at the very least, it's a lot easier to deal with now. Could you stop stunning me? Thank you. Hey, bud. Even with the new strat, this fight is infuriating. Just gonna deal with the bodyguards. I've had enough. No, you're next. Come here. Come here. He will always run in this fight. Doesn't matter what you do, he runs. It's not the end of the game. You have to take care of all the enemies first. I hate this fight. Even with the easy way, this fight still sucks. Should've just flurried. If it was mid-attack, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. When this guy dies, that's the end of the video game. Oh. Okay, that's the end of Yakuza 4. That's the end of Yakuza 4. Ugh. Awful. So, who's up for Yakuza 5? Let's get straight over to it, shall we? Ugh. Dear oh dear. So once again, like Yakuza 4, I need to set up a guest profile so that we don't get our inventory clogged up. I need to also load up the notes so that I know exactly what I'm actually doing here. Because this bit... Yakuza 5 is pretty long and there's a lot of variety to it. It's really cool. The trouble is Yakuza 5 is long. Yakuza 5 is very, very long. Where have you gone? There you are. Cool. Okay, where's... There we are. There's the notes. Okay. Cool. Right. So, Yakuza 5 is going to pick up after the events of Yakuza 4, a little way after it. Yakuza 5 is convoluted. Don't expect me to sum up the entirety of the plot of this game. We have a break segment in the first 7 minutes. It happens very early. And the next break segment after that is about 2.5 hours in. And the next one is like 45 minutes after that. Options, vertical, because I'm like that. Wait, scene skip is already on in this game, isn't it? Yes. I don't know if you actually changes anything in this game or not. I always do it anyway. Anyway, I like this run. This is a good run, despite how long it takes. And we go on Yakuza 5 in 3, 2, 1, go. We don't want auto-level assignment on. That's bad. But like control of what I am leveling up. So, Yakuza 5 is about a 6-hour run. A very, very long run. It is... We're going to be here for a while. The plot starts with Kiryu in a brand new city. One that we've not seen before. Here's Daigo. It's the last time you'll see Daigo for half the game. He gets in this mysterious person's cab. He cuts the line to go into this cab specifically. Because Daigo actually knows that, you know, it's Kiryu. Kiryu is, for some reason, we don't know why yet, here in a brand new city, not even with his own name. He is Taichi Suzuki, the taxi driver of Nagasu Taxi. Kiryu's part is actually really cool for Yakuza 5 because it's very, very involved and really, really, really awesome. You get to do a lot with Kiryu. Kiryu in Yakuza 5's run is actually good fun. This is Nakajima. He's our boss. He's a good lad. We like Nakajima. He's a good man. So, he got a phone call from one of the other taxi cabs because the way that the taxi is supposed to work in Japan is they line up in a line and the person gets in the taxi. The front of the line, nobody cuts. Obviously, no taxis cut. Unfortunately, Daigo specifically went into ours, which has got Nagasu Taxi into trouble. So, this is Nagasugai. This is our brand new city. I'm going to be taxiing down to the the bottom part of town, the top option in the taxi list. Much like Yakuza 4, we love reversing the taxi list for some ungodly known reason. I wish I knew why. It doesn't make any sense. But we need to buy a gift for the company that we've annoyed. We are going to get them something really crap. We're going to be getting items for ourselves. We're going to be grabbing a bunch of Town and Pluses. Now, I don't think I need that many with the new route, so I'm only going to go for 10. I don't even think we need 10 in the new route. I'd say new route. This route has been here for months at this point. But we're going to go to the pharmacy. Bunch of Town and Pluses. Town and Pluses? Yes. 10 of them? Yes. That's 10. Yeah, that's fine. I'm all of a sudden not paying attention to the things I should be paying attention to. We need to save a little bit of money in this part for the bit afterwards. Now, Yakuza 5 is a little... It looks a bit better. It probably looks a lot better than Yakuza 4 because Yakuza 5 was pretty much one of the last major PS3 releases, actually, especially in the West, where it came out digital only. Now, Yakuza 5 has a lot of changes that aren't in any of the other Yakuza games. The big main enemy in Yakuza 5 is pedestrians. I'm not even joking. For some reason with Yakuza 5, they decided to make it so that every single pedestrian is a solid object. You cannot push past them. They will stop you. They can trap you. If you get stuck on a pedestrian at the end of a street, they will stop you. If you get caught by multiple of them, you will not be able to move until they move themselves. Pedestrians in this game are terrifying. Genuinely. I am being very serious with this, because also with this game, you can get fight spawns in pedestrians. You'll also see that despite the fact that I am using the camera trick, the camera is a bit more pulled out in Yakuza 5. The camera trick does not work as well in Yakuza 5 as it does in 3 and 4. It still does work, just not as well. So we're going to go to the local supermarket. Can't remember if it's an M-Store or a Popo. But we're going to go to the ATM because we're going to send some money over to the Son of Morning Glory, the orphanage. Sorry, I'm thinking of the old translation name. Good. So, there we go. And when we leave, a bunch of the local folks are going to notice that Kiryu used the ATM. Yeah, you know the drill. I still don't know why people would decide to fight Kiryu. Like, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? The nice thing is, Yakuza 5 also doesn't have that many fight tutorials. We do like it when our games don't have that many fight tutorials in the Yakuza series. I'm going to try and hit these guys towards the left together, because these bins do a good bit of damage, if possible. This guy did not so fine. Down the florist. No, he's actually dead. I was hoping to interrupt him before he knocked into me, but unfortunately not. He should go down with a full combo now. Okay. We level from that. We are going to level up a little bit with Kiryu, but not until the... No, we're actually going to... No, we do level in this chapter, don't we? Let's get double combo finisher. Yeah. We will level up a bit more in the set piece at the end of the 3rd chapter. But as you can see, this is a brand new city. That guy on the left there, here's a thing where you can get a bit of money for going and taking pictures in 5 different spots around each of the towns. They're like the local tourist hotspots. But we're going to go meet our boss, Nakajima, say that everything has been cleared up with Tenjin transportation, and then we're going to get the first of our walk and talk sections. It's going to be our first break segment of this run. It's about a minute long. I'm going to have some tea. It's going to be our last break segment for the next 2 hours. So, you know. You know. Yakuza 5 is actually kind of nice in its break segments. It's actually got some nicely placed ones, and then it also has some not very nice placed ones. One of them could do with being about an hour later. So the reason why there's a lot more cutscenes is, as you can see, there's a lot less CG cutscenes on like 3 and 4. Which basically means that there's not as many cutscenes that can be skipped. It's always the CG cutscenes that can be skipped. Any voice cutscenes in the PS3 era cannot be skipped. Well, until Zero came along. Shouts to you, Zero. I love you, but I hate your speedrun. Too much tea. Good old fun. I've not played Shenmue 3 yet. I love Shenmue 1 and 2, but one day I will, but just not yet. I had a bad situation with the Kickstarter, so still left a sour taste in my mouth, so I'm just going to be waiting for a little while until that sour taste is gone, which might be a couple more years. I'll play it eventually, just not yet.
30年もタクシーで客を相手にしてきた俺やけん、人を見る目には自信があるとよ。この男は信用してよかって。
I'm gonna be very glad partway through this run I've made this thermos tea. This is a big thermos, by the way. I'm ready. Because I am very much breaking my sleep schedule for this. Also, again, my physical health has been terrible lately, so tea good. The British thing of when in doubt, just a cup of tea. If you're playing this game casually, in this next bit here, everything on the menu is on the boss. So if you're playing this casually and you want to fill out the completion list, which why would you? This game is insanely large. Get everything on the menu here, because it's free. Thanks, boss. For the speedrun, we're only going to get the Agi course. Thank you. Alright, Yakuza 5 is the one with the menus that disappear if you mess them up, right? Don't mess up menus. Got it. Got it. So, thankfully. This is the bar fight, isn't it? Yeah. No, Street Punks and then bar fight. Yeah.
So,
So, with these two here, we're going to be getting a couple of level ups. I'm going to start with... He's going to punch out boss. That's not cool. We're going to be getting one in tech to get double combo finisher, because double combo finisher is always good. And then we are going to be getting heat extension. So, tech level 1, heat level 2. So, tech level 1. Heat level 2 will also get us Essence of Finishing, which again is really nice. Now, the nice thing about Yakuza 5 is that from this game onwards, you can cancel out of your heat moves with a very simple button press of... That would finish this guy as well. A very simple button press of holding L2. It was something that was introduced in Yakuza 5. We use it very, 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 very much in the later Yakuza runs, which is nice. It's something that can mess you up a couple of times in the earlier ones. It's a very nice... It's one of those nice little quality of life things that you don't really get told about, that's just there. Also, whilst we save this young lady, there's a very dashing young man who is watching us here. Dashing young man will make himself known very soon. But for now, we're going to go to a local ramen place. It's a good tea. It's not much to say here. It's just a bit of bond building between Nakajima and Kiryu, and just like the whole Kiryu just came here out of nowhere and became a taxi driver. Like Nakajima finds that weird, but Nakajima also doesn't really care, because Nakajima is actually, every one of his employees is in some way, how do I say this? Degenerate? No. On potentially the slight wrong side of the law. Or, you know, they love racing as massively speed racers. You'll find out if you do Kiryu's side story. Another reason why this game is very, very long is the side stories. We'll talk about those later. Cool.
Yeah. Me?
So, this is the local bar. I believe it's Olivier. Where... There's a bunch of Yakuza guys up to no good, and our boss decides to be an idiot while drunk and goes over to tell them to shut up. Guess how that goes. So, this is the Yamagata family. We're going to start by hitting one of them with a heat action, doesn't matter which. We're not going to punch. That might seem weird, but trust. Going to, not our map. Again, whoever put the map on the first button, I very much dislike that. Who decided on this? We're going to grab one of the objects, where I'm going to get hit by this guy, and we're going to heat attack the same guy that we hit in the first place. Oh my god, please don't mess me up. Thank you. That's going to finish him off. We're going to get introduced to the essence of counter-attacking. If you ever saw the Feel the Heat earlier, it's a similar thing to that, but the nice thing is it's just one button mash and that's it. Even if you don't have full heat. The reason why we don't attack this guy is... Ouch. Whatever enemy is left, when they have full HP, they go down in one hit. It's the essence of counter-attack will always take care of the other enemy, even at full HP. So... Yeah. The boss was very happy with that, apparently. He doesn't remember what happened. So, we now have to run home, and this is where Yakuza 5 becomes problematic. That guy on the left is a fight spawn. So, could you stop chasing me? Thank you. Fight spawns in Yakuza 5. Let's start talking about them, because they are the worst thing. Hi, see how far away? That's a fight spawn. See how far away that guy just aggroed onto me? That's just the smallest of your problems with the fight spawns in this video game. There are going to be certain sections later on where you can have up to, and I am not joking with you here, 5 or 6 fight spawns on a single street corner. Yakuza 5 has a problem. Yakuza 5's fight spawns are insanely aggressive. They're the most aggressive out of any of the Yakuza games. They are pure evil. A run, even if you don't PB, a run that literally has no fight spawns is considered a good run. Because congrats, you didn't get a fight spawn. We are highly likely getting a fight spawn at some point. The fight spawns in Yakuza 5 are just evil. So, this is Dragon Heat. It's a new mode. When you're in Heat mode, you press the button and you go into Heat mode. What we're just going to do is cancel out of it because that makes the tutorial go a lot quicker. This is Kamaki's grandson, Sosuke Kamaki. He obviously knows about his old man, or his granddad. He doesn't agree with his methods of teaching. Sosuke's a bit, cocky, arrogant. If you do his storyline, you actually get to meet the two of them together, which is really cool. Thankfully, the game asks here if we want to teleport back home. Of course we do. It's the only time it's going to ask us. Thanks. So the other problem that we have with Yakuza 5, that fight spawn is still there. This is what I was saying earlier. With the PS3 era of Yakuzas, cutscenes do not get rid of fight spawns. This is why having 6 fight spawns on a street corner is a problem, because if they're too far away, they won't get despawned, and you will have to fight every single fight spawn. Yakuza 5 is evil. But Yakuza 5 is also a really fun speedrun. Yakuza 5 has very good combat, and Yakuza 5 actually has some of the most interesting speed tech out of any of the Yakuza games, which you'll see later on. We actually have what is essentially an out of bounds. You'll see. Give it like 3 hours. Give it 3 hours and you'll see. But Kiryu is staying at his apartment and this lady is coming over as well. Miyumi, she was actually one of the hostesses at the bar we were just at. No. But Kiryu and Miyumi are obviously quite close, but Kiryu is keeping her at a pretty long arm's length, and he's still comfortable around her. He actually obviously takes off his top there and shows off his Yakuza tattoo. It's quite obvious to her that he's Yakuza, but she doesn't seem to care. Time to go to work. That's something I'm going to say a lot in this run. Now, coming up later on, I'm going to have to be a little careful. There's a fight spawn. Please don't see me. Bye-bye. Nope. Bye. Don't care. Ah, you can't call me that, that's rude. So we're going to be heading off to work. Now, the problem that we've got with both our apartment and with work is that there's no taxi spot anywhere nearby. So the fastest way to get to work half the time is running. Yeah, he's turning. So if you walk in this game, you can actually walk past people. That was possibly a bit early. But we should be good because he has to turn around. Okay, not too bad. So you can walk past fight spawns in this game, which ideally you don't want to do. Now, as we get back to our office, our workplace, I should say, it's not an office, it's their office, we don't work in the office, we're a taxi driver. Here's a bunch of guys. Remember those 2 people we beat up? Yep. They've bought one of their seniors, but they're not Yakuza members. They're actually part of a gang of racers. They are called the Devil Killers. Unfortunately for the Devil Killers, I have this thing called Extreme Heat Mode, and I'm just going to punch them. The nice thing about Extreme Heat Mode is you basically teleport to the enemy. Just destroying our namesake Suzuki. So as long as you're in the Extreme Heat Mode, you can just take it. Nice and simple. Very nice and simple. Very nice. We're using Extreme Heat quite a lot with Kiryu during this run. Not everybody gains access to Extreme Heat. Kiryu does. Other people will get their own unique little abilities that we'll talk about later. That's a fight spawn behind me. Boy, isn't that fun. So, leave me alone. Sir, leave me alone. We're in my office. So, the problem with the Devil Killers now that we have seen the Devil Killers there, they are now going to spawn, sometimes, most of the time, 90% of the time, both outside of Nagasu Taxi and outside of our apartment. The nice thing is they are a fixed spawn, but if you forget about it, you will walk into them. It is time to introduce one of Yakuza 5's big content features. These are the side stories. Every single character, technically, has their own side story. One person doesn't. Kiryu's is the fact that he's a taxi driver. And you actually get to drive a taxi. Like, legit. Here's how you drive a taxi. Ignore every single rule of the road. You do get penalized for, obviously, driving too fast or coming to a sudden stop. For this bit, we want to go and break the law. We also want to ignore the way that the game is telling us to go. Watch out for the stop sign, you say. Now, pedestrians are a problem. If pedestrians hit the car, you're going to get restarted all the way back to the beginning. Again, dialogue options don't matter here. I'll indicate. Be very careful not to hit people here. I'm doing very... Oh, that's unlucky. I was going to say very well not to have any cars on the road or pedestrians stopping me. Whenever I get to crossings like this, I have to be careful because, yep, you're going to run into me. Do it. Please don't be too far. That's fine. As you can see, it loses you a bunch of time if they do it. I knew that was going to happen. It's been too long since that's happened. Way! We're just treating this like, you know, it's initial D. Don't do it. But we're just treating this like it was, you know, initial D. So we get our co-worker Wada here to his destination. As we're about to go back to work, there's somebody here who wants a ride. This mysterious chiseled man. He wants us to take him on a long journey, so we'll do that. Sometimes in the car, you can actually hear in the background, Bakamitai. I don't think it's Bakamitai today. Damn. Shame. We're on the highway. We're having a nice time. We're being taught the ropes by this lad here. He's, you know, saying, you know, you need to drum up conversations to be a taxi driver. You know, be a bit more approachable. The top two answers are always the correct answer for this one, at least. And then we're going to get rammed up the backside by the devil killers. At which point, this man is actually going to tell us to gun it. Why this random passenger tells us to race against this guy is beyond me. So, this is the other part to Kiryu's side story. Actually, initial D. And I'm frustrating because I know what the horn button is. So, we're going to be drifting as much as we can to try and build up our boost meter. You can use your boost meter in a couple of ways. You can use it to obviously use as a speed boost, or you can use it as weirdly a heat attack. We're going to be using it as a speed boost later on. Now, I'm playing really badly here, but it literally does not matter. You cannot lose this race. It is impossible. You'll see why in a sec. Obviously, snaking like you do in Mario Kart also gives you a drift boost. This is unfortunate. I'm getting really bad luck with the NPCs. So, you can do a couple, like, really cool, like, heaters, as I said, coming up. There's going to be one here, but I'm going to use it as an actual booster. I'm not going to be using it as, nope, the heat action. I'm just going to wait till I get to the straight past the car that I can just use it on. Now, the reason why you'll never lose this race is if you listen. All of a sudden, he says, Nani, and look if the minimap, he's stopped. This man's car is so bad that it breaks every time. Whoops. You shouldn't have rammed me, should you? So, the guy that we picked up is actually an undercover police officer. He is investigating... Is he a police officer? I can't remember if he's a police officer. But he's undercover. He's trying to find out about the devil killers. We've just made an enemy of the devil killers. So literally, the Kiryu's side story is part normal taxi driving and part initial D. It's actually really kind of cool. I kind of like it a lot. Yeah. And this guy takes us out for a meal, which is nice. But that's the reason why he told us to gun it. We weren't breaking the law. This man is the law. But yeah, as of this point, we now have to watch out for the devil killers outside of our place of work and also our house. It's a pain in the backside. Speaking of fight spawns, let's talk about the worst of them. Let's talk about the Victory Road fight spawns. In most of the Yakuza games, you have a Colosseum section. 5 is no different. 5 has a pretty nasty Colosseum section. But the grind for the Colosseum in Yakuza 5 is worse than most Yakuza games. You have to start getting into random fights on the street that are specific for the Victory Road qualifiers. The problem in the speedrun is that those fights are massive and take a long time. Those enemies have really nasty HP bars. So we really don't want to get into a fight with them if we don't have to. Does it take me back to the office? I think it does, right? Yes, good. Oh, is this Tatsuya? Oh, it's Tatsuya, right. There's a lot of fluff in Yakuza 5, as you're going to find out. But essentially, weirdly enough, everyone here seems to know the Devil Killers. Everyone here either is very much an idol of like really fast racing, or wants to be a part of a really big racing group, or in certain people's cases, used to be a member of said Devil Killers. Hi.
What?
Next level up is the next chapter. Okay, so as we leave, we're gonna get interrupted by Hirokawa, sorry. Hirokawa is someone else. Hirokawa is gonna tell us about a fair to pick up. This is actually a real person. They are actually famous in Japan. This is Tatsuya. They are a celebrity chef. So, Tatsuya is going to keep popping up over this run constantly. He is going to be stalking every single one of our protagonists, as you do. He is basically roaming all of the cities that we're going to see, looking for new dishes to inspire him. If you go and eat at a restaurant that is unique to the area, you can tell him and he'll give you a couple of upgrades. You can get like a couple of little temporary stat boosts. You can get like a second HP bar. For the speedrun, we don't need any of that. It's the same place that we ate at with our boss, which is literally outside of our apartment. But yeah, he's actually a real person. Has his own ad in the game and everything. It's at the batting center. So. As I said, lots of fluff in Yakuza 5. Don't worry, this won't end. Now we can go back home. Or is it office and then home? It's office and then home, isn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately, we get met by two suspicious individuals. These two are members of the Tojo clan. They last saw Daigo Dojima with us. Daigo Dojima has gone missing, act surprised. This is Morinaga and Aizawa. We're going to start by, I'm going to go over to this side of the arena. I'm going to grab any kind of weapon. I'm going to hit one of them. Doesn't matter which of them we hit. Morinaga, you have stepped up to the plate first. Don't hit me, I'm the map, I swear, every time. Slight, not as bad menu delay as Yakuza 4, there's a very slight menu delay. We will still hit Aizawa with heat attacks, but I am trying to take care of Morinaga first. Quick kick while he's on the floor, build up a little bit of heat. A little bit of damage. This also keeps Aizawa away from me. Nice. So Morinaga won't go down until he does the mid-fight QT. So probably should have cancelled that out a bit earlier because of that. Kind of forgot about that aspect. This is the mid-fight field heat once again. So let's take care of Morinaga. It'll do a little bit of damage to Aizawa. Aizawa is an important character. We'll be knowing about more of these two as this part goes on. So we're going to be using up most of our Tauriners in this fight because using heat attacks, see, I saw that coming, is very fast. This will give enough time. If you've ever seen a Yakuza game, you can't spam heat attacks. There's always a cooldown between heat attacks. That's why you can't always use a heat attack after a heat attack. Stop that, Aizawa. Save that for later. Should be able to just combo him now. Not if I let him turn around, I can't. It's not the last time we'll be fighting him. Gosh darn. So, unfortunately, these two know that we're Kiryu Kazuma. Like, being part of the Tojo, of course they know who Kiryu is. So, Tatsuya says, hey, thanks for the meal. That was great. I appreciate it. Third option, isn't it? This car could do with getting out of my way. I'm about to use this taxi. They despawn. They despawned. Cool. Thanks. So, Haruka tells us about another piece of side content that you can do, which is garbage collection. As we walk around town, you'll see a couple of, like, orange blobs appearing here and there, flashing around. Those are bits of garbage. Beats? Those are bits of garbage. With those bits of garbage, if you collect enough of them, you get rewards. Again, don't need them for the speedrun. Again, the nice thing about Kiryu's part is it's very, very involved. Like, it's very, very involved, especially when you consider what's coming up next. I actually really like Kiryu's part in this run. I like it a lot. Sub-stories are on the map. Lack of fight spawn has me worried. Wow, no fight spawns at all? What? Ew. I mean, I appreciate it, but... Ew. What's happening? I don't like it when the game gives me no fight spawns, because that usually means it's going to be really evil to me later on. It's not a guarantee, of course, but that's how Yakuza 5 goes. That's how Yakuza 5 goes. It's a rule of thumb. It's a very big rule of thumb with Yakuza 5. The plot unfolds. Not wrong. This is where there's a lot of plot development in this chapter. So... we're going to load in next day. Going to get a cutscene over at the orphanage. Because obviously Kiryu, as we know, is just... he's just left the orphanage. We don't know why. But that small cutscene was just of Kiryu leaving. And as he leaves, we see that there is a overturned picture, which, as you could probably guess, is a picture of Haruka and the kids at Morning Glory. So, time to go to work. Once again, as we leave, be exceptionally careful not to walk into the devil killer that is likely hanging out on the right-hand side. Or that guy. Yep, there's the devil killer. We just walked past him. I don't know why you're beeping at me. It's my right of way. I'm in the road. Look at the parked bikes. You think I can walk on the pavement? Oh no. Nope, 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 nope. I'm just gonna jump in here to get rid of that aggro for a second. By the way, this game has an insane amount of minigames as well, including Taiko no Tatsujin. Yes, Taiko no Tatsujin. Exclusive to Yakuza 5. You might see that later on in the run if you're lucky. That's a fight spawn. You're a large lad. I should be able to just run. Large lads, much like with Yakuza 4, you can run past them because they can't catch up to you. The guy, as you saw earlier, that wasn't a large lad, this guy will catch up to me, but I should be able to sneak past. Good. I hate fight spawns in this game. You really have to react to what fight spawn you get. No devil killer outside of my workplace? Hey! Appreciate that. But yeah, you have to react a lot to fight spawns in Yakuza 5. It's rough to try and get past them. If they see you, they will get you. So you have to be very careful to basically stutter step and walk when you're kind of close to them. It really is a pain in the backside, Yakuza 5's fight spawns. It really is. Here's definitely not Yakuza-looking Yakuza. So, we're going to get a couple of conversation options here. We are going to pick, obviously, the fastest ones. He tells us to go faster. I'm okay with that. He is going on about certain things that have happened, obviously, in town, like Daigo disappearing, etc., etc. Don't talk to them. For the love of anything, don't talk to them. It's slow. Don't talk to the Yakuza. It's a good life lesson. So, this is where we go home, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So basically, the Tojo were here in town. They were here to try and get... this is where you get your garbage rewards. They were here in town to try and make an equal alliance with the Yakuza clan here, despite the fact that the Tojo are way larger than the Yakuza group that are here. The Yahata family. Is it Yahata family? No. Yeah, Nagasu family. Yahata's the guy. Either way, here's Morinaga and Aizawa being idiots. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
The Yamagasa family are a little irate at the way that the Tojo are trying to do things, and obviously the Tojo are a little angsty because Daigo went missing. Oh, that's that guy. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going this way. Bye. If I go on this side of the road, see that guy there? He can't get me because this chest-high fence. Fences are the fight spawn's worst enemy in this game. It's great. See how that lady just spawned in front of me? Welcome to Yakuza 5. That's going to happen a lot of times. Especially when running away from fight spawns. Remember when I said earlier that the biggest danger in this entire run is pedestrians? Yep, he's on the right. That's fine. I'm getting very good luck with fight spawns. This is fantastic. Hello, Devil Killer. Goodbye, Devil Killer. I like to call him Dave. Dave likes to stand outside my house. He's just looking for a fight. Good old Dave. But I don't want to fight Dave. I want Dave to live a happy life. Good old Dave. Time to go to sleep. So Mayumi's already finished up work. I love quick skipping text as well, because like people just zoop. This is the... This is the big set piece, isn't it? Yeah, it is cool. But it's clear from this cutscene that Mayumi is trying to be romantically involved with Kiryu, and unfortunately Morinaga and Aizawa turn up. Morinaga has been beaten up quite badly, and here's Aizawa. Some Yamagasa men basically beat them up, but the problem is the acting chairman, while Daigo is gone missing, is trying to mess up the deal with the Yamagasa. The Tojo clan once again self-imploding on themselves, as you do. Kind of not surprising that, I suppose. I'm certainly not surprised at this turn of events. But they are trying to figure out where Daigo's gone. Nobody knows where Daigo's gone. This game doesn't even know where Daigo's gone, to be honest. Try and find Daigo later on. It's like Where's Wally / Waldo, but harder. Easier. You'll know. Trust. You'll know. So they're going to leave. We're going to go to sleep. And go to the next day. This is the sub-story, right? So as we leave, there's going to be a sub-story. We're going to avoid this. Pretend you're not home. Whenever anyone knocks on the door, pretend you're not home. There you go. Easy peasy. It's like the NHK salesman coming for the TV bill. You just ignore them and go home. Don't do that. Don't do that. So, back to work. Once again, watch out for the devil killer outside of our apartment. However, there's Wada ahead of us. In a bit of stomach pain. It's not doing too good.
Yeah.
He was taking somebody on a ride. We're going to have to pick up the slack for him. That person may look familiar. It is, of course, Mac. Good old Mac, back from Yakuza 3 and 4. Unfortunately, Mac doesn't know how to take a hint and keeps trying to call us Kiryu. Gosh darn it, Mac. So, we're going to be taking Mac around town, and this is, of course, the beginning of the Revelations tutorial. It's going to be a little hidden. It's not going to look like it is. We're going to drop Mac off here. Mac's actually here with his girlfriend. Mac's about to go and find some film with tentacles in it. Mac's going down a bad path. This is the reason why you never see Mac in the Yakuza series again. Bye, Mac. See you later, dude. Please come back. So, this man catches up to us. He wants us to catch up to a taxi that's ahead of us, but he doesn't want us to get spotted. So this is how you do this part fast. You drive. You just drive. Oops. We failed. Oh, no. So the reason why this isn't a bad thing is that this is actually scripted. This guy is stalking somebody in the taxi ahead of us. This is a driver for a rival firm who says, hey, thanks for getting rid of that guy because he was stalking the person in my taxi. Yeah. And that is going to lead into your revelation. We don't have to do it, thankfully, in the speedrun. We might walk past it later, but for now, we don't have to deal with it, which is nice. Very, very nice. Back to work. This way. I get lost in here a couple of times. Very close eye for fight spawns here. Remember, stay away from pedestrians. They could be housing a fight spawn. If you bump into certain people, they will be fight spawns. If you think this is not a problem, it's going to be a problem. They are very, very hard to tell who's who. And as you can see, doing the camera trick doesn't get rid of everybody in this game. Devil killer outside of my work. Hello there. Don't mind if I take a bit of a wider turn here to avoid you. If I can get no fight encounters today, that's a good run. Like, I will be happy with that. Doesn't matter what else happens. Well, actually, it does. If I fail the finale skip, I'll be upset. Time to leave. Time to leave. We are going to go see our boss, who is at a club in the north part of town. He's been drinking. So we're going to go find the chief. And that's going to lead us into seeing a very interesting character. That's not ideal. Oh, there's two of you. Oh, that's bad. I can't speak to Wada because Wada is a sub-story. And this is what I'm talking about with bad fight spawns. I can't go close to this guy because it'll be a fight. And I can't go close to that guy because it will be a fight, which means I have to walk very slowly between both fight spawns. You had to turn. Yakuza 5 and its fight spawns. Boy, that's not the worst of it. That is far from the worst. You can get fight spawn in this alleyway, by the way. Careful about that. We're gonna meet a Osakan detective called Serizawa. He knows who Kiryu is. He is implying that there is going to be a big Yakuza war if Daigo is not found. We have to go. He's trying to blackmail us into going to find out where Daigo is and to get re-involved with the Tojo. We don't want that. We don't care anymore. So we're heading to Bar Olivia because it's somewhat weird for an Osakan detective to be in town, but that's because there's Osakan Yakuza in town as well. Unfortunately, if you know about Osakan Yakuza, you know it's the Omi. The Omi are indeed in town. One of their big lieutenants is in... Are you actually coming after me still? Wow. Alright, let's talk about fights in Yakuza 5. Leaders. If I take care of this guy in this fight first, he counts as the leader. See all the enemies with me? Please stop guarding, I swear. Alright, you're going on the ground. You're not the guy. You're the guy. You're getting heat attacks. When we take care of the leader of the enemy pack, you're going to see that the rest of the enemy is going to react. Unique to Yakuza 5, if enemies go on the ground, you can take care of them in one hit. Put that down. That's one of the nice things, the only nice thing, about the insane amount of fight spawns in Yakuza 5. Now that dragged me back here. The other fight spawn should still be here, by the way. There he is. There's two? You're kidding. You're kidding me. Yakuza 5. I hate this game. I love this game and I hate this game. Here's the Omi Alliance. They are a member of Watasei's family. Watasei is a very, very good character. I love Watasei a lot. So, that's Watasei right there. He's awesome. He's actually genuinely awesome. So, we are going to take care of the guy on our left with Dragon Spirit. He is the leader of this fight. I'm going to take care of everybody else. If I can get multi-hits, that would be fantastic. That guy that's on the ground has a little bit more HP than everybody else. That's an okay fight. I'll take that. That's actually pretty good. It's some of the obviously other fights that I've had so far. But yeah, that fight spawn, I'm having very bad luck with fight spawns. As I said earlier, when it didn't give me fight spawns, I started getting worried. Now, Watasei knows who Kiryu is. This is a long-running theme of this game. I can't actually remember why the Omi are here. I can't remember if they're trying to get the deal over the Tojo or not. But they're here for a reason. He also name drops Ryuji Goda, because of course he does. But the Omi aren't the ones behind Daigo's disappearance. This is interesting. So with this, Morinaga and Aizawa are going to come over to us, and we're going to have to go and do a big set piece.
What?
Okay.
So, what?
Let's go. So, we want to do the third floor door, don't we? Yeah. And take that one. Okay, so. Here's the guard outside of the building. We say that we're here as a taxi for the Tojo clan. He just runs off. Not very good at his job. I'm just gonna walk right in the door. They don't have many men, so you know. Yeah. Alright, so for the Yamagasa family, we're gonna start heading upstairs, and there's gonna be a lookout over there. We're going to try and, whilst this camera is here, sneak on over to where we need to go. I'm going to try and angle myself up here to punch this door. If I can punch this door and open it, it will stop me from having a very long animation. Lovely. Bunch of enemies in this bit, in this first bit and the second bit. I usually leave this guy for these guys, but I'm a bit worried. And we go for it. You know, just punching glass. Okay. I think that should be everybody. No. Hang up. Camera. Oh, we have to get them. I think. Can we go from this point? I can't remember. No, we have to take care of everybody. Yeah. Keep forgetting you have to take care of everybody in this fight. Thankfully, I took care of one guy back there, which is nice. Should be everybody, and now we can just go to the next floor. Yeah. We do have to take care of these guys to open this door. Stop. Thank you. Now, we do want to be very careful as well. We have a red circle. Nice kick on that. Actually, okay. Excuse me. I think I get it. Yeah, I get it now. See how long that angle is? It's really hard to pull off sometimes. I'm going to be going into my abilities. I'm going to be getting tech up to level 8 or 9. This is going to get us a skill called Bounding Throw. Bounding Throw is an infinite that Kiryu can do with the right timing. This is a little rough on timing, but this is going to make a lot of fights go very, very fast, including the next one. Timing on this is a little rough at first, but you get used to it. So here's Akiyama, acting chairman of the Tojo. Up to no good. Hey, look, a bomb. Trying to incite more Yakuza wars. Thanks, dude. Morinaga and Aizawa are very much on Daigo's side here. So, it's fight time, because there, the Yamagasa Patriarch is on the floor right now. Here comes Yahata. Yahata is a bit of a pain. I was hoping to... You know what, I'll hit him with it. That'll start the fight. That'll be a fine start. That was late on my part. So you'll see me try and do the bounding throw in a little bit when I stop getting punched by Yahata. I don't like how Yahata can just dodge everything. There's the bounding throw. So oh, you didn't get up early. How dare you? You know what? I'm going to use that vase, I think, with my Tarana. Because this is going horribly wrong. I need him on the floor. Him dodging as well causes you to not hit him with the vase. Also, look at his hyper armor. Man's actually insane. Shame. Almost had it. I dropped it right at the end, which sucks. If I can get one of the heat attacks off with the vase, this should be the end of the fight. Yeah. Up you get. Come on. Come on. Do your QT. Come on. Come on. So yeah, the bounding throws are kind of hard to pull off. You do need good timing for them. That was okay up until I dropped it, unfortunately. Yahata's a really nasty fight because of the fact that, you know, as you saw there, he can just dodge anything and he has mass hyper armor. So we're going to try and take down as many enemies as possible. Let's take care of enough here. We can get through the door. Now, the interesting thing to note is the red circle in the top left is now full up. You fill it up by doing heat moves. Now, the problem that we have is that gives us access to a special move, and we don't want to use that just yet. We want to save it for a specific fight. The way you do that special move is to hold R1, which is your lock-on button, which is a bit of a pain in the backside, but... One of them is still alive. That will take care of that guy. You're really not getting up. Thank you. With this, we can now just run through the rest of this. So, close to the door, it's open, and we leave. We don't have to worry about any of these guys or the Darama. The camera does love to change for it. I don't like that you grabbed me. But you can just run past all of this. This giant float is what we actually want. It's going to take care of a good couple of enemies when we use it. Here we go. Kiryu's just too cool. So, please stop walking away because I need to take care of you. In the next fight, the next part of this fight, oh goodness, we're going to be grabbing a golf club off of one of the enemies. Again, trying to get all the enemies gathered together for multi-hits is very good and very quick and easy way of dealing with fights if you actually do it properly, which I know. There we go. So, in this fight, we're going to be bounding throwing that guy, but we want to grab a golf club off the guy behind him. I might try and just get him on the floor quickly so that he doesn't interrupt me. Ouch. Would have liked to have done that against the guy, but I will take my golf club, thank you. Hyper armor. Lots of enemies have hyper armor in this game. So, again, I'm going to be trying to bounding throw the guy. That's not the same guy. Thank you, Kiryu. Got very lucky that that wasn't the R1 attack. It's really hard when there's a bunch of enemies around him. The knife is here. I could use the knife against him as a heat move as well. Please stop that. Come on, where are you? There you go. Oh, it's because there's multiple of them. failing that intentionally so I don't do the long move. It's bad for damage, it's good for a heat attack if you can get it. Just try to move him over, tower him. I don't know why I'm struggling with this fight lately, but I am. I'll say, please stop guarding, thanks. Terrible fight. Awful fight. Because you only have to take care of him, because once you take care of him, you get the key, and when you get the key, you can leave. When the text box goes away, that's a problem with Yakuza 5. Oh, bad set piece. Alright. Very bad set piece. Alright, so, chapter 4. This is the final chapter for Kiryu. It's reasonably long. It's not, like, super long. I think it's, like, shorter than that previous chapter. But we do quite a bit more in it, so it feels quite long. So this was 4 days ago. This was when Madarame met with Daigo. And they were discussing the alliance. And it looked like the alliance was going to go through. So, we need to go and find Yahata. To do this, we need to find multiple members of the Yamagasa family. They are spawned in specific locations. We are going to go do them, obviously, in the order that you need to do them in. So we're going to start with the people down the main street, which is this way. Once again, watch out for fight spawns. The good old Devil Killer is not outside our house, but that large lad is. He's a fight spawn. Should be able to run past him. That large lad as well is nice. It's nice seeing large lads because you can run past them. They're slow. We don't care. And here's the first of that group of Yamagasa family members. Okay. You see the bike behind them. Hopefully keep multiple of them next to the bike, because obviously if they're next to the bike, it actually takes them out very, very quickly. This guy could have done with being hit one more time, but it's unfortunate. Taking care of that group is going to spawn in the second group, which is near our workplace. So once again, go to work. That's a bad fight spawn there. Should be able to sneak past him on the right. They're the Victory Road person, I think. Which would be bad. Okay, this way. Devil Killer at work, be careful. Now, fun fact, there is an item. There's an item that despawns enemies in this video game. Hello, Devil Killer. The problem with said item is that you can only get it on Kiryu. And it's from that sub-story there. So, the fact that this is our last chapter with Kiryu until the finale means that it's not really worth getting, to be honest. It's a shame. I'm gonna dragon mode this. I should have done that to the guy in the set piece. I'm a bit of good fight. Yeah, I should have done to the guy at the end of the last set piece. I know better than that. Jeez. Okay, so this is going to spawn in the last guy, who's all the way down here. That guy tells you where he is. That guy on the right is a fight spawn. Really hoping you wouldn't turn around there, bud. I'm going to run and go on this side. That thankfully caught him. Fight spawns in Yakuza 5. Fight spawn up. Don't turn, don't turn. Car, please. Also meant you. And here's our last guy, all the way at the bottom. Hello. There's a quick way to do this fight. I still can't remember what that quick way is. I should know, but I don't know. Is it the almost infinite for bounding damage? I can't remember. I'll show you a new bounding throw on this guy anyway, but... I'm just gonna mess this fight up. You are being a pain as well today. I need to go a bit more from the side to make sure that bounding actually hits. I'm just gonna throw you. Boy, I'm playing badly today. I don't know about that early. Come on. I'm just playing terribly. This sucks. I could do that earlier. I don't know if that's too early or if it's just a bad angle. Right, you're going on the ground. If you're just going to keep guarding against me, you're going on the ground. Awful. Absolutely awful. This sucks. I am playing this terribly. Anyway, chase time. First chase of Yakuza 5. Chases in Yakuza 5 are weirdly broken. So, we're going to be picking up a weapon in a second here. This weapon can sometimes do 0 damage. Sometimes it can do extra damage. We don't know why. It just is. So you have to be very careful with your weapon. It broke. There it is. Weapons in this game suck. That's a good point. We should talk about weapons in this game. Because you've obviously seen that I'm not using baseball bats. Weapons in Yakuza 5 suck. You can avoid this sub-story here if you stick very, very close to the right here. The entirety of the sub-story actually like goes across the entirety of that pavement there. So you have to be very, very careful. But weapons in Yakuza 5 suck. So every single weapon has its own level up. Which, again, really sucks there is. Every single weapon has its own level up system, so you have to keep using that weapon to level it up to increase its damage, which takes a very long time. So they start with less damage, and they still just do less damage than in other Yakuza games anyway. So weapons in Yakuza 5 are not great. We'll be using them at certain points. Please don't. I don't care. Leave me alone. Had enough of these fight spawns in this goddamn chapter so far. Thank you. No other fight spawns on this road, though. That's nice. Thank you for the luck. I need it. I'm playing very badly right now. So. Very, very badly right now. So, this is going to be our next big set piece. It's also where, hopefully, you're going to see our first big bit of speed tech. There's something very cool in this set piece that we can do, and it is the basis for some of our set piece tech or skips later on in the run. So we're going to head up here. We're going to get taken into a side room here. Now the nice thing is, they may have locked that door, but they didn't lock the other doors. So we're just leaving. Do this QTE, because as you can see, there's a guy with a sledgehammer and 2 friends. If you do the QTE, it's going to take care of everybody but the sledgehammer guy. I'm going to attempt to do bounding throw against this guy, and I'm going to fail it miserably again. Come here, buddy. I need to go from the side. Sledgehammer guy is a pain because, as you can see, he just guards everything. I should just not be doing my full combo against him. That's the combo you want to do. This is a very bad sign for later. Bounding throw is a necessity in this run. Like, an actual necessity. If I start messing up my bounding throws, I'm not going to be able to complete this run in a good time. Come on. With him dead, we can go through the door. I missed my opportunity to hit that early. Mess up the skip, aren't I? Run past everybody on this floor. You don't have to deal with them. Again, it hits so far out. We want to aim for every enemy in here. This guy usually likes to leave the room, so I'm going to actually take care of him first. That guy at the very end to come down here, please. Sir, stop showing off. Worried because one of the guys that was up here doesn't seem to be up here anymore. Yep. You did it again, didn't you? I hate you. Come here. Come here, fella. So, for our next trick, there's going to be fire. The game is going to give us an infinite durability fire extinguisher. Usually fire extinguishers have a set amount of ammo to them. With using this infinite ammo fire extinguisher, we can actually keep this for a tiny while if we do something and do it well. So I'm going to put out the fire, hit the door, run back here, specifically into this text dialogue. Then I'm going to run back and hopefully get through this door in time to skip a cutscene, which allows me to keep the infinite ammo on this fire extinguisher. Now you might be wondering, why don't I use the why don't I put the fire extinguisher away in my inventory? It doesn't work. It becomes normal after this, sadly. Otherwise, this would be a very big part of the run. But on this guy, it works very nicely if he walks into the actual damage, which sometimes he doesn't. See that? See that damage you can get sometimes? It's very good. Sometimes the damage you can do there is insanely good. Time for Yakuza 2. This is one of the hardest boss fights in the entire run. This is Yakuza 5, yes. I have to concentrate on this boss fight. Hard boss fight. Very hard boss fight. Hardest one in the game, but that's Yakuza 2. That's the end of that fight. So, Yakuza's now going to come to an understanding that Kiryu's stronger than him and that he should probably stop trying to pick a fight with Kiryu at this point, because Kiryu is actually trying to help out the Yamagasa family and not the Tojo. Kiryu's very much annoyed at what's going down in the Tojo at the minute, especially with Akiyama at the helm and Daigo disappearing again. Always. Okay, I need to go use taxi, don't I? Yep. So, we're going to head back to the office. Should have probably taxied instead of ran this way, but I'm just going to run, I think. Everything's going horribly wrong so far, so I'm just gonna leg it. So, on the way you will see the start of the revelation that I said earlier. Remember the guy in the taxi from earlier? Here he is on the left. Ignore what he's doing. It's very good because the taxi driver we saw earlier basically smashes a door in his face. I don't like you over there. Can I make past this? No. Okay. Close. Fight spawns in Yakuza 5. Boy, I love them. Should be good now. Yeah, we'll kill her outside of work again. Hi. So, at this point, this is the end of Kiryu's part. You basically get told twice, hey, this is the point of no return. Are you sure you want to end Kiryu's part? Which we do. Which we definitely do. Oh, Nakajima here is saying that we always have a place here to be a taxi driver. Nakajima is a bro. Nakajima is amazing. He's actually one of the best characters in this game. So, to finish off Kiryu's part, start his finale, we go back into the office. We go speak to Nakajima. This next part is a really cool set piece. But by goodness, as if you're frustrating as all heck. If we get knocked onto the ground at any point, which it's Yakuza 5, then there can be a big mid-fight QTE that happens against us that costs us a lot of time, and it can happen more than once. Here's Aoyama and the Tojo, squaring up against the Yamagasa family. Aoyama is also Aniki to Watase, by the way. Cross Yakuza clan Kyodais. So, in order to not start a Yakuza war, if we fight the Tojo, there won't be a reason for a war. So Kiryu is going to take on everyone. All of the Tojo clan. I believe this is a 100-person battle, much like Shenmue. We are going to start by equipping the golf club we got earlier, and we're going to hopefully have everybody gather up. Everybody, as you can see, is pretty weak, and nicely, the golf club has a very wide swing. Now, the important thing that I'm looking for here is the enemy with the golf club. There is an enemy with a golf club, and I really want to find him because that golf club will allow me to do more damage. That guy is annoying because if he knocks you down to the ground, that can start, as I said, the big mid-fight QT. Suzuki with a shotgun. Also bad because he can knock you to the ground. Not really the main threat here. I don't really care too much about him. These are good plank hits, actually. I do not know. I know that's going to do it. Yep. Yep, that's the thing you want to avoid. That's the thing you want to avoid. That guy, he's a pain. I just couldn't deal with him, and as you can see, it's a long get-up animation. I need to find that golf club. I need to find that golf club now. Because the planks are gone. Shotgun is okay. It's not got the best of spread. Watch this. Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5. We don't have to deal with any of the large lights that just spawned in, and it's actually better to not focus on them. I do need... That's not a golf club. Where actually is it? There it is. So again, just take out more normal ads. There's only one big enemy that we have to take care of in this fight. Now, with everything else gone, it's time to just fight. This is the guy that keeps knocking me to the ground, so I'm going to actually deal with him now. Thank you. Most of your other weapons are pretty bad, so we aren't going to be bothering with them. Again, I'm trying to stay away from the large lands, but I'm not sure on that. Bats aren't as good in this as they were in Yakuza 4. Once we've taken care of enough normal ants, this guy spawns in, and he's the one we go after. Thankfully, he's over here. He does get aggro from these enemies, so be a little careful. Again, doing your heat attacks against him is really good. My move upgraded, because I use it so many times. That does not happen very often, but it's free damage. And now we take care of a couple more enemies. That will be the end of this. Probably Dragon Rage, actually. That's actually kind of bad. The teleports are cool. I actually do help a little bit. Again, just want to go after the normal ads. I don't care about the large lights or the sledgehammers. They do not matter. There we go. We've taken out enough ads now that we start the final QT. That's the reason why I don't want to go after the large lads, is they are literally just a number in the amount of enemies that you have to take down. This only starts once you've taken care of the large lad that spawns in at the end. Man's got a very big machine gun. And here's your feel the heat. There's one more QT for Kiryu's part. That's how machine guns work. Kiryu is just at his most badass here. This is such a good set piece. It really is. It's such a good set piece. I love that set piece to bits. And that's it. That's the end of Kiryu's part. Time to suffer. Oh boy. So, with everything sorted out between the Tojo and the Yamagasa family, old Serizawa turns up and tells Kiryu to turn on the radio, where there is a news report on the death of Majima Goro. This is a couple of months prior. Or years, actually. I can't remember. This is after Yakuza 4. This is directly after Yakuza 4. I think it's like 2 years prior. Majima's alive here, don't worry. Saejima has still got his Yakuza 4 look. Saejima has decided to go back to prison. If you thought the prison section in Yakuza 4 was bad, just you wait. Just you wait. You've seen nothing yet. God, you've seen nothing yet. I hate this bit. Every fiber of my being. So, Saejima in 5 actually plays way better than Saejima does in 4. Way better. Hits there. So, Saejima kind of wants to repent for, you know, he kind of broke out of prison, you know, he shouldn't have done that. So he's going back in prison honorably to do time that he was supposed to do. Which is going to cause one of the worst gameplay segments of any Yakuza game ever. Thanks, Saejima. It really does feel like they didn't know what to do with Saejima in this game, so they said, let's just put him back to prison. The ending of Yakuza 4 had him starting his own family. Is this reverse taxi list? Yes, it is. Technically, the Tenkaichi spot is reverse. Everything else is the same. I don't know why Saejima's like this, but he is. So, Saejima's first chapter is actually pretty involved. You do actually do quite a few things in this. Saejima's second and third chapter are terrible. Awful, one might say. I do say that. A lot. So, we go see good old Detective Bartender Date. The mama is also back as well. She's not supposed to be here. This takes place after Yakuza 4. She's supposed to be out of town, but you know, doesn't matter. We are going to go and say goodbye to Majima in Yakuza fashion. We're off to the batting center. Because good old Majima and Saejima do love their baseball. There are so many NPCs here, I can't tell if there's a fight spawn in the middle of them. This is what I'm saying with Yakuza. There's one to my left, good. This is what I'm saying with Yakuza 5 and its fight spawns. There's 3 of them on me right now. Leave me alone. There's a rich guy on the right. He's a fight spawn. So that guy who's walking around, if I bump into him, it's a fight. He is the most obvious one to tell. You saw that he didn't have the usual speech bubble above his head. That means that he wasn't one that would aggro on sight. This is why I keep telling you that fight spawns in Yakuza 5 are dangerous. Pedestrians even. Because they hide no manner of evil. And old Nishida. Poor guy, he's had to serve with Majima for the entirety of this series. Poor guy. Anyway. Majima's giving us one rounding send-off by, you know, making sure we're nice and prepared for prison time again. We're going to fight members of Majima's family. Should have done a full combo there. Get off. Thank you. Full combo. I don't mind being in a corner because, again, if I can get more enemies together like that, I can hopefully hit multiple of them with that move. That move's really good for, like, these low HP enemies that are in, like, big groups. Shouldn't have done that. Should have held on to. Good, yeah. Some of these guys do have a little bit more HP. That's a good fight, actually. Apart from the heat action in the middle of it, that was actually a good fight. Damn. So, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're ready. 2 years later, we're in prison. The title card drops. So, we are all the way over in Hokkaido. Where am I going again? Himura. Himura? Himura! Hey, I didn't get lost this time. Hello, Himura. I hate this bit with an actual burning passion because I get lost constantly here. So, this is Himura. He's one of our cellmates. We are cellmates with 3 others. There is Himura, there is Oshima, and there is Baba. We'll get into Baba in a bit. You get to do your best Baba is jokes. Don't worry. There's Oshima over here. He's just chilling. His name is Oshima, right? I'm not crazy, right? It's Oshima, right? I was right. I was right. There's an old man we speak to on the same bench, and I'm fairly certain this was Oshima. I just had to remember. So, essentially, we're biding our time until we get parole. You might find shock and horror in this video game. The parole officer, the actual cops in this game, are actually kind of decent people. They're actually on Saejima's side. Stunning! I know, it's a Yakuza game. That's not supposed to happen. Now, the rumors going around that poor little Baba over here is that Baba is killer. We don't really believe that. Look at him. How could he murder anybody? He's just a young lad. He couldn't do any harm. That's Kosaka the Warden. An actual good guy. Here's shady inmates, causing no end of problems. Again, Saejima is attempting to stay out of trouble to make sure that he gets off on parole. Now, unfortunately, there's a bit of a nasty fella in here who is trying his best to rile Saejima up. They take him into this warehouse and they beat Saejima up, unfortunately. Saejima's going to get put into solitary, which actually helps out a lot because that means that the inmates can't attack him. Kosaka here is going to come and obviously come to Saejima's aid, which is really nice. Kosaka knows what's going on. Kosaka knows that Kugihara and his gang are intentionally going after Saejima, and Saejima isn't fighting back. Kosaka's a good lad. Kosaka's a very, very good lad. Even Kosaka's saying, like, punch back. And Saejima's like, no. So. Is this the bit? This is the bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to one of the worst gameplay parts of any Yakuza game ever. We're all here chilling. Himura here. He has a... Is it a map of the prison? Yeah, he has a map of the prison for some reason, I think. It's either a map of the prison or the next city. I think it's actually the next city because... Welcome to Himura's dream sequence. So, Himura is going to give us his backstory via this lucid fantasy. We're all in bed at the minute, dreaming of this place with shocking accuracy. This is the next city that we are going to go to. This is Tsukumino, over in Hokkaido. God. The original version of this, that light down the end there was 10 times brighter. You know how original Dark Souls has really bright lava? Yeah, brighter than that. So, in this dream sequence, Himura is going to take us to a local cabaret club for whatever reason. And because it's a dream sequence, we're just going to dream up that we have 10 million yen. I wish we had 10 million yen in this run with Saejima. That's going to become a problem. Saejima has literally 0 money, and yet there's somebody who gets even less. So, thankfully they get rid of the blue filter in here, apart from Casper the Friendly Ghost. This is Kaguya, an actual hostess in this game. Shout outs to Tap, who literally routed the entirety of this bit. Reset like 20 times to figure out which... Doesn't matter if you give her some or not. Routed out every single conversation point to figure out which is the quickest conversation points. And you have to load into the bit before all of this to get back to this bit. Yeah. We're going to be doing the quickest dialogue options. All of these dialogue options are literally saving like 20 seconds in total. Like, it's actually important. Invite to a date. Ask her out. The nice thing here is that everything in this next part is all circle. It's all circle. The second part you don't have to think. It's just all circle. We're not trying to make her happy. We're trying to just do the quickest dialogue options. Sometimes it makes her happy. Sometimes it doesn't. Here's the weird bit. This carries over into the main game, despite the fact this is a dream sequence. Wait, another drink? Am I supposed to get another drink here? Did I mess up? Now I leave. Why don't I ever remember the second drink there? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. I'm going mad. I hope we can unplug the controller and skip this entire dream sequence on the PC version. That carries over to the main game. Don't ask. I don't know why. It's a dream sequence. It's stupid. It's just stupid. This whole bit is stupid. None of this makes sense. It's so stupid. None of this makes sense. None of this is supposed to make sense. None of this actually makes sense. The club is called Bridie. No, it's called Bridie. It's supposed to be called Birdie. It's Bridie. Here's karaoke. Time for the best part of the run, right? You haven't seen a Yakuza speedrun before. There's only one mini game that you can always quit out of, and it's karaoke. Even in the dream sequence, we don't get to do karaoke. Wonderful. Fantastic. Excellent. That's why this bit sucks. It's awful. Not only does this do nothing for the plot, by the way, you don't even get to do the karaoke. You just need to pick a place to go eat at. So we're going to go eat here. You can choose not to eat if you want. Again, you could pick the entire menu for the completion list. I'm going to intentionally just get one thing and one piece of food so that I can get my HP back, because the beating the Kugihara men give you does take your HP away, and we are going to get into a fight in a little bit, so like a little bit, just in case. Just in case they are massively aggressive for once. So we walk down the street, and because this is a dream sequence and you haven't had any gameplay in like 30 minutes, the dream sequence is going to spawn in some fights. Woo! Woo! Spooky fight ghosts. Can you tell I don't like this bit? This bit is the bane of any Yakuza 5 runner. This bit is not good. Like, it really is not good. I was hoping you would actually hit once, but you haven't. I'm hoping by going this way, everyone else will, like, kind of... You got that? I mean, everybody else will, like, come together. Well, there's a break in this fight. I wonder. See, trouble is, the bikes start with very little damage. And end with very little damage. I wonder if it'd be worth using that to begin with. Like, when everyone's gathered together. That's food for thought for the future. I don't think it is going to be. But that helps level up my two-handed weapons, which is going to come in handy later on. Yes, we're actually using two-handed weapons on Saejima. Surprise. We're out of the dream sequence. Wasn't that cool, everybody? Wasn't that awesome? Wasn't that absolutely excellent? The only good thing about the dream sequence is there's no fight spawns, which is bad because it saves it all for the real goddamn thing. Baba is sad. Next day. We go out to the yard. Baba wasn't in the hall earlier on. We're going to go to what we effectively call the Baba bench, because this is the bench where Baba always is. He's always over in this corner. We love this being the Baba bench. It just makes it sense for a logistical, like, actual landmark. It's the Baba bench. So, Oshima and Himura don't know where Baba is. So, he's off to ask the guards what's going on. Nobody knows where Baba is, but Baba was seen over here. Wait. Ah, the old man. The old man. We call this the bleacher man. He says here, the bleachers. Right front corner, this way. You have to do this in a certain order, so I'm glad I went this way first. Is he? you? It is. Good.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. Flip. It's you. You can see by the camera panning. So it's the guy next to the sign? Yes. So we're trying to find Baba. You can't speak to these two until you've spoken to the other two. So these guys saw him earlier. They went off with Kugihara's men. Uh-oh. So went over to the shed over here. We're going to get over there. And we're going to find Baba with a very bloody chisel in hand. Baba is in trouble. But everybody doesn't believe. Baba is a kind-hearted soul. Everyone doesn't believe that Baba could be capable of murder. Hello, you're in jail. Hello. So we have to verify Baba's alibi by talking to some people. He's one of them.
Yeah.
Then it's the cold guy, I believe. Or is it it's this guy over here as well, right? Yeah, it's this bit. I'm liking the fact that I'm remembering this one because this is the one I always hate. And we want the guy who's sat next to the cold guy. This guy just turned up. Hello.
Yeah.
And now it's... Now it's that long sequence, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is the long sequence. This sucks. Who likes Saejima's back and forth gameplay? Because this is the best. I love this. Once we get out of this bit, I promise the run gets more exciting again. For a chapter. Saejima has the worst gameplay in this game. By far. By far. Which is a shame because on one character, we are about to sacrifice their entire gameplay. You'll see what I mean. Anyway. We're going to try and verify Baba's alibi. We're going to try and figure out who that chisel belonged to, for one. It's not you I want to speak to, is it? No. Is it you? No, it's this guy. No, it's one of the guys over here. The old guy, yeah. This is the one you have to do in order as well. So we go back to the bleacher guy. Good old bleacher man over here. This man is very knowledgeable of what's going on here in the prison. He will help us if we do him a favor. So, this is the favor. We have to take something off this man. You can't run near him. I didn't walk early enough. Because that happens. To unpan at that point. QTE. Once you've got the thing, the mystery item, you can run at this point. We want to give it to this cop over here, and again, you want to walk when you get close to him. It's a bit early, but I don't want to mess up again. And now we can talk to the old timer. I believe this is the cop part, right? Yes. Wonderful, riveting gameplay coming up, folks. So, he tells us where we need to go to find out about the chisel. I'm going to go and speak to Himura at this point. We want woodworking. The woodworking group is those that get access to those chisels. And every single chisel has its own unique number on it, indicating which inmates it is. So we're going to try and find out which ones Baba's belong to. So, Oshima's going to swipe the chisel. As Himura says, we need to find out who is using it. We have a guy that knows. It is, of course, the old guy on the bench. Old guy on the bench, as I said, very knowledgeable about literally everything going on in this prison. So, he's going to find out for us, but we need to create a little bit of a distraction. I hope you're ready for some riveting gameplay. We're going to stand in front of this guard, say nothing, run away. And he's going to chase us. For a minute. This is how to do this bit. Here's what you do. You run in a circle. We're nearly there. We're over halfway. Good music, at least. I give Yakuza 5 a lot of crap, but this is the downtime part of Yakuza 5. This is where not much really happens. It will in a second. It definitely will in a second. So. We gave him a note that said nice job on it. The guard was not happy with that. So, he finds out the chisel is number 134. The chisel, would you believe, belongs to Kugihara. Of course. You haven't seen Kugihara yet. You're about to see Kugihara. There he is! Very distinctive features. You can't miss the guy.
No.
Here we have the chisel. You'll never guess that this is going to turn into a boss fight. We get a fight at least. So, because you don't play as Saejima much, you get given an insane amount of EXP. We have enough to do multiple levels already, which is what we're going to do. So, we're going to get a couple of levels here. We want to get our soul up to level 3 for stability. This will make it so that we don't flinch when we're in our heat mode, which is very important for the next chapter. And it's tech to level 8. Where we need to get super triple combo. That good old triple combo that you get in Yakuza 4. And we're going to start this fight in a very similar method that you have seen us do with Saejima in the past. Just enough. Perfect. We're gonna throw Kugihara to the ground. Gets us enough heat to punch him in the face. Ouch. Essence of finishing is very good damage in this game. Kugihara likes doing that, so just dodge him. Oh, you are being a pain today. As you can see, one fears. Get rid of him from full health, and take care of the other one. Even in boss fights, enemies will fear if you take care of the leader. It's important. It's very important. And that's the end of Saejima's first chapter. Thank goodness. Fortunately, here comes chapter 2. Chapter 2 is a lot shorter, which is much nicer. So. Unfortunately, we didn't stop in that fight, obviously. This is our parole application, which has been granted. Although, unfortunately, it's not going to happen because of that fight. Now, Saejima is about to get even worse news. Heavy sigh. Saejima gets a newspaper delivered into prison that says Majima Goro is dead. His Anarchy, his blood brother, is dead. So do you know what time it is? Time to go speak to Kosaka in the snow. Once again, as we said, Kosaka is actually a good character. He knows what's going on. He knows that Majima is being reported as being dead. So he wants to help Saejima break out of prison. Kosaka's actually a really good guy. Who knew? So, for some reason he took us out to this gate to talk and then says, hey, we probably shouldn't talk here. Let's go back into the yard. Well, why we didn't start there in the first place? Kosaka? Please? He literally took us over there to have a private conversation and said, this isn't private, let's go over here. Have some gameplay in between all the cutscenes. Saejima is very cutscene heavy. As you've probably seen and understood. So. He thinks that Kugihara has been sent into prison specifically to try and break Saejima's parole to keep Saejima in prison.
持っていけ
Kosaka is going to give us a key to a snowmobile.
これは
He wants us and Baba to get out of jail. I don't know why Baba's coming with us, but Baba's coming with us. Baba is free. Probably because of everything that happened just before. I don't remember. I don't actually know if it's actually stated why Baba's coming with us, but it is important that Baba's coming with us, because it also gives us one of the worst chapters in speedrunning ever. Thanks, Baba. Once again, it's time to break out of prison. But before that... we're back! To waste time whilst everybody goes to sleep, it's time to go back to the dream world. Why? Why? There's no reason for this. There is actually a reason for this. This one builds up Himura's backstory. But here's the thing. This second one, despite being completely unnecessary, is actually slightly useful in the speedrun. Slightly. See why in a second. This one isn't actually too bad speedrun-wise. There's no reason for it. You could have fit both of the dream sequences into one. But at the very least, we have speedrun purposes here. So we're supposed to play a mini game with old Kaguya here. You'll never guess what we're about to do. You can quit mini games in the video game. It's fantastic. The Yakuza series is very good at being able to skip pretty much every mini game. There's the Mafia, not the Yakuza, the Mafia. Important difference. Kinda. Doesn't really matter. This is Himura's backstory after all. He was after the Mafia, not the Yakuza. No one really believes that Himura used to be a police detective. That's the reason why this part is plot important. Again, the nice thing about the dream sequence is no random fight spawns. Thank goodness. That's the only good thing about this, because the next time you see this city, it is going to be one of the worst places in the entire game. But while there are no random fight spawns, there are random car QTEs. It's not random. Himura almost got hit by that car. Not the last time you'll see that animation tonight. We're going to head down this pathway. We're going to go down Ramen Village. This is a real place. All of the places in the Yakuza games are real places. Ramen Village is a real bit in the actual Tsukimino, where there's just a bunch of different ramen shops. I want to go here one day to actually go and have some ramen. I don't have a sense of smell, so the sense of smell will be lost on me, but I hear the sense of smell there is divine. So, one day. So Himura came down here and, oh, it's the Mafia. Here's the thing. You can probably see behind Saejima there's a big two-handed bike. This fight is very good at leveling up your two-handed weapon efficiency. Durability improves slightly. Fantastic. That didn't kill you. There's one more bike in the back. I'm just kind of letting them all gather up because they're not exactly gathering up at the minute. And normal level ups don't matter. I just want to... Whoa, camera. I just want to improve the level up of the actual two-handed thing, because that's how you get the damage up on them. That was the guy that was alive. I should have taken care of him first before I went for the other guy, but... That's the reason why this dream sequence is actually okay for the speedrun, is that actually helps us a lot. And with that, that's the end of our dream sequences. And it's time to break out of prison again. And once again, it's time to have a big old brawl in the prison. So in this part, I'm going to try and get specifically some iron pipes off these enemies. Now, I have to be very careful when they drop the weapons, because that is indicative of which weapon they have. Some people have wooden sticks. They're not as good as the iron pipes. I think that's an iron one there. That is. 2 will do. You don't need more than 2. Now, Ideally, in this fight, we can try and push towards the end of the set piece up there. Unfortunately, we have Baba here, and Baba is going to cause a little bit of distractions for the enemies. He's going to be able to take care of something, because these enemies actually have really HP bars. When you destroy enough enemies, much like with Kiryu's section, we get a lovely little mid-fight QTE here. I actually think it's a QTE. But Saejima just rips an entire pipe off of a wall and just used it to take care of half the enemies in this fight. Saejima is good. Fortunately, puts us back here. I forgot about that. Now we're going to go over to this corner. Now, Baba is with us in this fight. It's a little hard to tell who's who. Baba's not wearing a hat, neither are we. Don't fight the guy without a hat. But everyone's got solo HP here. The double square combo is really good for this fight. When they gather up, which... a lot of these guys are just focused on Baba. Here's Baba. I may have tried to attack him there, don't worry about it. You'll do that later. Oh, I can do the down one. Of course I can. Could have just done the normal triangle attack, but you want to be close enough to this at the end of the fight that you can just go straight through the gate if possible. Nice timing. Nice timing, we'll take that. The exit is right there. Surprise, it's not going to be that easy. Why does Baba look like he wants to square up against me? 2 chapters, Baba. Hold on. Bunch of more Kugihara's men. For these guys, the full combo is also good. Thank you. Suzuki. Going after this guy. Take care of this guy because he's on the ground and not getting up. I actually think that he was... I should have gone towards this guy. Oh well. You got that out there! Oh, good job, Baba. Hey, guess who? Try and guess how we do with Kugihara. Spoilers, the exact same way we did it the first time. Hopefully they're better this time. Kugihara doesn't exactly have much of a bright future ahead of him. Not only are we going to pound his face into the ground, but after this fight, he's going to lose his arm to Saejima. Then he's going to die to Himura. You're being a pain. Come on, attack me. You're just getting thrown again. You're gonna be a pain. I'm gonna throw you again. Essence of finishing on Saejima. That's Baba. Essence of finishing on Saejima is disgustingly strong. Like, disgustingly good, even against bosses. Like, in Yakuza 4, you saw against certain bosses that it didn't do that much damage, or it stopped doing damage. Essence of finishing against bosses with Saejima is very, very good in this game. Also, turns out, all that crazy dream stuff from Himura actually happened. The man has a gun. Sure. He shot Kugihara from all that far away. Sure. Why not? Here's a snowmobile. Sure. Sure. Yes, this is an actual section, by the way. So, we're going to be driving the snowmobile, hopefully to safety. Don't ask why it keeps juttering there, it just do. It's not a very safe snowmobile. Warden couldn't have gotten us a faster one. Now, for some reason, as we're driving along here and we're learning the controls, you'll be getting a cutscene showing... Wait for it. Don't hit the trees. Or the walls. Ugh. Slows you down. So it makes Baba fall over. For some reason... There were people waiting for us this entire time. How did they know? How did they know? What's going on here? I don't understand. Watch the right-hand side of the screen right here. Like, keep watching the right-hand side of the screen. Yes, they just spawned from inside the snow. No, I don't know either. Yes, they're throwing Molotovs. I don't know what's happening to my controls here, but sure. This bit's a hoot, and it's not even far from over. Straight bit. I usually take a bit more to the side. I'm taking so much damage. I'm so slow. They all go down. Good. I'm playing this very badly. Over the bridge that definitely doesn't look like it could support the weight of all of these good old snowmobiles. It's unlucky. You usually don't get hit by any of the Molotovs, but that is unlucky. It's always circle to dodge under the trees that have fallen over. I've forgotten the optimal line for this bit, honestly. Now time for falling boulders, by the way. Fast-paced action definitely at least makes up for the last couple of chapters with Saejima, at least. And if you thought that was enough, oh baby, we're going to speed up to do this jump here. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose Baba off our snowmobile. Why? I mean, this should be self-explanatory, really. Watch this. That's a bear. That's a big bear. So, we want to build up our heat as fast as possible. You can only damage the bear from the front. By building up our heat, we can get our stability so that the bear won't interrupt our attacks. Mostly. Thankfully, I kept the bear in that corner. That wasn't too bad of a first phase. Second phase can be a bit problematic. This is happening, by the way. This bear has a name. It's Yama Orochi. You'll be getting to know him intimately in the next chapter. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. So the bear wouldn't interrupt me. That was actually pretty decent. Now time for a brilliant cutscene. This is a good cutscene. The bear's going to yeet us into the sky. At which point we are, of course, going to punch the bear. And that makes up for the prison section. Wouldn't you agree? Unfortunately. Now, unfortunately. Here comes a very painfully slow chapter. If you want to go and use the bathroom now is very much the time. There's no fighting in this chapter. Huh, technically. This is Onodera. He is a hunter. He saved us up on the mountain. Now Baba is gone somewhere. We're trying to go save Baba after, you know, getting mauled by a giant bear. It's also late at night and cold, so, you know, we'll freeze to death out there. So, Onodera says, Baba is dead, leave him be. We'll go find him in the morning. So, if you remember Kiryu's section, his side story was taxi driving. Say hello to Saejima's side story. It is the entirety of this chapter. Has barely no relevance on the plot. In fact, I don't think it does have any relevance on the plot. This is a very, very, very small village up in the mountain. We're going to go and meet the locals. Including this guy, who doesn't like Onodera. Or us. These guys definitely don't like us. If Baba was dead, this run would get a lot quicker. And make a lot more sense. So, Nishida is just gonna be all like, hey, you're an outsider, get out of here as soon as you can. But the problem is we can't actually leave here because the road is snowed over. No taxis can make it to the mountain until we deal with the hunting section. Sakurai here definitely should be spending time making less Smash Brother characters. He is going to be telling us a couple of things about this village, about Yamaochi, that he suddenly churned up one day and things have been really bad for the villagers, because obviously they can't set foot out of the village because there's a giant bear that's attacking the place. It's making its roost really, really close to the village. It's also making it really hard for them to get food. This is why Saejima's side section is the hunting side section. We're gonna be hunting us a bear. And Baba. And Baba, I guess. So we're gonna go up here and meet two more of the locals, Nishida again, and his wife. This is Nishida's wife.
What?
Yeah.
They're all gonna help us out. They're gonna tell us not to go up the mountain, but we're gonna go up the mountain anyway, because why would we listen with Saejima? We punch bears. Punching bears is a good pastime in the Yakuza series. But Kimio is going to give us some meat. Meat is something that you can use to restore your health in the mountain sections. You usually don't actually need any to restore your health. We're going to use that meat for money, because the trouble that we've got coming up is that we need at very least 50,000 yen. And we don't have anywhere near enough. So, we need to be very careful in this hunting section. For me not to lose literal minutes, I need to make sure that I do certain things during this hunting section in the next part? Yeah, the next part, not this part. So, falling asleep, this part is terrible. The pacing of Yakuza 5 is all over the place. I love this game and I love the speedrun. The pacing is all over the place. Like, at the very least, Saejima's first two chapters, even chapter 1 that has so much downtime, has, you know, some fights in it. His second chapter's pretty good. His fourth chapter is one of the hardest chapters in the entire speedrun. All of this is to lull you into a false sense of security, because when we actually get to Tsukumino, that's when the danger begins. You'll see in about 20 minutes time. Or 15, actually, not 20, 15. Ugh. Yes, the chapter goes that long. So, it's faster to roll in the snow than it is to walk in the snow for now. No joke. No joke. Hey, look, footprints. Actual people footprints. I don't know why I didn't start earlier, but it's pretty obvious these are Onodera's footprints. As we keep going forward. Blood. Hopefully not Onodera's, hopefully Baba's. So, we're gonna keep rolling. Let's keep rolling. And around the corner. In a minute. Gaze at the scenery, why don't you? It's not like your friend's life is in danger or anything like that. We're going to eventually see person on the ground and on Onodera. Baba is here. Baba's not quite dead just yet. Onodera, however, is not looking too good, because Onodera has been attacked by bear. Baba's also bleeding quite badly. Whoops. Bear. So at this point, grab Baba and run. Whilst Onodera shoots a two-shot shotgun, is now out of ammo. Oh dear. Might be time you're left. So we take Baba back down the mountain. Baba is not in good shape. He's in very bad shape. In some of these scenes, if you look closely at Baba, his eyes are actually open. I don't know why, but sometimes Baba's eyes open. Man's supposed to be asleep. He's not asleep. So, Baba is in no strength to go back to the city, and obviously, as I said earlier, the taxis aren't coming here either. Which means we get to mess around with filler. Baba is awake! Miraculously healed. It's a miracle. He only spent the entire night in the freezing cold and got assaulted by a bear. So, time to leave. Time to leave. I'm gonna head over and see Kiyomi again. Hello there. Oh, Kimio. Kiyomi is a different game. Ugh. Okudera? Okudera. Wait, no. Okudera? Sakurai. Okudera. Okudera's the third one. Sakurai. 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 So Okudera's gone up to the mountain. He's trying to get food. He's trying to scare off Yama Orochi. He really wants Yama Orochi dead because Yama Orochi murdered all of his family or something like that. So we're going to go back upstairs. We're trying to convince the locals to give us a gun. And also maybe a coat to survive the winter, but mostly a gun. Mostly a gun. We have a gun, we can fight bears in this game. I don't know why we would. We can punch the bear. We have proven we can punch the bear. I could punch that bear quite easily. But no, we need a gun. So, they very clearly don't want to help us, so it's back to Sakurai. I'll tell us the next part, because Saejima's here. He gives us a coat and a gun. Good. Thanks, bud. Yep, that's a horizontal double rifle, alright. What happens to the horizontal double rifle if you point it up in the sky? Does it become a vertical double rifle? So, for this part, you need to bring the deer meat. The game there is saying, hey, bring the deer meat. The game won't let us go without the deer meat. We don't need the deer meat. Bring the deer meat. Equipment confirmation. Over into our inventory. Bring some deer meat. Cool. Yes. Goodbye. Up to the mountain. Where we're going to learn how to shoot gun. This is for everybody that didn't play Yakuza Dead Souls. This is your fault. We wouldn't be dealing with this if you bought Yakuza Dead Souls. We would still be dealing with this if you bought Yakuza Dead Souls. So, it is still faster to roll in the snow. But our HP doesn't go down quite as fast anymore, which is nice. There's Onodera. Just standing around. Not exactly doing much. Please don't tell me you stole them. That's a very, very slight, subtle hint that Onodera knows that we actually escaped from prison. Kinda cool little nod, that. Either way. We get tutorialized, walking while crouched. Just like that. Reload your gun. Look at that rock. Shoot the glowing rock. Roll backwards, it makes you aim better. So, this is the part that we have to be very, very careful with and make sure. I'm going to reload now because we want to make sure that we do two things in this bit. We need to make 2 kills. If we don't make the second kill, we are not going to have enough money for Saejima's part, and that's going to be a problem. So this is a hunting hut. If you have a hunt repair kit, you can repair this. They act as checkpoints. You can go in here to get some HP back. Yeah. This bit, like, I joke about this bit being a pain in the speedrun. I honestly quite like this bit casually. I actually really like this bit. This bit's cool. Plus, you get to fight a bear. It's a good fight. So, the game there says you can and should sell items that you get from your hunts. The game is even telling you, hey, get items in this hunt. You are going to need money on Saejima. Technically, you don't, but if you want to go fast, you're going to need money on Saejima. Tracks. Use those to locate your prey. I don't actually think this ever occurs again. I don't actually think it does. Now, unfortunately, we do need Onodera to stay with us, so you can't tell him to stay put. Trust me, I've tried to do that before. So I will moan if we get too far away from him. There's the Jizo statues. You can pray to those. There's a bunch of little, like, side little optional stuff here. Even some sub-stories, or, like, side sub-stories, which are really cool. And as we get closer... Deer. So, we need to kill at least 2 deer. Doesn't matter if they're both in this section, but we need to kill at least 2 deer. Sneak up quietly, he says. Second one, that's fine. There's a second one later on. My aim was terrible there. So, every single animal has kind of like, I think it's 2 weak spots. So you've got obviously the head, and then for bears you have the heart as well as the head. So, roll over the animal to get the stuff off of it, the meat and the hide. We need to do at least 1 more kill in the next part. Otherwise, we're not going to have enough money in Saejima's part. And again, if we don't have enough money in Saejima's part, runs over. So... we're going to head back, and we're going to find some more on the way. So I'll make sure I've reloaded for this bit. Now, there are going to be some deer up ahead that have antlers. The antlers aren't necessary to sell, but they will guarantee that you 100% have enough money. They are over there. Oh, they're going to be behind the tree, aren't they, if I'm not careful? Walking. That's enough. Oh, but yep, that's more than enough. Okay, and now we leave. What do you mean you got separated? Oi! Get back here! What? Very rare you get that message there. Huh. Unbelievable. Keep rolling. Don't worry, it's gonna get a bit more palatable next time. Yes, I said next time. We're not done yet. Leave the mountain. Make sure you pick that, because otherwise you lose a bunch of time. The game is gonna ask you what you want to do with your items. It doesn't matter. Put them in your item box, keep them in your inventory. It literally doesn't matter. I'm gonna move them to my... item box. We get a new skill. Good text, we like that. Unfortunately, we're not done yet. We're not actually done yet. So... we need to do 1 more hunting section. I don't know why they couldn't have put this behind the side story itself, but 1 more time up the mountain. Now, there's speed tech coming up in this next part. You don't need to bring anything. Go to the mountain. This is where we get taught about the seller. This guy right here, despite the fact the road is closed, he's actually here. This guy we can sell our items to. We'll be doing that in a little bit. We need a specific amount of money. We need at the very least 20,000 yen. We're not doing it now. We're just being shown who he is. We're technically in the side story itself. We're gonna run up the mountain. This time, we're not going to dodge roll. I promise you, in about 10 minutes, this gets a lot more exciting. This is the last time, don't worry. We're being taught how to trap game and stuff like that. So there are multiple trap sites on the mountain. Again, I don't know why they couldn't have just kept this for the actual side story. We run faster than we roll. Thank goodness. It's a Christmas miracle. I get to say that because we're now December. This game is also set in December. Good Christmas game. So, We're going to be going and doing this trap site over here, as you can see. I don't know if there's a specific timer on these or what. It's a little weird. I think this one is timer based. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to run up to it and put the snare down. You can interrupt your mid-roll. Don't ask what the camera's doing here. That's not me. I can promise you that right now. I apologize for the bobbing. It's not on me. So here we're supposed to look for more sites. There's one right here, as you can see. That one that we put down first is going to be the first one that gets the game in it. To this one. Well, that's how it was. What the heck? I'm going to put this one down. I'm going to go put the last one down. I got turned around a bit too much. Okay. With that, we just have to wait for a game to appear in one of our traps. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this way all the way to the barrier. I'm going to see this twice. And that should be enough time. Isn't somehow. I'm actually a little shocked at that. That should be good enough now. Yeah. See how this one just turned into the game? I don't know what the timing or the specifications on this is. It's a little weird. But here we go. Excuse me. Got her at it. That's also going to get sold. Here comes Speed Tech. So. Ugh. Guess who's going to turn up to this unwanted party? Yamauchi. So here's the Speed Tech. We need that bear to hug that man. Thankfully, the bear's going to go after that man, but we want to run up with Onodera to hopefully have the bear hug him immediately. Yes, perfect. Because the bear likes to give him a little bit of a headshot. And that's the quickest way you can get out of this bit. It's completely random. Sometimes he just slaps Onodera instead. And he just doesn't care. He just walks away. He bit that man in the head and just decided to walk away. I don't understand. I do not understand. And that begins your side story for Saejima. You are supposed to hunt in Onodera's place, and you are supposed to go after Yamauchi. Are we going to go after Yamauchi? No. We're getting off this mountain ASAP. We make bear stew. It heals Baba to full. Actually, it's rabbit stew. We don't use bear. Use bear later. Look at us with Onodera's gear on. We're almost over. Don't worry. As I said, the hardest chapter in the entire speedrun is coming up next. Look forward to it. Because I'm not. Not with how Kiryu's part went earlier. So. We're going to go make some money. We're going to go make some big money. We're going to go and speak to the seller. And the guy next to the seller is also going to tell us that the roads are open. We're going to see these two arguing. Over here, once we've spoken to this villager right here. He teaches you where your move master is on Saejima. Stay out of it. Let them quarrel. Let them do what they want. We're going to speak to this lad here. We are now going to sell everything that we got from our hunts. Supply the trader. Need to sell something. Literally everything. That gives us 26,000, which is more than we need. We need at least 20,000. More than 20 is good because now we can tax all over the place. Villager past his prime tells us that we can leave the village. Have you checked to see if you're past your Amazon Prime? Good segue. Good segue. And with that, we're going to town with Baba. Thank goodness. It's Finally over. The hunting part is finally over. Go to town with Baba. Head to Sukamino with Baba. Yes, we're leaving. Goodbye, Okudera. His story, the hunting story is actually kind of cool. I actually really like it. Like, again, I like it really casually. But in the speedrun, it literally takes 20 minutes. It literally takes like 20 minutes. The pacing of this game is terrible. And here we go. The hardest chapters. Boy, that chapter name is apt. One of the hardest chapters in this entire speedrun. Welcome. This time, actually, to Sukamino Hokkaido. No blue filter this time, but unfortunately that means that there are enemy spawns, and boy. This city right here is the one that I said about earlier, the one that can potentially have 6 fight spawns on one street corner. This is the worst city in the game for fight spawns. By the way, we are now slightly wanted for breaking out of prison. Whoops. They believe that Baba is dead somehow, and then they believe that we're not dead. Whoops, that's definitely us. I reckon it looks pretty darn good for 47. Pretty very darn good for 47. So, Baba has a hideout. We're going to follow Baba to the hideout, which means don't go too far past Baba. I can mess up Baba's pathing quite badly. Very badly, actually. Thankfully, there's no fight spawns in this bit just yet. Once we depart ways with Baba in a second, then the fight spawns begin. Also be very careful not to run into NPCs. As you can see, there's a lot of them. Remember when I said literally every NPC stops you? Even that kid can stop Saejima. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we're going to get to the end of the street. Baba's going to chill for a tiny bit because there's a policeman there. So we can't go this way to the hideout. So Baba's literally just going to head back to the hideout and just say, hey, bye, and leave. We've got to find our own way around town, and this is where fight spawns begin. This is where the hardest chapter of this run begins. So, if you make it out of this chapter without a single fight spawn happening, or like getting into a single fight, that is a minor miracle. You have a good chapter on your hands, even if you lose a little bit of time. It is kind of insane how much fight spawns decree how well this chapter goes. Now, a little bit of a trick coming up here. Please no fight spawn. Perfect. This policeman, you can't get close to the police. However, you can actually sneak by him to the side right here. You can get a fight spawn on that street corner. It's not good. It's terrible. This is not too bad so far. The real nasty fight spawns are going to start soon. And we have found Baba. Okay, so like even in Tap's notes, there is literally a note that says watch out for fight spawns in this chapter. That's how bad this our literal best notes for this run are watch out for fight spawns. It is terrible. So the nice thing about this is that Baba's going to give us a little bit of money. This money is going to help us out in regards to being able to do this part. As we leave, it gives us 30,000 yen. For reference, we need about 50,000 yen to do this fast. This is why the hunting stuff is important. Now, here's the weird thing. Here's Tatsuya. That's not the weird thing, but it is kind of weird that he's hanging out around my house. Back. Here's the weird thing. In certain places, we're actually going to be taking a taxi when it would be faster to walk. This is because it avoids the really, really nasty corner where those fight spawns can occur. It is literally better to go the slower route than the faster route because it's actually safer. This bit sucks. This bit really sucks. There's nothing else other than this bit for fight spawns suck. This is where we have to be very careful. There's one on our right. I'm not letting go of the walk button. You a large lad? Not really. You're not this slow one anyway. Try and run in the road whenever you can. Fight spawn on the right? Yes. That guy wasn't one that aggroes, but if I walked into the guy in the purple tracksuit... Boy. Now that man gave up quite fast. So, this is the bar that we went with when we went to with Kaguya. That guy there is going to be important in a bit. We're trying to meet up with the local Yakuza family to figure out what happened with Majima. This was the last place that Majima was sighted at before his death. This guy can get us into the casino. You either play him with Paul or you pay him off. Pay him off. Now comes the painful part. We have to walk past the nasty corner twice. We don't have the money to continually taxi, so we're gonna get past again to the casino. We need to go and see a specific old man. I don't know if those fight spawns are still here, by the way. They're not. There's new fight spawns. Like that guy. Anyone ahead? I'm gonna wait until I've made it to here because then he'll get stuck behind the car if he does try and run at me. This is the bad spot. There's one fight spawn. That was actually two fight spawns. The walking guy was also a fight spawn. Please no fight spawn. Policeman again. Good, 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 good. This is the one point I hate seeing a fight spawn because you can't get past the policeman. Again, panning camera to see if there's fight spawns ahead of me. In here. It's that guy right in my way. Now the problem about this guy is also not going to despawn when I speak to the NPC, who you can currently see at the top right part of the screen. Would it be worth going through the... No, it wouldn't, because of the Santa sub-story. This guy asks a really random question. It looks like the guy from the prison. The answer that we want is 71. I can't run. He would have ran into me into a fight immediately. Oh, this game. That's fine. Should be far enough. This game and its fight spawns. Boy. This side of the road is a bit safer than the other side. Not fully safe. There's a fight spawn ahead of me. It's this guy. He's a walk into aggro. This guy. He's 100% a fight spawn. He did not get despawned. So is, I believe, this guy in front of me. I was holding R1 there. That was weird. Once we get to this phone booth, we'll get a phone call. And that will tell us to go to a specific lottery kiosk. And this is also where we have to run back past the really nasty fight spawn part. It's been good so far, but be careful. That can also be a fight spawn, the guy that I just walked into. Like, it can literally spawn them right there. You can't walk over certain parts of the road, as you can see. If this were the Dragon Engine, you would be able to, but because we can't in certain parts, we have to follow, like, the corners of the road. So once again, we're going to be taxiing to the bottom part. Second scattered, losing tickets. So we have to be very careful again. Fight spawns, here's one. Could go in the middle of the road. One ahead of me. Really? Okay, I'll be the fast starter. If you mess the timing on this up, he will get into a fight with me. And again, trouble is, he will not despawn once I go to the story bit, which is right here. Can't call me that. How dare you? 7! Scattered. Losing tickets is the secret code. That gets us the casino pass at last. There he is. He's looking at me. Excuse you? Yeah? You want to fight? Because I don't. I'm okay with not fighting. Yeah? Have a nice day. Have a nice day, friend. Have a nice day. Run away. Fight spawns in Yakuza 5. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, I can get away from you. Goodbye. We should be safe once I get past this bit. I am waiting a little bit longer to walk away from these fights than I should be. I don't think you get a fight spawn down here, by the way. I might be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain you can't get a fight spawn down there, which is nice. That's one of the hardest parts of the run over. I had some really terrible fight spawns, but at the same time, it could genuinely have been way worse. So, we're going to go through to the back, and we're going to find a group of the local Kitakata family Yakuza. So, we want to meet up with their family head, because if we can meet up with Kitakata, he was the last person who saw Majima alive. There is a plot to this game other than avoid fight spawns. Why did you not aim at this guy? Saejima. Because he's not dead. 1 HP. I keep forgetting about the hold L2 and just press triangle thing. I should be doing that way more. I'm still in Yakuza 4 mode for Saejima. So, the nice thing is we can now finish with this part. Not fully, but we now go back to the hideout. So, ignore little Red Riding Hood there. Unfortunately, she has a nice sub-story. So, lack of fight spawns makes me worried for around this corner. Every time I don't see fight spawns, I always think that means they're gonna spawn one close to me around here that I can't see. Yo, no fight spawns? Yo, what? Yo. See, our money's getting quite low. This is again why, ideally, you can get the antlers as well. It's not necessary. I think we only taxi one more time. But money gets very, very tight in this run. I didn't sell one of my snares, which would have been almost a taxi trip. Oh, no, hello. Could have done that a little later, but again, I'd rather not risk this right now. Getting out of this chapter without a fight spawn is going to be very, very good for my time. I could have ran a bit earlier than that as well, but again, I'm just being exceptionally careful right now. Baba? Baba is bartender while we're away. Okay. We're going through the plan. We're going to kidnap Kitakata, but we're going to do it in the middle of Hokkaido's big festivals. So, even though they're a Yakuza family, the locals actually quite like the Kitakata family because they do a lot for the actual local scene. I would like to sleep. Thank you. Tomorrow is going to be hectic. This isn't your final point for Saejima. There's one more coming up. But this is kind of the last bit before we get into the heavy stuff. So, this is the sage stuff, isn't it? So, gotta walk past the nasty street corner one more time. Technically twice. If there's a fight spawn on the way, we know about it for the way back. There isn't one here, which is good. That man walked through that pole. He's a ghost. Is there a fight spawn? Oh, good. There's one down there, though. You want to go this way? Excuse me, please. Thank you. Even though there's police there, you can avoid them this way. And there's actually a bit of speed tech coming up here, which I'm surprised we never knew about. Took us a while. I can't remember who found it out. But somebody found out there's a way to do this next bit quicker. So here's the speed tech for this bit. We have to go back to the hideout. Go this way. Go the long way. Reason being is that if we go down south, there's actually a bunch of cutscenes that occur that drag you into a mini-game, or the tutorial for mini-game, it doesn't make you do it, which is the snowball battle. But if we go along the top pathway, for some reason, there's no cutscenes. And we just carry on. I'm not joking you in that it saves probably like, something like probably like 45 seconds to a minute or something like that. And I know there's no fight spawns, which means I have gotten through Saejima's without a single fight occurring. That is really nice. I cannot stress how nice that is. I think my PB had 1 or 2, so that's really nice, actually. Doesn't mean we save time, because the rest of this chapter is... still have to play well. There's a very, very big set piece coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, rest for tomorrow. This is it. This is where our set piece begins. Once we speak to Baba.
Okay.
So as Saejima says, want to make sure we have no regrets going forward. And here we go.
Okay.
Should be the last one, isn't it? Okay, so Baba's gonna go off ahead. We're gonna catch up in due time. There's police out here, so we can't go this way, so we have to go via the back alleys, and unfortunately, even though that was a building, here's the Kitakata family. So once again, with every single bit of this, the main leader, if they go down, will make everybody else feared. But as you can see on the right-hand side, there's a bunch of two-handed weapons. This is why it was really nice to get our damage up with these earlier. That was not a good first hit. That was a good second. I actually survived that. I'm kind of surprised. Using the triangle strong one is pretty good because it does a lot of damage and covers, as you can see, a whole bunch of ground. Very nice. Be very careful here. When you run through here, you can run so far that you run into a policeman and insta game over. I'm also going the wrong way. I want to go this way. You get a choice between 2 costumes to pick to disguise yourself as. It doesn't matter which one you pick. The closest one is Santa Saejima, and it is, of course, December, so folks, Merry Christmas, we're going Santa Saejima. So despite the fact that obviously the cops don't recognize us now, we still decide to go down the back alleys for some unknown reason. If we went on the main streets, we wouldn't have the problem that we're about to have. Which is more members of the Kitakata family. Good first. Alright, still alive. Here comes this guy. A whole bunch of people. Again, take care of the leader. Leader is that guy in the middle. Not actually the large lad. It is actually the large lad. I'm stupid. I think there is another... There is at least the sleds in this one as well that you can use. You can also use the heat attack when it's getting low to the end of the fight. Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy, I'm gonna throw you and I'm gonna heat attack you. Come here. Okay. Here, have a beer case. You know what? It's the slow move. Damn it. Should have done that. Also should have failed that. I'm committed at this point. Have a nice try. That's the slow attack. It's good damage, but it's very slow. Yep, goodbye. That was terrible. And the next part is, would you believe it? More Kitakata members. Some of them get feared. Try and attack any that you can. Won't reach the next guy, I don't think so. This first hit. Now, in this first fight, we can't actually get through that barricade at the end. So what we're gonna do is take care of everybody that we can. And then in the second part of this fight, we're gonna drop the scooter that we've got. I'm going to do the very, very easy strat of just run the heck away. There's no barrier to this fight. For some reason, they removed the barrier. I don't know why. Baba is there. We're going to go and see Baba on the other side. We're getting close to the end of the set piece. When we get to the middle... Oh, no car! I can't believe somebody would try to run over Santa. I missed. Oops. Can't believe someone did run over Santa. That actually might be faster than the hammering one, I'm not sure. Huh. I have to have a look at that. Even though I don't have to mash the buttons, that's nice. For some reason we're ditching the Santa outfit, I don't know why. So, time to go down into this alleyway, and would you believe it? More members of the Kugihara family. That guy on the far left here, the one closest to me. Actually, it's this guy who just tried to take a swing. He is the leader. So I'm just going to try and take care of it. You have to take care of everybody in this fight. Again, if you can take care of the leader, everybody else gets feared. This keeps him on the ground as well, which is nice. It's a bit slower, but at the same time, keeps him on the ground. That's the good stuff. Should have done the heat attack, actually. You know what? You on a bike? And drop it to hit this guy. Now, everybody who is still standing, or hopefully is standing, will hopefully get feared. This guy around here, he doesn't always activate, so I probably should have gone over to get him to activate. Because he's around that corner, for some reason he doesn't see like what's going on, he doesn't activate. Do you remember the guy earlier who was just stood so far away and he didn't activate? That happens sometimes in certain Yakuza games. It's a bit more prevalent in the Dragon Engine, and there's one guy like that that's going to come up in Yakuza 6 later on. But... we're going through the sewers. We're going through the sewers to get Patriarch Kitakata. We should be underneath the big procession right now, in front of the big tower. Somehow, they don't notice us basically take him in the middle of a giant crowd of people. It's also very cold today. So, we've taken Kitakata to a random building. Baba's going to walk up to the big giant windows. I'm going to have a conversation with Kitakata while Baba goes out to patrol the area. So, Kitakata reveals that Majima was here as a part of the Tojo clan to do an equal alliance with their family. Yes, it's much like the thing that happened in Kiryu's part. But the thing is, at this point, Saejima doesn't believe that Majima is dead. So Saejima is trying to get a lead on where Majima is. Things aren't adding up here, which is a good summation of Yakuza 5's plot, to be honest. Now, act surprised, Kitakata from the giant windows gets shot. Who would have guessed? I certainly wouldn't have guessed. We're going to go and chase down the shooter. That person over there. Looks a little familiar. So, in this bit, this is the bit where we can lose a little bit of damage to our weapons. So I want to be a little careful. Probably shouldn't have gone and hit that up, to be honest. Did no damage. So we want to make sure that we hit them a good couple of times. If I'm doing no damage, I need to get rid of this weapon. That's good damage. You can actually do way more than this. You can do like half their HP bar for some reason. I want to do a certain amount of damage, and then it should be enough for the rest. This should be enough for the rest. Come on. Now, if I can get in front of them, they will go faster. Or if you get close, they'll go faster. But with this little HP, they will do no other laps. They'll just go straight to the end of this chase section. Just jump when they try and throw things at you. Again, cut the corner, they go faster. The rubber banding in this is obviously very weird. Down to Ramen Village. You might recognize this as the dream sequence place. I drop my thing and, surprise, Baba is Hitman. Baba is Assassin. Baba did stab man. Baba is here to try and get Saejima involved in everything. Baba looks good in it all. Baba has a good fight theme. And as you can see, there's a bunch of bikes in here, which, you know, we're just gonna bounce Baba off the floor for a second. Give him a good old heat attack, because we need to do more of those for the end of the game, because Saejima is missing out on heat at the moment. You have to get that, didn't you? So, we're gonna start hitting Baba with all the bikes in here, because as you can see, it keeps him down and does an insane amount of damage. He's gonna go into his heat mode. Thankfully, by using that, it's not going to interrupt us. Nice timing on that, I suppose. The nice thing is, even though I'm halfway through the wall at the minute, there is another bike over here. Now, please don't hit. of that because I don't want him to grab me. Please do not grab me. Okay. Nice. Ah, shame. I guess at this point I'll just heat attack him because that'll end the fight. Or should be the end of the fight. The nice thing about Saejima is even when enemies are in this game in their actual heat phase, you can just body them. The mid-fight QTE, come on, better. Now this is kind of a painful mid-fight QTE. This, Baba is dead. You'll see here, Baba is very dead. Ouch. Ouch. Onto the cold, hard concrete. So, Baba escapes and Serizawa appears. There he is. Serizawa is taking us to a very special place. Kamurocho. Not back to prison. Serizawa is a curious one. We then get a cutscene showing why Kiryu left Sunflower Orphanage, and yes, that name is indeed correct. It's time to play as Haruka. It is indeed time to play as Haruka. Don't get excited. If you thought the Saejima parts were a little slow, oh boy, that does 45 minutes of walking sound to you. There's actually, weirdly enough, movement tech with Haruka. Weirdly enough, the one character that gets movement tech is Haruka. So, Haruka has become an idol. The person that we saw in the orphanage with Kiryu is a person called Miss Park. She gave Kiryu a boatload of money to leave the orphanage. She didn't want Kiryu's past as a Yakuza. Oh, by the way, this is Haruka's gameplay. And there goes Haruka's gameplay. I'm not joking. Every single bit of Haruka's gameplay is treated as a minigame. We're skipping all of Haruka's gameplay. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. We skip literally every part of Haruka's gameplay. Apart from one. Apart from one. But you skip literally every part of Haruka's gameplay. That's the reason why this is 45 minutes of going from point A to point B. We go fast in the speedrun by sacrificing Haruka's gameplay. Which is a shame. Ogita there, you might recognize him if you've done any of Kiryu's disco story in Yakuza 0. So, Park really wants Haruka to have a concert over in Tokyo, in the Tokyo Dome. That's pretty much the important plot point from this bit. At this point, Haruka's going to figure out how to become an idol. Now, more importantly, your first break segment for Yakuza 5 is coming up next. It is at the start of this where there is going to be a big, long walking section. Not quite as long as Yakuza 4's, but it is still going to be a long walking segment. There's enough time to go grab a drink, go and use the loo, which is what I'm going to do. It is very nice. It's a very heartwarming part, this, honestly. And also kind of dark. So, Mac. Now, I'll talk about this part once I get back. I'm just going to start the walk and talk, and I'm going to go use the loo. So if you want a bathroom break, now's the perfect time. I'll see you in a minute.
Haruka-chan, 毎日頑張ってるね。
いえ、私今までこういうことやったことなかったから、人一倍頑張らないと。
そうか。そうやけどはるかちゃん、レッスンっていうか芸能界自体入ってまだ半年くらいやろ。それであのプリンセスリーグ決勝まで勝ち進んでるんやもん。これってものすごいことやで。さすがあの社長が見込んだ子やな。才能ってやつなんかな。
そんなことないですよ。まだまだです。今日も怒られてばっかりだったし。でも気を使ってくださって嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、どういたしまして。ああ、やっぱりはるかちゃんは笑顔がええな。そういえばこっちの学校はどう？もう慣れた？
どうかな。
あんまりうまいこと言ってない？
勉強はなんとかついていけるんですけど、あまり友達が。
そうか。これだけ忙しかったら一緒に遊びになんかなかなか行かれへんやろしな。
はい。それとこういう仕事してるっていうのが気になる子もやっぱりいるみたいで。
そんな奴ら気にすることないって。妬んでるだけやそんな。
うん。でもやっぱり変なのかも。私のしてることって。
Cool. There we go.
はるかちゃん、
Nice and
僕ら
set
の
up.
仕事はお客さんに夢を
Nice and set up
与
for
え
the
られると
rest.
思うんや。
Definitely,
一アイドル好きと
definitely
してさ、
need a little bit of tea
はる
after
か
the
ちゃんの
side
ステージ
section.
ほんまに魅力的やと思う。せやからっていうのも変やけど、もっと自分に自信持ってええんちゃうかな。私はアイドルですってなんて。
So the next break
はる
segments
かち
are
ゃんよ
coming
り
in
怒ら
about
れて
an
る僕が
hour's
言うて
time,
も
by the way.
説得力ないね。
そんな。
はるかちゃん、僕はマネージャーとしてまだまだ半人前やけど、これから精一杯サポートするから。頼りないかもやけど、しんどなったら何でも言うてな。
はい。よろしくお願いします、堀江さん。
And
こちらこ
we're
そ
here.
明日からよろしくね。
Fun fact for
Oh,
I can't remember if
total
it's
cheat,
5 or if, I think it's just 4. In the PC port of 4 remastered, every single character, and you'll get to see that in speed runs in the future, considering that's now the fastest version. Whoopie-doo! Whenever you pause, you get a different color depending on which character you're playing as, which is kind of cool. It's one of those like really nice things. Go to bed. I wish I could go to bed. It's 7:45 in the morning. I want to go to sleep. I have 3 more hours of Yakuza 5, and then 2 hours of Yakuza 6. It's actually not that bad when you think about it. We're getting there. We're getting there. For those wondering, I'm about 2 minutes behind PB pace, so I doubt I PB with this run, unless Shinada's section goes well, because that went very badly in my PB. So, loving this energy. This is a cozy run. 5 is a good run. I say this constantly, especially when like talking about Yakuza 5 itself. 5 is a very good game when it lets you play the game. After Saejima's section, the hunting, which didn't allow you to play the game, the prison trading section didn't allow you to play the game. We now have Haruka, where we sacrifice her gameplay, which hurts. This is Akari. This is a classmate of Haruka's. She wants to be friends with Haruka's. She's going to teach you about Haruka's random fights. They're not random, thankfully. They are street battles. They are dance battles that you get into with people on the street. Guess what? Of course it counts as a minigame. Every part of it counts as a minigame. Haruka has no proper gameplay. You do nothing with this girl. Nothing. 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 There is no gameplay with Haruka. And it's a shame. I like Haruka's gameplay. Anyway, Haruka's move tech. Let's talk about that for a second. That's the move tech. I did it badly. The move tech is letting go of forward on your control stick. Haruka is really weird. She slows down. You'll see her every so often like raise her head like that, which slows her down. If you hold it for too long, she looks left and looks right, and she slows down completely. So you have to be very careful with Haruka to constantly be pushing forward and letting go. There's a nice little rhythm that you can get for it. I always mess it up at the start and then I get it afterwards. This is the introduction to basically... This is Haruka's introduction to her side stuff. Her side story is the entirety of the idol stuff, as you can probably guess. Storyline-wise, we're competing in a thing called the Princess League. Princess League is a big championship on TV for idols to get noticed, blah, blah, blah. It's basically like one of the big popularity contests. I need to make sure I pick the right option. It is the remover. We love the remover. He's a happy lad. He removes people. He likes his job. Hey, guess what? Yup. So, most people's problem with Yakuza 5 and Haruka's part is that you hear so much more, probably like 30 to 40 times. Fun fact, you'll never hear it once in the speedrun. Genuinely, you'll never hear it. So if you got sick of so much more, Yakuza 5 is the speedrun for you. Please speedrun Yakuza 5. Despite the fact that I moan about Saejima section and the fact we have no gameplay on Haruka section, Yakuza 5 is a good speedrun. When we get to the middle of this bit, which is going to be in about 35 minutes time, that's when things get cool. That's when things get very cool. At that point, it's going to become a lot more hands-on, a lot more non-stop until the end of the game. Now we're going to compete in the Princess League. If I actually get to the schedule. Yes, please, take on the Princess League, thank you. Doesn't matter the difficulty level, you'll never guess what we're about to do. So, we're going to make the plot of this game make even less sense than it currently already does. So we're here at the TV station to do the Princess League. We get tripped over by this rival group called T-Set, who make us spill coffee on this producer that works here. If you're wondering who T-Set are, this is T-Set, the rival idol group. Mai and Azusa. This is Nakai, their manager, who's definitely clearly not modelled after Nagoshi, the old RGG studio head. Fun fact, one of the main people for the Victory Road qualifiers is actually Kuroda, who is Kiryu's voice actor, and is modelled after him as well. It's really nice. So, here's the thing. Storyline-wise, you are supposed to win the Princess League. Guess what we're not going to do? Guess what also counts as a mini-game? So, Yoko is going to be our move master for Haruka. It's a little different. She's going to be the one that gives us a whole bunch of actual things that you can do in Haruka's concert stuff. It doesn't matter. We're not doing any of it. I don't know. Why are you thinking that we would? So, from this though, you do get to see good Best Boy Dolce cameo.
Huh?
If you remember, if you've ever played Yakuza 0 with the postcard sub-stories with Kiryu's business section and Majima's business section, you'll recognize the name. You should hopefully recognize the lad as well. Here is so much more. There goes so much more. So less songs. Dolce Kamiya, I love you. You're the best. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. So, T-Set win the first round. Spoilers, T-Set are winning every round. Now, it's weird because earlier I said that there is an illusion of choice when it comes to Yakuza games. Every time you get told, like, yes or no, you usually can't say no. Usually it stops you. Except there's one part in Haruka's section that doesn't stop you. We'll talk about it when we get there, because we're about 20 minutes away from it. 40 minutes away from it, actually. Ah, yes, the spawning civilians in front of me. God, I love the remaster so much. So, again, the reason, if you're joining late, the reason why I'm panning the camera down is to despawn as many civilians as I possibly can. So actually, look left and right there, that was her slowing down. That was a bad move tech. Good. So, basically, we pan the camera down to despawn as many civilians as we can. It doesn't always work. The nice thing is, we don't have to worry about any fight spawns with Haruka.
What?
So, whilst this bit has very little gameplay, it also has very little stress. After having one of the worst chapters in any Yakuza game for fight spawns, this is nice. This is actually nice. Now, watch Horie get slapped in the face. Damn. Horie didn't do a good job. Ark told Horie not to let T-Set near Haruka. Wouldn't you know it, Horie fucked up. So, time to do more dancing. Although we don't actually get to skip it this time, we just do it automatically. See? There you go. Good dancing. Good job. So, Ogita is waiting for us downstairs. We're going to go and see Ogita while I run into a wall. That's a problem that I have with a lot with Haruka. We'll do that a lot. So, Ogita is in the office. We're going to go over there and we're going to witness a really nasty fight between Ogita and Park. Ogita's going to push Park to the ground after being sacked, and it's going to damage Park's wrist. Actual relevant plot point. Remember that. But Ogita is now fine. Not sure why I'm looking at the notes. I don't need notes for this bit. So, we need to replace Ogita with a better dance instructor. We're going for the legendary Christina. We say, of course we don't know who he is with Haruka. We don't know anything in this game. Haruka doesn't even know what she wants to do in this game, trust me. So, we're going to head over to the last place where there's 3 map markers and there's one correct one. It's Stigil, which is up in the top left. Now, unfortunately, in Yakuza 5, there is no taxi spot in the bottom left part of the map, which is a shame because there are in the other Yakuza games. And if there was in this game, it would make Haruka's section so much faster. Probably by a good 5 to 10 minutes. So again, you can see me just basically stutter step a couple of times to not lose move speed. Sometimes doing it well, sometimes not. And Stigil. We're going to come to the most heartbreaking part of the story in a section. In a second. You'll see. So, speak to the lad behind the bar. You see a flashy-tanned man. That is Christina. Haruka starts to bow. We interrupt that. We are rude. This is the era of evil Haruka. And as soon as we leave, we're going to see our friend Akari, whose hopes and dreams we are about to absolutely demolish. This friendship did not last long. Say hello to Christina. Akari's dream is of being a dancer. So she says, we're gonna dance battle. To see who's the better dancer for Christina to say who he's gonna teach. Guess what? We're going to skip the minigame, therefore doing absolutely nothing. And Christina is going to pick Haruka. We do literally nothing, and we're a better dancer than Akari is. Ouch. So, she's going to be upset for reasons. Honestly, I would be too. For story purposes, this has to be done. Also, the way that she runs that way is actually the bit under the bridge. There's no way to get up from there. Oh, no, we moved down, actually. No, never mind. Well, no, she's fine. Either way, get hecked on, Akari. Such a shame. Oh dear, it's so cold this morning. So, Christina is going to teach us how to dance in the very short time that we have until the Princess League. However, we're going to go apologize to the producer whose coffee we spilled on him earlier. We're going to go to Park's office. I'm going to bump into Courier. Get out of my way. It's your fault. It's your fault we have to do this. So, Park was looking at something in her safe that's important as well. So, Courier is going to go off, and Park is going to do Haruka's makeup, because Haruka doesn't know how to do her makeup. Which has been pointed out to her like 5 times in this chapter. Jeez. So, actual relevant plot point, because the guy at the TV studio is going to know that we're Park's idol based on the makeup that we have on our face. I don't know, showbiz is weird. Showbiz is weird, I don't know. Make the rules. Yakuza 5 is Yakuza 5. We just go with it. We were punching a bear less than an hour ago. Now we're an idol. I don't know. Wow, you really turned your head early there, huh? I wasn't expecting that. So again, we just have to make sure that we reset our movement as often as possible. Obviously not too often. This saves a lot of time, actually. Doing the proper movement actually saves you like a good 20 to 30 seconds, like no joke. It's just funny that Haruka is the person that has the actual move tech compared to everybody else. So weird. So weird. So there's the producer down there. If you've done Yakuza 0's producer sub-story, you might recognize his outfit. Yes, it was a nod forward. Yakuza 0 had a lot of those. Yakuza 0 was very good for that. So we're going to go, to make up for the fact that we spilled coffee on him, we're going to appear on his quiz show. Sotenbori Love Check Quiz, I believe it's called. God damn it, that was the wrong option. Yes, I think I got it. Thank you. I'm fairly certain I know exactly what I'm doing. How can I fail? I'm fairly certain the man just said to me to only press the circle button. So that's what I'm going to do. They're all the same questions. It is not Sotenbori, it's Sotenbori. There are parks in Sotenbori. We just walked through one, Haruka. Oh, this girl. It is not Dino Chair, but I wish it was Dino Chair. It'd be a much cooler agency if we did have dinosaurs. We do have our lessons on the 4th floor, that is right. Yep, that's correct. That's very correct. Actual gameplay, yes, this is gameplay. There is, of course, a Club Sega in Sotenbori. This is not true. Come on. We're gonna go there in part of Haruka's story and everyone's gonna get upset. Yes, T-Set is correct. Yes, best group. T-Set is good. There is a karaoke joint. It's outside your office. There is a takoyaki shop, but there is not a taiyaki shop. That is Kani Doraku. Kani means crab. It's Iwao Bridge, because I have to teleport there fast traveling in multiple Yakuza games. So you might be wondering why the heck I only answered 3 of these correctly. Reason being is that there is a big longer scene after this, the better that you do. If you do better at this, you actually get a prize from the producer, but by playing this terribly, we don't have to deal with that. Oops. Oops. Oh well. And yes, you level up on Haruka as well. She gets different moves and she's able to do different things. So, I have enhanced publicity. Excellent. That's just what I wanted. It's exactly what I wanted with my life. Good job, Haruka, he says. Right. So, the producer forgives us and then has a little bit of a conversation about Park. Park herself was aiming to become an idol at one point, but her dream never materialized. And he thinks that's why she has gone to try and make us an idol, because she's trying to live her dream via Haruka. I'm sure that's going to go well for everybody involved. Time to go home. Which I think is the first option. Yeah. It's the third option in Yakuza 0 and in Kiwami 2, but in this game it's the first option. Learning multiple taxi routes is a pain in the backside. So the worst part about knowing multiple Yakuza runs is every so often you'll get a different game's taxi that's Tatsuya's stalking me. You'll get a different game's taxi that's stuck in your head every single time. It sucks. I don't know why Tatsuya is stalking us, but he is. Warned you about that. Man knows where we all live. Convenient, one might say. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Chapter 2. This one is a lot short of a chapter, so we don't have to do too much in here. And once we're past this chapter, gameplay resumes. As you will see. We're going to now start walking a specific route around the bottom part of Sotenbori. We're going to start going down this alleyway here, which is a shame because, as you can see, lots of pedestrians. The reason why we want to go down this way is because there is a sub-story, please sir. There is a sub-story in the bottom left corner now that is unavoidable down there. So we want to go through the alleyway because it's honestly, even with the pedestrians, a little faster. Oi. Alright, so. The game introduces us, I believe, to the second song in a little bit. It teaches us what happens when the agency levels up. It's more jobs. We get gifts from fans. We don't care. We don't care. Hello, Courier. Christina's upstairs. It's time for song number 2. I hope you all enjoyed your time with So Much More. It is over. It is time for the second song. This is where we learn it. Do I remember the name of the song? No. Does it matter? No. He says that won't do. It's fine. We don't care. We just don't care. So, we're going to do this civic event job. Doesn't matter what difficulty. I don't know why I keep changing it to easy. We're skipping it. We're obviously skipping it. This bit's important for a character that we're going to get introduced to. This is literally the park that's next to the office, by the way. For a stage they set up out of literal beer crates, that's not bad. They did it next to some poor homeless guy's house. Here's some more So Much More, by the way. Oops. Oops. So now we're going to have a handshake event with some of the fans that are nearby. Like, random man. And definitely not Yakuza. But more importantly, this old man. This old man is actually important. Remember him. You can tell because he actually has a voice. And you see him for more than a second. And so with that, we're going to go and get a gift for Park. We're going to go meet Courier at Don Quixote. Poor old Don Quixote, no longer in the video games because of licensing issues. Goodbye, Don Quixote. It was fun while it lasted. I reset your movement. How did you still do the slow movement? How did you spawn in front of me? Ghosts. A lot of them. Everyone's a ghost. This is insane. Yeah, it's a little weird when people spawn in front of you, and again, if it's one of the characters where you can get actual fights on you, it's a problem sometimes. I'm very certain in my PB, I had someone spawn in front of me and force me into a fight spawn, which, great. So Haruka's going here to look for a nice brooch for Park, and wouldn't you know it, it's everybody's favourite. Wait for it. It's T-set. So, I don't get why she picks up the brooch here, because it wouldn't be obvious which one she's after if she just left it on the table. But... T set are gonna physically assault Haruka, at which point Park's gonna turn up and say, hey, you back off. I'm paraphrasing quite heavily here, but that's pretty much what happened. Now we go back to the office, which we go this way because it's faster. I wish there was a taxi spot. I wish there was a taxi spot. There is not. There's Yoko. Hello, Yoko. We're going this way. Please get out of my way. It's a little better to go that way usually because obviously there's less chance of people being in the way, but not this time. Just resetting my movement every time. Also, if you turn this corner, you can actually get the camera stuck here. Makes it kind of nasty to try and navigate where you're going, but it does look cool. You can actually do that and get almost, I think almost all the way down to the end of the road. It doesn't allow us to do anything, but it is cool. Christina? Must have been quite an experience. Yes, I met an old man. Did not know about the elderly. Oh, wait. In here? Wait, who am I speaking to? Oh, is it Park? It's Park time, isn't it? What do you mean? What? How did you grab the box when you're looking at the door? How? What happened here? What happened here? I don't understand. Anyway, Park writes a note. As you can see, she has her hand bandaged up after the Yakuza incident, so she had to use her non-dominant hand, her left hand, to write. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to prepare all of you for something that is coming up in the run. Something that is really bad. It is sacrilegious. It is worse than skipping karaoke, if you can believe that. Unfortunately, we will be doing something very, very bad coming up. Very, very bad. Now, funnily enough, these are actual physical objects that you get on Haruka. You can't actually equip any of these, even though you have to pick out a outfit. These are actually items for the hostesses. But I do like these leopard print pumps. Yeah, they don't do anything. The whole thing is just, hey, it's a shopping trip with Park. And unfortunately, brace yourselves, because this bit hurts. This bit absolutely hurts. Of all the things that are skippable in this game. We're off to Club Sega. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. Taiko doesn't have that many songs in it in this game. There's only 3 of them. But it's not right. It's not right. It doesn't feel good. It feels bad. I feel like a part of my soul got ripped out by skipping that every time. It's not good. It's not good. Why is it karaoke and Taiko the only things that are consistently skippable? Well, it could be because Taiko's only in this game, but it's not good. Anyway, Park gives us a pen. Definitely not foreshadowing. Park gives us a really nice speech. I'm going to bed. Wish I'd go to bed in real life. It's 8 AM. Haven't slept yet. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to get a phone call. We've got to get over to the office. It's horrible. You have to get to the office right away. Something bad has happened. Something bad actually has happened. So it's time for us to run over there. Not that way, Haruka, that way. There you go. Why she turned to the left? The ambient music. Tatsuya standing there, menacingly. Find me recipes, he says. Turned into a horror game all of a sudden. So these people standing on the side of the exclamation mark, those are your dance battles. So they're not random, which is nice. If they were random battles, they would be terrible. As we go around the corner, there's a scene, and the police are here. What's going on? There's been an incident. Uh-oh. Haruka runs in. Here's an Osakan detective. Not the Osakan detective that we know about. Unfortunately, when Haruka goes behind the tarp, she finds that Park has committed suicide. And then, our good old lone shark daddy appears. For the second half of part 3, it's Akiyama time. Akiyama's back. Gameplay resumes. And Akiyama's gameplay is actually really cool. Because Akiyama has one of the biggest, most interesting pieces of speed tech in the entire Yakuza speedrun scene. Here he is. Here he is. You missed this lad. He's a good lad. I actually feel like... This is really weird. I actually feel like Akiyama plays a bit better in 4. Because he doesn't have the stuff that he has in 5, which isn't bad, but I feel like it takes away from his combat quite a bit. Now, Akiyama's combat's going to be a bit weird in the speedrun. You might remember I said earlier that weapons are bad. For the most part. So if I can do this right for the first time in my life, I would absolutely love that. Well, I missed one guy, but I still got Hakamada, so I can't complain too hard. That's not too bad. I managed to hit everyone but one person. I'm okay with that. I managed to get the heat attack off. That's what I wanted. So, Akiyama is in town because he is opening up Sky Finance here in Sotenbori, which doesn't go anywhere in the next couple of Yakuza games. Don't worry about it. In fact, why didn't he actually come here after in the events of 6? That's weird. Anyway, we get a phone call from Horie saying to go to Dynachair. So, we're going to go to Dynachair. So, Dynachair is always the first option, but we are going to take a little bit of a detour. Something that we need. For some reason you can't gain access to Akiyama straight away here, and I don't know why. We are heading to the weapon van. Weapons in this video game are bad, except for an exception on Akiyama. Those guys that were crouched to the left there, that's a fight spawn. Just to warn you, anybody that's crouched like that is a fight spawn. Be very careful. So, hi. Craft weapons. I want 5 blackjacks. 5? Yes. Just double check. 5? 5. Blackjacks aren't a particularly good weapon. So why am I buying them? Because they let me do good stuff. That's why. They may not be good weapons for damage, but they give me the ability for damage. That'll make sense in like 10 minutes. Don't worry about it. Town of pluses? Town of pluses. My man. Fill up my inventory. Thank you. I hate Yakuza 5. Goodbye. Cool. Need to be a little careful when we come out here. There is usually a fight spawn around the next corner that we get to because we come out of Don Quixote. So we have to be a little careful going around this corner. There's one fight spawn there. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm not certain one of these isn't a fight spawn. Good. Cool. So, we get the Dynachair. So, somehow, Akiyama's involved in all of this. Akiyama's starting to question Horie. They certain it was a suicide. Like, the only thing it said on her suicide note was, "I'm tired, I'm sorry." Which, as Horie says, that does not sound like Clark in the slightest. Akiyama is thinking there's foul play going on. He'd be right. So, we're going to go up and meet the talent... camera. Hello. Cool. We're going to go up and meet the talent of Dynachair. We already know who it is. It is, of course, Kazuma Kiryu's daughter. It is Haruka. There you go. There's the nice surprise. It's actually cool. There's a really good trophy for that bit right there, which is nice. So, also, it says reunited, but I'm not actually sure if Haruka and Akiyama ever actually met in Yakuza 4. I don't actually think they did. So, you know. Either way, Akiyama is now on the scene. So Akiyama is going to be looking after Haruka. Good. That's going to go well. Well, what time did Park-san die? The morning? Where did she jump from? Literally right in front of you. Idiot. How far down is it anyway? I don't know why you're asking this when you can just pop your head over the railing and have a look. As Akiyama points out, usually you'd pick somewhere bigger if you were going to jump off a building because you could survive that with a few broken bones. That's about it. Sorry for traumatizing you further. So. Akiyama wants to carry Park's dream through. Whole reason being that the person who loaned money to Park to get Haruka's idol start off and try and get that concert is, of course, Akiyama. That's how Akiyama's involved in Dynachair. Of course, Akiyama flashed the money around. Of course he did. It's Akiyama. So, Haruka needs to concentrate on the Princess League, which we're definitely not going to quit out of that as well. Haruka still wants to carry on with the Princess League. We exchange mail address, which is very important for later. I want tech 3 later on, don't I? Yes, I do. So, with Haruka, last time until evening, which literally means go home. We do lose Akiyama for a tiny bit, but don't worry. As I said, there is actually a lot of gameplay coming up for Akiyama, and some of the coolest speed tech in the Yakuza speedrun series is coming up in the next chapter. So stick around for that. It's actually pretty cool. In a series where we don't get to do stuff like go out of bounds for useful stuff, what's coming up is actually really cool. It's just weird that the really cool stuff is in the longest run that has like the most downtime in it. Such a shame. This is a good run. This is a very good run. When this game lets you play the video game, this is a good run. It's a very good run. I love this run a lot. I really do. I hope that more people will eventually speedrun this game, because it is very good. It's a big commitment. It is a very big commitment, but it's a very good run. The actual gameplay parts are really cool. Back to Akiyama. So, we're going to go meet up with Haruka back at Dynachair. So once again, I have to run back to Dynachair. Back. Forgot about Mac's email. Always forget about Mac's email. That's true, Lon. That's very true. That is very, very true. Again, careful of the guys on the ground. They're not here this time. The rich guy here, he's the fight spawn, the guy in the silver running along, or walking along. That's how close fight spawns can also spawn next to you in this game, which is a lot closer than some Yakuza games. Now, when we get close to... Hi. How you doing? bad fight spawn. We get close to diner chair. Somebody is on the ground. Oh no, somebody else fell here. But you might recognize this guy. I don't know why the people are just walking straight. Oh wow, they just stomped on him. Unbelievable. That's not good. Everyone's looking at us. That outfit sure does seem familiar, doesn't it? That is because it's good old Saigo, who's found the hair. It's not real. It's genuinely a wig. Saigo is back. He is obviously Akiyama's move master in this game as well. So, Saigo has... He's going to teach us a new component to Akiyama's gameplay. Did you know that Akiyama can fly? Because he can. I'm going to push Saigo into a corner, preferably the one behind me. Either one's fine, but as long as he's in a corner. This is Akiyama's new combat. Watch this. Akiyama can literally kick people in midair and stay in the air. It's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. It is not something that I particularly find fits Akiyama's fight style in this game, to be fair. I need to get tech to level 3, so abilities. There's a fight spawn behind us. Okay. Should be more than enough. We get tech to level 7 in the next chapter, even if that's too much. What? So, carrying on, we're going to go with Haruka into the office. We're going to try and find the note that Park made. Remember that cutscene where she was writing one when her hand was busted up? We're trying to see, obviously, what her handwriting was like. Even though it was obviously her left hand. Oh, there you go. We found the suicide note in here that the police gave over. They're looking for, as I said, the note that she wrote. There you go. Where could it be? Where's the camera pointing at? What about the safe? You'll never guess what opens the safe. Ironically enough, not the keypad on the right. What is clearly a fingerprint scanner. What an odd-shaped keyhole. I wonder what would happen if you were to put, say, oh, I don't know, a pen inside of it. Don't worry, Haruka will figure it out in a second. And it opens, surprise, but then a body falls from the sky! What on earth? I'm gonna have to go and figure out what that was. Unfortunately, that body was Courier, who jumped off the roof. And by jumped, I mean he was pushed off by this guy. Urgita's back. So, we are going to go into our inventory. We're going to equip all of the blackjacks. Excuse me. I forgot that the fight doesn't move over. We're going to start off with the blackjack heat action. If I can do it properly, which I didn't, it's fine. We do a combo with him. That gives enough time for us to use another heat action. Oh, we just keep doing this. This is the magic of blackjacks, folks. That's it in a nutshell. Blackjack gameplay. Easy peasy. Not the gambling kind either. So, unfortunately, he had a friend with him. This is a very large man. This is Mysterious Man. He's very large. That I was supposed to do. I wasn't expecting that to actually hit me. That sucks. That's bad. I needed to hit that. it the old-fashioned way, I suppose. Come on, buddy. I think I should be good for damage, but just in case, we'll make sure that that's it. Definitely enough for damage. He doesn't go down. We have to do a QTE. Haruka throws us a lovely fire extinguisher, and boop! Oof. Nice. Nice. So, Mysterious Man and Ogita here are the ones that threw old Horie off the roof. They are also behind Park's suicide. Okay. This chapter right here has one of the best pieces of speed tech you will see in any Yakuza run. It's really cool. It's actually genuinely cool. It's really easy to mess up, though. And if I do mess it up, I'm losing about a minute and a half. So, I have to be very careful. I'll be very, very careful. So, that Osaka detective is going to go that way. I could have bought us a couple of snacks. This is supposed to be a finance office, by the way. The place looks the part. So, Haruka thinks there is a forger in town. So, good old Horie isn't dead, he's just in the hospital. And Haruka is supposed to still compete in the Princess League. So, Hannah calls up angrily to figure out what's going on with this new office. But we get Hannah to look around for a forger in Kamurocho who can tell us a forger in this town. Let's go compete in the Princess League. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? And all this, let's just go to the Princess League. Sure, why not? All the people around us that are working hard on our dream are getting either hurt or killed. Let's just go do the Princess League. I don't know. Why not? Tech 7, isn't it? Yeah. So, again, thankfully with Haruka, apart from the annoying pedestrians, we don't have to worry about fight spawns. So each time we do the Princess League, we do it with one of the new songs, of course. Why that wouldn't let me in the office, that was weird. Yeah, we have to go to the billboard every time. Yep. Hold up. Oh. Yamamura first. Yamamura first. It's not the billboard this time. Now it is. Now it is. Bother. Alright. Once again. Would you believe? The Kai in the background there. Yamamura hasn't been in a TV station in a while. She also had dreams of being an idol and it never worked out. Nakai is going to come over and poke us about still competing after Park's suicide, which, boy, that's a low blow. Bit of a jackass, this guy. So, this is the part where, at some point, somewhere out there, Kiryu is externally screaming and punching faces because, oh god, what is Haruka wearing? Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Here's the song. Should have seen that coming. Doji Kamiya, I love you. You're the best. Goodbye, Doji Kamiya. So, round 2 is won by T-Set again. Surprise, we did nothing. The final round is next, where we could win it or lose it. We're losing it. So,
What?
Haruka is now going to head back to the office. I'm going to get a call from Akiyama. So Akiyama says that he wants to meet us at the office as well, so off we go. It's a shame. There's not much to say during Haruka's parts, unfortunately. That's a sub story right there, as you can see on the mini map. Excuse me, sir. I'm breaking my camera. Thank you. She slowed down. She was going to do the thing, and here's Akiyama. Okay. This should be the forger bit, I think. Yeah. This is a long chapter, by the way. There's quite a bit to it. A couple of fights, a big set piece, which hopefully we will be skipping half of. So, Akiyama reveals that Park has already registered the Tokyo Dome from a loan that she got from him. And this is why Akiyama wants to see this dream come true as well. So does everybody. We all want to turn Haruka into a star. No, Haruka hasn't said anything during this. Foreshadowing. Our forger friend in Kamurocho. And we have been told where to find the forger here in Sotenbori. A place called Crest Bar, which is ironically enough just down the road. Off we go. Big foreshadowing. Good old Haruka. So, let's head over to Crest Bar. I do need to level tech up to 7. Alright, the amateur sub-story. The stalker sub-story. There's a stalker going after Haruka. There's actually multiple stalkers, don't worry about it. It's a fun sub-story. So, we're going to head down here. Again, there are fight spawns in the city now. Be careful. There's one. Oh, it's the Victory Road guy as well. Right in my way. Oh, that sucks. I gotta walk around. So, this is your Victory Road guy. If I fight him, he has almost 2 HP bars. He will take a long time to go down. This is terrible. Please move. I don't even want to run yet. It is a terrible fight to want to get. You know what? It probably would have been better to get his attention and run backwards there, honestly. I think that's probably what I should have done. If anyone notices you that fast, that's probably what you want to do. Anyway, let's speak to the bartender. So, we ask about forgery. Let's see if we say that the forger sent us. And he's just going to say that the bar is closing. Fair enough. I don't know. So, we're going to run specifically, when we leave here, to the left. Guess who is stalking us again? Tatsuya. He's the real stalker in this. We're now going to head over here towards the car park, because this is where we have to go once we get this phone call. So I want to get tech to level 7. As you'll see, this will get us things like triple finishing kick, combo speed boost. That's what we want. And here we go. Hey, guess what? The bartender's here, he's both friends.
What?
I'm gonna kick him. I'm gonna kick him right in the face. Because we have enough combos on us to completely destroy everybody here. Oh, don't do that. We don't want to launch them. Fun enough, you can keep people on the floor with the launcher. Bad fight. Who's alive? What? How are you alive? Bad fight. So, with this, he's finally going to give up and tell us about the Forger. So, we're going to go and call Haruka, and we're going to go see the Forger with Haruka, which means we have to run over there with Haruka. Great. Fortunately, she's at home, so she's much closer than the office. It's actually very nice that she's closer. But we do have to run over there with her, which is a bit weird. I don't know why Yakuza keeps doing this in terms of, like, do this with this character. I guess it's an excuse for you to play the Haruka's stuff and do sub-stories, but it just... Yakuza 5's a weird game. Tatsu's moved over a little bit. He was at this telephone pole, now he's over there. Okay, just reset Haruka's movement. Excuse me, please. Thank you. Crest bar. A wonderful sign outside. Do you like alcohol? If you're going to a bar, you'd like to think the answer is yes. The Forger. So.
Yeah.
The bartender's father is the Forger. We're going to go and meet him, and wouldn't you know it, it's the old man from the park. So, he confirms he forged the suicide notes. It is a guy called Katsuya who asked for the forgery. Katsuya himself has ties to the Omi Alliance. But the Forger here... Ignore the boober. The Forger here really likes Haruka because all of her pictures aren't actually photoshopped. That's why he came to the park and actually likes her stuff, because she's a pure, genuine idol. Anyway, Katsuya is over at a place called Osaka Talent. We're going to go and have a lovely conversation with him in the morning. And this is where things are going to get really cool. Haruka's never had crab. Akiyama's going to treat her to cab because Akiyama doesn't know what to do with money these days. With that, Akiyama leaves. We're also going to go that way because that's where the closest taxi point is. Oh, excuse me. We gotta go sleep. We gotta go do the princess leg. Off we go. So, we're going to be running past the takoyaki shop here. It's going to interrupt us on the way, so you might as well get close to it. We're not going to do this sub-story. But this is the quickest way to go to get to the taxi spot. As much as I would like free takoyaki, no thank you. Watch my weight as an idol. Jeez. So, money's getting pretty low, as you can see. It won't ever go that much lower than this. I don't think we actually taxi on Haruka again. The nice thing is... The bad thing is we don't taxi that much. The nice thing is we don't taxi that much. It's kind of like... If we could have a taxi spot right at Diner Chair, that would help so much. It would make things go so much faster. But we have taxi spots to everywhere else, which is a shame. Like... Go to bed. Again, wish I could go to bed. The next day, it's time to go see Katsuya. You'll be seeing Katsuya in a bit too much detail later on, unfortunately. Every taxi spot outside of town is the bottom option. This is the first time that it matters. It's not the last time it matters in this chapter. So, I'm going to speak to the receptionist, and she's going to tell us to go upstairs. I'm going to specifically take something, because my hernia is going a little crazy. I don't have the time right now. Hold up. Good old blister packs. Okay, so. Somebody wants to speak to us at Sky Finance. Wonder who that could be. Let's go find out. Haruka's here. Ah. Here comes the third song. Guess what we're about to do? That's where you're wrong. This one we play. If you actually cancel out of this one, the game will make you repeat it until you get this right. So here's your gameplay for Haruka. I actually have to concentrate here. So I don't know when the best time to use that is. Once we meet the requirements in the top right, we can stop. It looks like we're not getting close to the B, don't worry about it. It goes much faster from C to B than it does D to C. Pretty cool this actually. I don't know if this bit gives you more points or whatever, but I'm very excited for this. Actual Haruka gameplay. Unbelievable. Shocking, I know. Alright, I'm out. I'm done. I need tea. So as you're done, you can just miss everything else. I need tea. Give me tea. I'm starting to run out of tea, you know. This is problematic. Yeah, you just ignore the rest. Once you've got the requirements, you're literally good to ignore everything else. It's great. Yeah, you have plenty of time to get the required B rank there, as long as you don't mess up your combo. That's the important part.
What?
But you have to do that one. The game will pull us backwards if we do not do that one. That's the only one that we don't skip. You would think that the only thing that you would not skip would be the final round of the Princess League. No. That's got its own special rules. You'll see in a bit, actually.
No.
Yama.
Beating the Princess League. So, this is the final round of the Princess League. This is the important part to talk about, because here's the thing. Every single time in a Yakuza game, if you're asked yes or no, it is the illusion of choice. You don't have an actual say in the matter, you don't actually have an option. Except this time. What a lot of people don't know about Yakuza 5 is that there is actually a cutscene that most people haven't seen. Because in this next bit, Yamaura is going to ask us, with everything that's gone on with Park, and obviously the killing / suicide, are we sure we want to actually do the final round of the Princess League? And ironically enough, for once, you can say no. If you say no, you get an extra cutscene. Now, it makes the plot make no goddamn sense, which we already are doing. But here's the thing. That cutscene that we get is unskippable. And 20 seconds longer than actually just quitting out of the Princess League. But if you say no there, Yamamura asks you a second time, are you sure you want to quit? And you say yes. Because I have you. I don't have you. But I have Dolce Canyon. So, that's the last of the Princess League. We have lost. Which now means the plot makes no sense, because we're supposed to win the Princess League and then have a concert over in Tokyo due to the bet we made. But we're still going to go and have the concert in Tokyo anyway. None of this makes sense. There's a fight spawn. I'm going back to my office. Leave me be. Was it the first? Was the first option, right? Right? Yeah, it's good. Back to our office. When we get to our office, we are going to meet a familiar face. The person waiting for us is...
どちらさんですかね?
Our wonderful Osakan detective, Serizawa. He's just turning up in everybody's story. Suspicious. So, Serizawa is after Osaka Enterprises. Gives us a name for the large lad who tried to kick our face in, which is Kanai. He's gonna leave. And guess who turns back up? Hakamada of the Omi Alliance. Guess what we're about to do again? So, Hakamada, once again, would you believe, we grab the cart, we use the cart on as many people as we can. Ah, he made me drop it. Hey now, stop being aggressive. I gotta hit you with this. I don't know what's happening with my attacks right now, but okay. It's okay, it's fine. There goes Hakamada. So, he tells us where we can find Kanai. It's a place called Osaka Enterprises, I believe. It is going to be a big set piece, and it's going to be where we do one of the biggest, most impressive pieces of speed tech in any Yakuza game. So, we are about to technically go out of bounds, but not. We're in bounds, but we're not out of bounds. So, Osaka Enterprises. For the first fight, it's going to be completely normal. For the second fight, we have to take that fight very carefully. These guys are definitely clearly not Yakuza. Definitely. These two look quite intimidating, but they're actually not that hard. They're just less than 1 HP bar. Once again, if we can try and get both of them at the same time. For this bit, stay away from that crane on the left and start taking out enemies. This is where our speed tech comes in. Get too close to this heavy machinery, you're gonna mess it up. I need to take care of as many enemies as possible. These guys staying on the outside actually really problematic. So we'll take care of them first. We need to keep at least one enemy alive. We're probably going over here as everyone else is coming over here. Okay, you're my alive guy. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run over here. I'm hoping he's gonna come over. We're going to run into this text box here. I need you a bit more in the corner if possible. I can kill him there. That's fine. When that text box comes up, we're going to take him out and then run against that invisible wall. You'll see in a second that it disappears, but we get the re-text box. You might remember that there's a QTE here, and this is a solid wall, and this is a forklift, bulldozer thing. So, What I just did is what we like to call text box stacking. Also, Ogita is missing an arm and not looking too good. Text box stacking is where you put a text box on top of a text box and it stops the next active trigger from loading in. That is the reason why the QTE there doesn't load in, which is supposed to remove the side wall with the bulldozer that comes through, and that literally saves you like a minute and a half. We're technically going through a wall, which isn't a wall, but it is a wall. So we're technically out of bounds, in bounds, but actually not out of bounds. Yeah. Fun. That is going to be the basis of a very big skip in the finale. A very, very big skip. By the way, just ignore them, run inside. I'm going to be heading upstairs. That really hit that far away, and it didn't even work. Alright. Alright, video game. The guy with the crowbar in this fight is a problem. Also the most HP to try and take him out. Look at his hyper armor as well. Alright. Alright, buddy. If you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. I never learned T-pose strats. I should have learned T-pose strats in this run. I should use that as a finisher at some point on this guy. Nice. So, unlock the door. Now we do have to punch it, unfortunately. Trying to take care of all the enemies in this room. Again, using the furniture is really good. That's a pretty good fight. That's a very good fight. Alright, so, one more fight here in this place. Kanai is actually here. Unfortunately, that's where Ogita's arm is as well. Now, Kanai is not going to bother with us. He's just going to leave. Ogita's very much not doing too good right now. Unfortunately, Kanai has gone after Haruka. Would you believe that the game that you actually play as Haruka in, she actually still gets kidnapped? Unbelievable. I know. See that guy at the back there? It's a pain. Like the guy further back. You're gone. What are you doing back here, son? That's not good. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. I mean, that man come forward earlier. Right, and with that. Yep. The Yakuza have already kidnapped Haruka. Unbelievable. Literally, the one game you goddamn play as her, and she still gets kidnapped. How? 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 Dino chair. Run. How? This is a fight spawn. Do not walk into it. Didn't see him in time. I'm gonna have to go slowly. Bit of a shame, because I was actually making good time in this chapter. Goodbye. When he said Wimp, he de-aggroed off me, so that was the time to run. There might be one in here. Careful. Yeah, I see you, bud. I'm just gonna stutter past you. You're a large lad. Could probably run. These pedestrians are bad. Ooh, that's fine. I was lucky those pedestrians could have pushed me over. They could have actually blocked me. That was not something I should have risked. Anyway, we're going to get to Dino Chair, and Haruka's actually going to be returned to us by Katsuya of all people. The person who actually kidnapped her. I don't know. I don't know. Things are weird. I don't know. Yakuza 5 doesn't know what it's doing with itself. Now, when Haruka wakes up, Katsuya's going to give her a phone call. And he knows that Park's letter is in Haruka's possession. So, Katsuya is trying to cut a deal with Haruka, and Haruka isn't stupid enough to take this deal without telling anybody, right? Off to the station we go. So we have to take a specific taxi to get over there. But this is the end of Haruka and Akiyama's part. You don't get quite as illustrious a... You know, this is the end of the part coming up. You make sure you're ready. I guess you kind of do with Haruka with the Princess League finale. But you don't really get that with Akiyama other than this bit. I mean, you could do sub-stories here. If you wanted to, I guess. So many people, leave me alone. Going this way. Alright. And this is the final bit of Haruka and Akiyama's story. Alright. Unfortunately, would you believe Kanai is here because Katsuya can't be trusted? I'm shocked, you're shocked. We're gonna punch Kanai in the face again. That's not shocking. Well, we're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. More importantly, that gives us Akiyama's red heat action, which we're going to be using on Kanai. Not quite yet. That should be enough. What you get? Oi! Oi! End this fight. Oi! Yakuza shenanigans. Not pulling up with that. That is the end of Haruka Akiyama's part. Don't have to deal with the ads. Should have mentioned that. You don't have to deal with the ads. Just focus on Kanai. I could have done one less heat action there, I think. But, not too bad. Take that.
Yumi.
Guess where we're going. Where literally every other character has also gone. We're off to Kamurocho. That's Katsuya, by the way. You'll be getting a very, very detailed close-up of his assets later on. Emphasis on assets. Trust me. Ladies and gentlemen, playable character number 5, the final one, Tatsuo Shinada, aka Baseball Man. I am going to be brutally honest right here. I cannot sum up the plot. I'm going to sum up the plot in a singular word. Baseball. We don't get baseball in the UK. I do not understand baseball. We play rounders. Unfortunately, Shinada's entire story is about baseball, baseball, and baseball. So, Shinada is a new character. He's exclusive to Yakuza 5. He has very interesting fighting style, aka he kind of sucks. But he actually has some of the best tech in the entire speedrun. Weird how this works. Also, the next break segment is coming up. The last one for Yakuza 5, by the way, is coming up in this part here. I need to actually go to the big TV screen. I forgot. Yes, Tokyo Gigants, aka baseball. Shinada's whole shtick is that he is an ex-baseball professional. He was in the big league, and he got thrown out. He got thrown out because he was supposedly match fixing by stealing signs from the other team. I don't know what these words mean, but apparently they mean something. This is Club Sexy, more specifically going to Club Futomomo. That's actually important, and you need to remember that. So Shinada, after being disgraced from baseball, is now working as a full-time adult entertainment writer. It doesn't pay very well, and Shinada is exceptionally in debt to the Yakuza. He lives in a small shack on a roof. It looks like it's going to fall down at any moment. Shinada is actually one of the best characters in the speedrun. Milky, the girl that we were here to interview, her brother has been taken by a group in his new job, a security firm, where supposedly he's broken a one-of-a-kind baseball bat that he's supposed to transport. So we're going to go over there. Thankfully, it's right over here. And you are going to get to see Shinada's gameplay. Now, the curse of Yakuza 4's baseball bats won't work on Baseball Man, because Baseball Man, because of what happened with baseball, the one weapon that he will not pick up and use are baseball bats. Funnily enough, out of all the characters, Shinada, other than Haruka obviously, needs the least amount of upgrades. Now, we could do the thing where we crush them against the wall, or we could use a desk. I'd like to pick up a desk, not a chair. So this was a bad fight. It's a very bad fight, actually. So. Baseball Man, knowing quite a couple of things about baseball, is going to take one look at the bat that is broken on the table, and is going to know, is he a dime a dozen bat? This is a fake. This isn't even a real one-of-a-kind bat. Now, would you believe that this entire place is a front for the Yakuza? Surprising, isn't it? So, our Teppei Ono here, he is in trouble. Oh no. Teppei Ono's boss comes out, Kubota. He doesn't seem too happy. And, oh no, Teppei Ono is in a bit of trouble. If you're squeamish, you might want to look away a second, because this bit's, yeah, this bit's a bit nasty. Well, that's a new facial piercing if ever I've seen one. Not the last time you're seeing Teppei Ono in this run. Teppei Ono is actually the bane of this chapter. So, with this, we are going to go back to the club and try and get an interview with Milky, and this is where our next big time break is going to happen. The last one of the run. So we're not going to have a break until between Yakuza 5 and 6. So, we'll learn a bit more about, obviously, Shinada's personality. Shinada's dirt poor, by the way. He has about 137 yen to his name. He has exceptionally no money, and we need to take a taxi once. Unfortunately, here's his landlord. With this, voice broke, break segment. Have fun.
いつからあの闇金に借りてるんだ。
闇金って高杉さんのとこから？あの人が金栄町に来たばかりの頃だから 1年くらい前かな。
あいつは相当やばい金貸しだって噂だぜ。
やばいって？名古屋組と繋がってるってこと？
噂だけどよ。
名古屋組って怖いのかな？
そりゃお前こっちだもんよ。
宇野さん、名古屋組の組員って見たことある？
俺はねえけどよ。
俺も金栄町に来て15年だけど、名古屋組どころかヤクザっぽいやつさえあんま見たことないよ。
声でけえよ。でもまあ多分どっかにはいるんだろうよ。噂だと蕎麦屋の出前が間違えて名古屋組の事務所に入っただけで目ん玉くり抜かれたとか聞いたぜ。とにかくこの辺じゃ泣く子も黙る組織って言われてるん
Make
だ。
sure to stand up and stretch,
そこと繋がっ
everybody.
てるようなやつから
Make sure that
金
you
なん
are
か借りたらお前本気で
staying
殺されかねないぜ。
hydrated as well.
あら、
It is the lovely early hours of 9 a.m. where I am.
そりゃそうだろう。お前が死んだら3万返ってこねえもん
I'm
よ。
being messaged on Dirk.
ちゃんと返すってい
So
つ
the
か。
one time I can actually check things.
いつかじゃなくて今日。
なんでさ
Alright, Twitch. Alright,
行きつ
Twitch.
けの
That's
店
all
に
I
今
wanted
日
to hear,
新人の
but
子
sure.
が入ったんだよ。どうしても一番に味見したくて
It's
な。
actually a longer break section than I remember it being. I thought it was only like a minute long, but it's actually like 2 minutes.
シャチホコ娘のジュリアちゃんのこと？
さすが風俗ライター、よく知ってんな。
宇野さん、ほんと新人好きですね。でもあの子って元マッドマックスのナナコちゃんだよ。
え？あのおばはん？
I'm checking out
店
the
変えて
speedrun
源氏名
Discord
変
to
えただ
see
け。
what the heck.
マジかよ。あ、待て。
I don't have time. I don't have time. I wanted to see what the reaction was to the four skip. I have to check that later. Alright, so gotta head for the batting center. The batting center is doing a thing where we can get a voucher for a little bit of money if we do well in the batting center. Would you believe that Baseball Man's side story is baseball? Shocking. This is important. Get these correct. They're in a random order every time. Club Futomomo. Milky, not Mickley, Milky. You can get one wrong. It's better to get both right, just in case. But yeah, you can get one of those wrong. Essentially, by doing those answers there, if you pick correct answers, you get a better reward. And said better reward sells for more money. This is where Shinada's money is going to come in, because we can't taxi. Although you can't taxi at this bit anyway. So, here's a man. He's got a knife. He doesn't like us writing about a certain girl in, obviously, our editorial. Now, Shinada decides to pick up a random goddamn pipe off the street. It's an infinite ammo pipe. It's got terrible damage. But it's also one of the basis of what Shinada's gameplay is going to be, or his combat. It's actually pretty good. You'll see it later. You just want to punch the man. Even though he has a knife, he doesn't exactly guard. Just punch the man. Get out of here. It's time to play baseball. And yes, we actually do play baseball in this speedrun. You would think that it would count as a minigame. No, it doesn't. It does, but you have to do it, so. Mickley from Club Fruit and Mama. Yup. Yeah, one shot of redemption. This is a different kind of baseball than you're used to in the Yakuza series. Shinada's baseball is actually a little bit different. It's kind of cool. So, we want to hit the ball inside this area here with the right timing. My eye is getting very blurry right now, which I don't appreciate. You can't hit this one, so don't worry. But this one's the real thing. 30 pitches, don't mess it up. My eye is actually going blurry, I don't like this. My defense, it's 9 a.m. I've been awake for 19 hours at this point, and I still have like 5 hours left of speedruns to go. This is Takasugi. He is the loan shark who's taking our money right in front of us. Takasugi might look familiar to you if you've ever watched the Takeshi Miike adaptation of the first Yakuza game. He's actually one of the police officers in that. He's also one of the best characters in this game by far. He's actually amazing. The synergy between Shinada and Takasugi is one of the best parts about Yakuza 5. And now there's fight spawns. Fight spawns aren't quite as bad in this city as they are in Tsukumino, but they can be a little aggressive. Just be a little careful, and it's not actually as bad as some of the other cities. I'd say it's much better than... Sotenbori Kamurocho. In fact, it's probably one of the best cities, honestly. It's definitely better than Kamurocho and Sotenbori. It's way better than Tsukumino. See? Fight spawn to the left. If you run in the middle of the road, it's not going to bother you. It's time for me to mess up. It's time for Tepe Ono. I still don't remember what I'm supposed to do for Tepe Ono. I really should not. We do the heat attack. Heat attack. That's the thing you messed up. It's the heat attack. Do the heat attack. Please no fight spawn. Ugh. Ah, next one. Next one. Idiot. Oi. Okay. So we go to a cafe that is run by a friend of ours. An old friend of ours. Saejima. I think we used to be in the same baseball team in high school together or something like that. I can't remember. Or he's just like a person here. Everyone baseball. Just if ever you're in doubt, baseball. But thankfully he feeds us for free sometimes because, you know, Shinada doesn't have money. Anyway, hey Tepe Ono. He's fixed the hole on his face quite nicely. Weapon heat, paper fan. Mysterious syringe, strong attacks. Okay. Tepe Ono used to be one of the kind of rougher enemies to fight in this run because this man is very aggressive, has quite a bit of hype run at times. Yeah, you'll see. Am I supposed to level that up now? Says so I guess I will. So I'm gonna go into my inventory real quick. I'm gonna go into my abilities. I want Boozer's Law, and I want my explosive finish. And that's all you need on Shinada. I wish I was joking. That's all you need. Put the pipe away. Whack him. Grab the fan. That's not what I want yet. I want that, but not yet. I should just use it. I'll wait till he's up. It's going to be a bit awkward now that the syringe is used up. It's probably still over here somewhere. I should probably just use the bat at this point. Thank you. I'm supposed to do 2 strong attacks with the syringe, but obviously I can't do that. So, old-fashioned way. Oh, heck. Let me hit you, please, Tepe Ono. Thank you. Now you're beginning to see why Tepe Ono is a pain in the ass. Get out of here. I should have just kicked him on the floor. Tepe Ono is a pain. I do not like fighting Tepe Ono. Not in the slightest. Either way, that's the end of Tepe Ono. No longer a pain anymore. It's no longer going to do any damage. Now, it's unfortunate I picked up the syringe. If I didn't pick up the syringe, I might have been able to take him out in the normal amount of time. The syringe strong attack does a stupid amount of damage. Like an actual stupid amount of damage. This is where I want to go, isn't it? Yes. Hopefully no fight spawns. Guess who's hanging out around our house? Couldn't be Tatsuya. Couldn't be Tatsuya. There's no way. There's no way it's Tatsuya. No way. No way there's Tatsuya. So, we're going to be woken up in the morning by mysterious individual. Who on earth could that be? I've never seen this person in my life. Must be a member of the Amon clan. Seems very familiar. Sounds very familiar as well. Also, doesn't take off his damn shoes when he walks on my bed. He's trying to get us to accept an offer of a lot of money, of which Takasugi's like, you better take that money. You can pay off your loan that way. But Shinada doesn't want to. Bet it's baseball. It's definitely baseball. So Shinada's now in a funk. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what's going on. Honestly, all this would be resolved if he took the money. We have access to a hideout. It's our little shack here. It's not the best shack. I'd live there. It looks okay. It looks cozy. Not great, but it looks cozy. So, you can't ever run when you're up here. You can only walk. So, you'll see there's a mysterious individual, Mac. You'll see there's a mysterious individual in this alleyway as we leave. This is, again, one of our former high school friends where we played baseball. He hates us as well. Everybody hates us. This is Shinada's story. Everybody hates him. It sucks. So, he's going to want to play baseball against us. Great. Here's the nice thing. This time we don't have to play the baseball. Goodbye. Thank God. Whew. So, no baseball. No more baseball. Baseball is no longer allowed in Baseball Man's part. Alright? Now, we've got a little bit of a problem in... This is just Shinada's side story opening up. It's like the whole baseball sub-story. That's our old coach. We want to basically go to the M store at some point. We don't have money yet, of course. We want to go to the M store at some point to pick up a couple of alcoholic beverages. Now, unfortunately, we don't have money yet, and also we need to avoid the M store for now, because there's a sub-story that's outside of it that's very, very long to activate, so it's one of those things where we have to wait for the right time and the right person to be with us. Ever seen any other Yakuza runs? You may remember me explaining about certain rules when you're with NPCs, for example, like sub-stories not spawning. This is fantastic. Anyway, I'm going to go outside and overhear two people talking about baseball. I'm talking about the Gigants getting a new manager. And the new manager is the manager that was in charge of the team that Shinada was on with the match-fixing scandal. I think. I can't even remember. I don't know baseball. What do you expect from me? In the UK, we play cricket. It's a boring game that lasts 5 days and gets cancelled because of a tiny bit of rain, which happens all the time because we live in England. It's awful. That's the guy. It's awful. Baseball. I can't put a spin on this. It's literally just baseball. I don't understand what's happening. We don't get baseball in the UK on TV. Like, American football was pretty popular. Basketball is reasonably popular. Hockey's not exactly popular. Baseball doesn't exist. Again, we like cricket for some reason. We get beat up by two random people. This is your protagonist, by the way. Our health actually goes down. Shocking. This is literally baseball, man. It's kind of nice to see a protagonist like this, you know? It's not like, Kiryu's not going to get beat up by two random pedestrians, whereas Shinada does. Like, it's one of those things. Alright, so, we're going to go and see Milky over at Club Futamama. Is that the wrong option? I can't remember. Futamata. Yeah. So, as I said, avoid the M store. There's the sub-story on the side there. As long as we go this way, we should be fine. Then, obviously, avoid fight spawns up here. You can get fight spawns on both sides of the road. That's going to become a problem in the next chapter. Actually, this chapter. What am I talking about? This chapter. So we're going to make a promise with Milky that we're going to run away from here and start a life together. You know, get away from everything. Get away from loan sharks. Get away from, obviously, adult entertainment. We're going to head home, but you'll see that I'm actually heading a different way because we're going to get a phone call in a second from the editorial department. And they're going to tell us that the article that we wrote has passed through and they've got a reward for us. Which is not actually money, which is what Shinada definitely wants, but it is something that can become money. I think that guy on the left in the tracksuit is a fight spawn. Be very careful of fight spawns here. If I get no fight spawns going down this pathway, this is insane. I'm under the roof. That's some insane luck considering... Hi. Don't care, bye. That's some insane luck considering how bad this run has been for fight spawn so far. This is pretty good. Alright, so with this, you can see that we're now locked on the mini-map. We have to go this way because on the way we are going to meet a very suspicious individual, Ayano Koji. This lad right here is your weapon master with Shinada, aka your move master. Shinada's very much fixated on weapon-based combat. We're not going to be doing any of it. Shinada is somebody that benefits with his move style from, obviously, weapons, but again, we're not going to be using them. We are going to be using the pipe that we got. That thing's useful. But for the most part, weapons aren't actually that good in Yakuza 5, as we've said. And Shinada actually has decent gameplay. Usually, most people think that you need to get quite a couple of levels on Shinada to be able to unlock most of his stuff. And while that is true, there's a very easy way to do combat on Shinada. And you'll see it coming up. Get some sleep. It's a bug, not a sport. You're not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Next day. Tatsukawa's here. So. We're talking baseball. We're talking the game that got us thrown out. We think that there are suspicious things that happened in that game. There's a lot of terminology like sign stealing and cutting, and I don't understand. I don't do baseball. This is the only Yakuza game that I ever dropped, and I dropped it in this part because of that man. Actually, because of the cock racing that you do in this part. Yes, there's a big mini game for cock racing. It's as fantastic as you think it is. There's a whole bunch of randomized, like, nicknames that are absolutely fantastic. There's a cock with the name of mayonnaise. I don't understand why. That's a bad car. We don't like that car. We want to run in the road as much as possible in this bit. It lessens the chances of getting into a fight. Doesn't obviously guarantee that you won't, but it lessens it a lot. You're a fight spawn, lad. Goodbye. See what I mean? I'm in the middle of the road. He can't get to me. Goodbye. So here at Uno's. Unfortunately, Uno's not here. We're gonna have to go find him. So, yeah, sign stealing. Like, the thing that I get about sign stealing is that you shouldn't do it deliberately because that is considered cheating. Like, knowing what the signs are for your opposing team, you know what kind of balls they're gonna throw from, obviously, the pitcher. Like, it's very illegal to look at other teams and study the signs that they do. But it's weird. Because everybody bloody does it. Is what my understanding of the sport is. It's bad, but everyone does it anyway. Just don't get caught. So. We have 2 spots to try and find Uno. We want to go to this one specifically. Be careful, because I think that guy on the left is a fight spawn. No other fight spawns here is a good sign. That means that we shouldn't have a fight spawn when we come out of this conversation. You can sometimes have a really nasty fight spawn in the middle of the road there. And if that really nasty fight spawn occurs in the middle of the road, you don't have that much room to be able to get past it. So not having a fight spawn going into the cutscene lets you know, hey, you can just run through here. That was one on the left. Why is the game doing the thing where it's not letting me up the sidewalk again? Shinada, raise your feet, please? Don't get me trapped with the fight spawn coming after me. this video game sometimes. So, we're going to head down to the south part of the city. We have another 2 choices. The choices are the club, obviously Futomomo, or this one. I can't remember what the name of this one is, but it's this one. Again, be very careful with people along here. The nice thing is the cutscene for Uno down here can actually get hit in the middle of the road. So I'm just gonna gun it. I'm just gonna run down this way and I'm not gonna care. There he is. So, at this point, Shinada is accepting that he needs to look into the reasons behind, obviously, his ejection from baseball. Which is what all of this is leading to, I promise. We're also doing this because the mysterious masked man has asked us specifically to find a group of Yakuza, the Nagoya family. Because we are in Nagoya, this is our final new city of the game. But supposedly there is a big Yakuza group here called the Nagoya family. But no one's ever seen them. No one knows who they are. A little weird. Takasugi with the amazing acting skills. Takasugi's such a good character in this game. So, Uno's gone back to work because Takasugi's like, hey, I'm a lady and I want a massage. Unfortunately, somebody just pushed us into the middle of the road and we almost got hit by a car. Weird. Very weird. So, in this part right here, every single sidewalk or every single road has a spot on it where there is a QTE. You cannot avoid getting QTEs in this part, but you can avoid getting multiple if you stick to the road. Surprisingly. It's almost as if sticking to the road is the best part. It's very weird that that happened. And very weird that it happens multiple times. So, is it or no? There's going to be more baseball talk. It's going to fly right over my head. Or should I say it's going to fly ball right over my head? I don't know. What do you want from me? It's baseball. How am I supposed to be comedic with this stuff? I'm third and out at this point, I'm afraid. Also, note that Shinada is built like an absolute unit. Man can fight. Uno's gonna pick up our phone and then suddenly have a realization when looking at our phone. Oh god, it's a phone. Oh no. He remembered something. Remembered something about one of our old teammates. That guy. I don't know his name. That guy. So, he now runs a yakiniku place somewhere in town. We're going to go and visit it. We actually need a taxi to go over there. This is our taxi spot. Well, one of our 2 taxi spots. But we don't have money. But we do have money in assets right now. Nice fight spawn. Nice fight spawns. Sorry. I'm going to cut in here and get a different QT, I think. Excuse me. Or not at all, because I cut in at the right place. Good job. I avoided a QTE. I'm going to Ebisu, where the reward that we got from the editorial department for doing the right answers is a Staminan Royale. And that sells for a lot. And by a lot, I mean 6,000 yen. That's actually a lot. For Shinada, that's a lot. Trust me. We had like 17 yen. Yes, you can get a fight spawn when you come out of Ebisu there. I've had it happen once. It's infuriating. The fight spawns in this game need to stop. So, more plot exposition about baseball that I still don't understand, by the way. I will apologize about that. I usually like my commentary when it comes to these games. But with Yakuza 5, trust me when I say that when we get to the finale, nothing I've said in the last 4 hours is going to make a lick of sense. Yakuza 5 does what Yakuza 5 wants to do. And in the finale, it definitely doesn't know what it wants to do. Man threatens us with a knife. Unbelievable. Thank you, Manabe.
Yeah.
So, Manabe says the games were legit. Apparently somebody got into an accident with the Nagoya family or something like that, I don't know. That's an entirely different game because the Yakuza 5. Yeah, no, yeah. Alright, back to Uno's. You can get fight spawn right here, it talks. Had that happen multiple times. I hate this car because I have to go on the side of the road, which can go by a fight spawn. I hate these cars. You've got to stop. People keep getting in my way. I'm still reeling from Yakuza 4 being faster on PC, to be honest. No, not stopping. Sorry, sir. This car seriously in my way again. These cars have to stop. Excuse me, please, lady. Thank you. Alright, so. I'm going to go back to Uno's to discuss what Manabe said to us. So, we think that there was a case of match fixing behind the match that threw us out of baseball, and Shinada figures that someone did profit. The Nagoya family.
Yeah.
So, Shinada says, introduce me to the head of the Nagoya family. At which point, Tatsuki's like, no one knows. But Manabe said that we should just pay our bills and let that be the end of it. We should stop poking our nose into it. Do you see there was a man at the door? Very important foreshadowing. If you pay attention to that cutscene for half a second, there's a man at the door. Which is important because...
Tony.
Gas. Shinada just goes, runs after him. Oh, well, you don't just run after him, just... Man's over there! So for this chase section, doesn't do anything. No, I'm not joking. Cut corners, make him go faster. That's it. Look at him go! Unbelievable speed. Look at that. So we don't actually have to do anything in this chase section. We just have to get to the end. There is a predetermined endpoint. Where are you, my dude? Are you coming? Hello? You can get too far ahead of him and he stops going fast. Nice. Uh-oh. Don't get caught here and make sure you go the correct way. If you don't, you will lose him. Well, off you go, lad. This man is Sonic. Look at him go. But it doesn't matter if you get his HP down to nothing. It literally won't stop until we get to that preset point. This band on the corner here is actually a sub-story. Should be pleased, so I can make you go faster. Look at him go. Wow. There we go. No, he's more impressive. That man with his burst of speeds, or Shinada for keeping up with him. Now, unfortunately for this shifty man, time's up. That's not good. Somebody just silenced that man. Oh boy. Now, I've got a very, very small shot of up there, because here's the thing. Shinada was a batter for baseball. Shinada has good eyesight. And Shinada saw somebody up there. The person in front of him. Sakai-san. A former, also member of the Baseballs. More Baseballs. What am I supposed to say? So, this is gonna be Shinada's combat coming up. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do a combination of my explosive finish, but you want to do the throw part at the end, not the grab and charge part. That part sucks. Don't do that. So, the basis of Shinada's gameplay or fights is actually one you've seen in a previous Yakuza run, specifically Zero. We're going to use Slugger strats, Nishitani strats. So what we're going to do is going to punch him to bait out an attack. Excuse me. Get him on the ground. I did not do enough damage to get my heat. Interesting. Uh-oh. I don't know how that works. How did that not get me enough heat? I'm a little upset at that. As he's standing up, do Nishitani strat. Wow, he actually took that. Wasn't expecting that. That's it. That's how Shinada's combat is gonna go. So it's quite easy. It's pretty good. That somehow saved me a minute on my splits. Interesting. Was that where I had the fight spawn in my PB? Because I know I had fight spawns with Shinada. My Shinada was bad. This is 15 years ago. The match that got fixed. Shinada is signing a ball for a fan. Can't tell who the fan is. Never seen them before. Definitely not Takasugi. How does Shinada not remember this? This exact moment. Please. So this is the point where Shinada was brought in for said match fixing, for stealing signs, which he still says to this day he didn't do. But here's the thing. Even when he's been out of the game, Shinada's been collecting data on baseball. Which is interesting. So we're still going to try and get info on the Nagoya family, which is why we're with Takasugi, which is quite nice. That means that there's not going to be that much sub-story stuff, which is nice. So it's bar first, isn't it? Yes. So we're going to go and see Saejima in the bar, who knows a little bit about the ongoings of the town. He probably knows what's going on with the Nagoya family. If I spawn here, please be no. That's a yes. Goodbye. That's some moves right there. That was a good escape. Oh god, right next to Koji? How dare you? That's an evil fight spawn. No, don't care. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Don't care leaving. So, we're going to ask about the Nagoya family. And after this, we're going to go a specific way. We're actually going to ignore where the game wants us to go. And we are instead just going to carry on our own way.
Yeah.
Takasugi is covering a tab. Which is kind of nice, but at the same time he's putting it on his tab. You know the drill. Loan sharks. So, Saejima is saying about how much they owe the Nagoya family. They've obviously really helped this city out. And behind the scenes, there's no real, like, Yakuza wars going on here. There's just the Nagoya family in the background. But again, nobody knows who the Nagoya family are. No one's seen them. Unfortunately, as Milky's saying, she was following some people who took her brother, and she herself has been caught. So we're going to have to go and help her. Takasugi phasing out of existence. So we're going to ignore the waypoint. It's going to tell us to go to a taxi spot. We're not. We're going to be going and getting the M store, but also we're going to get a phone call from Uno. There are people that assaulted him as well. The Nagoya family are starting to make a move. So instead of going to the taxi, we have to go and see Uno in the first place. But on the way, with Takasugi, we are going to go into the M store and we're going to buy some beer. Is it the Kinmugi beer I want? I can't remember which one it is I want. I don't think it matters. Because Kinmugi should be the cheapest one. So 10 should be enough. I think we haven't used 10, but 10 should be enough. Hello. Go shopping. Kid Moogie Bear. Which is down here somewhere. Got it so far. Give me like 10. Beautiful. Yes, Shinada is also drunk strats. Shinada is the one with Boozer's lore in this game. Nobody else. Akiyama loses it, ironically enough, but Shinada gains it. I was very worried about a couple of these NPCs. So I was trying to stay to the side. So, find Uno collapsed in his place. Takasugi is going to stay here and call an ambulance and join us afterwards. And we are going to head off to the pier. And this is why you wanted to go before then, is because the sub-story, as you can see, is back outside of the M store. That's why you want to go before, not after. There's a fight spawn to my right. It's actually multiple. Leave me be. I've had enough. But yeah, the fight spawns in this city are actually kind of nice, considering, you know, you don't really have to worry about the fight spawns when you can just go in the middle of the road. It's actually a much nicer place to run around. This is a good map. I like this map. Anyway, join me in getting drunk. I'm going to be going into my item menu, and I'm going to be drinking 2 to be precise. It's going to be enough for the set piece. I want to do it now, because when we go into the set piece, there's going to be a long, unskippable conversation that will not allow me to actually use my inventory. We're going to go inside, and we're going to find Milky, and then the plot twisteth begin. Every single part has a plot twisteth. This is the start of Shinada's plot twisteth. Oh boy. That's Saejima. That's the guy from the cafe just now. As it turns out, the Nagoya family are actually the residents of Nagoya themselves. The people that Shinada cares about. They were keeping an eye on him the entire time. And there's a lot of them in on this. He was getting far too close to the truth. Even the batting center lady's in on it. Shocking! Even baseball is not sacred. How can this be? How can this actually be? So, because we've taken the 2 beers, most of the enemies in this next set piece are going to go down to a full combo with a My Explosive finish at the end of it. So just as we're in a bit of trouble, Takasugi comes to save the day. We have to take care of all the enemies here. Takasugi's going to run off. This is why I wanted to take my beer before this part, so that I can actually get full effect of it going into this bit. You need to do the full combo on everybody here, which is this one. This might not kill him because I didn't start on this guy. Good. Am I supposed to finish that guy? And here comes a bit that's... That was weird. Here comes a bit that's a bit weird in the remaster. It's time for the reverse chase section, where this lad is going to chase us in a forklift. The remastered version of this doesn't work properly. Because as you will see, I can't exactly escape from this, because the remaster works at a much higher FPS than the 30 FPS original on PS3. This thing catches up. How did that break that one? Shinada. Explanation. How? So I can try and cut corners as much as possible, which I am obviously going to do. But this bit on the remaster is exceptionally hard. Oh god, I didn't want to go this way. BB! Also, it reverses. That was a sick grip. So, this lad is gonna keep coming back and back and back. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna do the pipe heat action against this guy. He has 2 pipes himself. We only have 1. You would think that means that he wins in this fight, but nay, we win in this fight. Should have heat left over after the last fight to do this. I think it's another hit. Probably should have hit him first before I did that, but it's fine. So, with that, we're actually going to follow him along. Now, there's a baseball bat on the floor there. As I said earlier, you can't actually use baseball bats with Shinada. Shinada refuses to use baseball bats. Certain enemies do need a full combo. So I thought the security guards actually did. Now, as I was saying earlier, weapons in old Yakuza 5 aren't very good. Like, in other games, we would easily go for, say, the gun that guy drops. But even in Yakuza 5, guns are bad. Tatsukawa, I'm just gonna hope you have him. Probably doesn't. I should only be using the full combo on the security guards, because those are the ones that do need it. Like this guy. We have to take care of every enemy. That guy guarded, so I did have to do the full combo. Well, Tatsukawa's coming. That could be a good sign. I'm gonna hope that Tatsukawa can also take care of that guy. Probably can't. It looks like we can walk forward here, but we actually can't. As you can see, you have to take care of all the enemies first. Okay. Next up. As we go through here. I'm getting my pipe out. Hello. Close. This is a very long set piece, by the way. It's a really cool set piece. I like this set piece. Okay. That's not what I wanted. As you can see, you don't really want to use actual attacks with the pipes with Shinada. That range is insane. Shinada, please aim for the one guy on the right, the only one that actually needs to get hit in this fight. Thank you very much. Would appreciate that. That was terrible. So we're going to head out here, and because the quotation marks leader went down, we can take care of some of the enemies in this bit. Okay, so we can't go forward here. Yeah. Oh, it took him out. Must have hit him earlier. Oh, I didn't expect Tatsukawa to take this guy down. Whoa, nice! Tatsukawa with the assist. Good stuff. Once again. Here he comes again. He's going to appear a couple of times. And once again, we're gonna hit him with a pipe. Oops. Start getting up before I do the heat attack. Thank you. Okay, that's a bit better. And we're just gonna run down there. All the ads that were in that fight disappeared. I think, is this the bit where we just run at this point? I think it is, yes. My HP is a little low, which I'm a bit worried about. I don't have heat for this fight, which is a pain. My explosive finish. Hopefully he looks at Tatsukawa. Of course, I need to actually, hit him instead of, like, walking in front of him. When in doubt, pipe out. Lovely. Right. Not the last fight here. We have one more fight left to do. The guy that threatened us with a knife is here. Manabe. So I'm going to be grabbing the staminans here. I'm going to be then using one of those right now. Hit that. It's not necessary. Tatsukawa's just over there cheering us on. I'm going to use another heat action just to make this a little bit faster. Come on. Should be enough for hopefully the end of the fight in a second. Yep. He's going to try stabbing us, which we're going to dodge. Okay. That was okay, not the best set pieces, but it's fine. It is fine. Fine if this got off the ending screen. If it could stop leveling me up, I would appreciate that. Thank you. And that is the end of that chapter. We've discovered the actual... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Heck. Yes, cancel saving. Thank you. Good old PS3 save UI. Absolutely hate it. We've discovered the secret of the Nagoya family, so it's time to meet up with our mysterious masked individual. So, who could this be? I still have no idea. Who is Mr. Baseball? So Shinada does something very antisocial here. If you're try and get the logic from this. So we phone our mysterious masked friend and we tell him that we want to speak to them and that they should come over to our house. So Shinada decides at this point, I'm gonna leave. I don't understand. You ask someone over to your house and then you just leave. Cool. So, speed tech, coming up here. We are going to... This is a distance-based phone call, but the weird thing is, there's actually an early trigger to be able to get it, and it's down this end of the road, weirdly enough. If you touch the invisible barrier at the edge of the map, you get the phone call. He's already made it to our apartment. I'm not quite sure why that works like that, but it does. So there we go. And now we're off. We're off to go and see our mysterious individual. Please get out. Oh my god. Sir. We're going to go see our mysterious masked individual. And this is an interesting bit, because the original music in this scene actually got, or the scene that's coming up, the fight that's coming up, got replaced. In the Western version. I actually really like this song a lot. Here is our mysterious masked individual. Last chance to guess who this guy could be. I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. Who could it be? So we're gonna share everything on the Nagoya family to him. So I'm gonna find out that Fujita-san was the one, the Gigant's new manager was the one behind the match fixing all those years and years and years ago. But who is this mysterious masked individual with a briefcase full of cash that just appeared on our doorstep, with seemingly no connection to anything? Shinada's not happy with this outcome, by the way. He gets his pay. And the mysterious masked man reveals themselves. Our mysterious masked individual is... Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh my god, it's Daigo Dojima. The guy that went missing in the first 2 minutes of the video game. Once again, Daigo goes missing for half the video game and turns up here at Shinada's house. Shinada was an old classmate of his back in school when they were supposed to go to a big baseball competition. The opposing school decided to throw some thugs at them to try and stop them, but Daigo went out and stopped them himself. Officially, you won't find Daigo in the yearbook because he got expelled because of that, but Daigo basically helped out Shinada. And Shinada's not happy with this outcome. Yet this is happening. The two biggest screw-ups of the entire series in a one-on-one fight. And it's fantastic. This music is fantastic. This is so good.
俺がそんなにやわな男かどうか確かめてみるんだな。
覚悟はいいな。
And their fight intro can of course only be one thing. Both of them slugging each other in the face. This is the Daigo fight. If done well, this Daigo fight goes pretty quickly and pretty easily. So, we go into our inventory. We chug beer. I'm going to be chugging a remaining stamina. We're going to be hopefully hitting him as he gets up. Oh, you didn't do enough damage, my boy. So that was it. This is going to become a problem now. I do not want to use my red heat. I want to see the whole battle. I had the T-pose strats I could. Whoa! Oh, I did it anyway. Okay, that's fine, I guess. The battle fight will just have to be a bit slower. That's fine. Look at all that damage. That was some good damage. That's some very good damage. I was hoping to save that for the final boss, but oopsie daisy. Up you get. Come on. Should have done that because now he's not going to go into his QT. Come on. There you go. Which one of these two can job the most? It is, of course, Daigo. Of course it's Daigo. Of course it's Daigo. It's always Daigo. Now, Daigo is wearing his shoes in my house and he's gonna stand on my bed.
No.
Great. Look at him. He's got his shoes on my bed. Could you not? We say to Daigo we want to leave. This is the end of Shinada's part. So, Daigo has given the money to Shinada, who is leaving it here for Takasugi. It's a really nice, heartwarming scene. Daigo's supposed to be undercover, by the way. He is kind of a big deal, being the fourth. It's not the fourth. Being the chairman of the Tojo clan and all, especially considering he's missing right now. And as we're going to get on the Shinkansen, we see an interesting news story about a new Gigants player. The pitcher, who we supposedly stole signs off of. Sawada. More baseball. I hope you didn't expect this game to not throw more baseball at you. Whoops. Don't worry, this is the end of baseball. This is a very nice. It's a very nice and long finale, by the way. The finale is absolutely huge in this game. Finale is gonna be about an hour long, so hope you're ready for that. Hey look, it's Yakuza. They're the Omi Alliance. Surprise! So the interesting thing that is going to come out of this, that's a very interesting facet for Shinada's character, is he stole the signs. He actually stole signs. Like, Shinada is not that clean of a character. He knows from this cutscene because Sawada is about to shoot Shinada and makes the sign that gets Shinada to duck. He knows. He knew that Shinada stole those signs, and Shinada steals those goddamn signs. So, in this fight, there is a leader in this fight. We want him to go after him, if possible, because it makes it easier for us to hit him. Unfortunately, he's right in front of us. So I'm going to be hitting others while I hope that he goes after a boy. Which he's really not right now. If you could, you know, aggro on the other guy, that would be great. Thank you. Did, which is good. The stun gun guy's got it, though. He did. Let's try and get behind him. Very nice. I'm going to try and hit him with the pipe heat action, he says as he gets hit in the face. Very nice. He's very aggressive, as you can see. He's really hard to take down. We did take him down. We're going to take down, obviously, as many of the people on the ground as we can, but we didn't get much of an opportunity. When you take out enough enemies, much like with Saejima, much like with Kiryu, we get another cutscene that takes out quite a few enemies. It's really nice. Helps us thin the amount of enemies down quite nicely. X5 is good at that. Who's alive here? Someone's alive here. You're alive here. How are you alive here? You're the first sniper on the ground? I think you are. Everybody else is trying to put together. He already been hit, so... Two more. Okay. There are 2 insta-kill, insta-game over, I guess I should say in this case. QTs in the video game. This is the first. Don't fail us. He's trying to find out. This is the same pitch that Shinada was arrested on. He's trying to find out whether Shinada was the real deal. Which he is. Despite the sign stealing, he is. He's the real deal. And that is the end of Baseball Man. And it leads us directly into the finale. Now, the finale, not to be outdone by everybody's individual parts, is 5 chapters long. Some of them are exceptionally short, some of them are very, very long. The legend returns once again. Kiryu is back in Kamurocho. However, Baba is here. This bit sucks. The amount of times I've walked into a fight spawn... What did I just say? Leave me alone. You leave me alone. The amount of times I've walked into a fight spawn in this city hurts. That one's gonna be there when we come out, remember that. This is the only time you see the interior outside of Serena, outside of OG Yakuza 1 and 2. Nice little nod there. So Baba's still here. We're trying to figure a couple of things out while we're here. We're going to go and see what's going on with the town, what's going on with Tojo. We're going to confront this person who is quite clearly stalking us. Is that a fight spawn in front of the place I've got to go? Hey, bud. Thanks for being pushed over by the pedestrians, I guess. What a fight spawn. He's in the way. I have to go down here. Here's the best part. He's going to be there when we come out of here. Praise Yakuza 5 fight spawns. I hate you so much. Baba is here. Baba doesn't believe. So, we're going to try and do the bounding throw infinite combo. At this point, every fight in the finale, I'm going to try and get the timing down for the bounding throw again, because it's been 4 hours since we started using it. Good fight theme again, by the way. He says only children believe in dragons, and then his song starts, I believe in you! What is it to be, Baba? What is it to be? on my part. Good time on his part. Okay, Baba, you gotta stop. On the floor you go again, Baba. I'm gonna get my bounding throws. Got a quota to meet, Baba. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. That's better. That's much better. Good. I need to do that more in the rest of the finale. I do that way more in the rest of the finale. Baba recognizes we're just like Saejima. Yeah. He knows Saejima, and obviously now Baba introduces himself. So, we're gonna go find a place to have a private conversation, which, as you know, is out here. Hi. I remember that you're standing there. How dare you? That guy's a fight spawn. That guy we just walked past is also a fight spawn. Ooh, that was close. Ooh, I just saw him at the last second. Ooh. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Alright. So we take Baba inside. Obviously, this is where the Mama is overlooking the bar. Date's around somewhere. Date will turn up, don't worry. So. The finale is quite cool because not only do we have 5 parts to this finale, but we're also going to be mixing up which character we play as quite a bit. Unfortunately, in terms of the plot, the finale is the point where the plot literally jumps the shark. This is where things get a little crazy. So, Baba has still not made it clear who his mysterious benefactor, person, leader, pulling the shots is. But essentially, we've got a whole couple of big players in play at the moment. We've got Watase of the Omi, Katsuya of also the Omi, and also we have Daigo, who's missing, of course. Whereas on the other side of town, over at Kamurocho Hills, we have Saejima, who's been brought here by Serizawa. Also, I really like the little effect here that his name is Osaka Detective, even though we know he's Serizawa. Saejima doesn't know that, so the subtitles don't reflect that. Now, one thing I forgot to mention at the end of Kiryu's part a couple of hours ago is that Morinaga turned up and shot Aoyama. And he says that Aizawa was buried up in the mountains. So he's off. He's literally leaving escaped convict Saejima to just waltz around town. We're gonna go to Purgatory. Go see the florist as per usual. Very important. You must always walk in the middle of the road and go over to the other side of the street here. Sadachi Dojo has a sub-story here. A very long sub-story that will literally cost you a good 2 minutes. You must not walk into Sadachi Dojo. It will cost you so much time. Either way, we're going the usual way to go back to Purgatory. We're going down via the sewers. Last time we were here, we fought Akiyama and Tanimura as Kiryu. This time, we're getting a different kind of boss fight. Oh boy. Oh boy. So as we climb the ladder to leave Purgatory, or to get into Purgatory I should say, not leave, jeez, this is to get in. We're gonna go see our old mate, the florist. Place hasn't changed a bit. You can even fish here. That is actually a new addition, so the place has changed a tiny bit. So, the florist is going to introduce us to someone. We obviously would like some answers on where the heck is Majima, because at this point the game is pretty much dropping all the pretense that Majima is dead. Majima is not dead. Especially as it happened off screen. But that's the problem with Yakuza 5's plot entirely. Off-screen deaths. Aizawa died off-screen. Park died off-screen. We've had a couple of other characters die off-screen. And here's where things get... Here's where things start to go kind of bad in Yakuza 5's plot. As we head to the Colosseum. Surprise, Yakuza game with a Colosseum section. I'm going to speak to the florist. We're not going to say we're broke this time. Ah, the forest inside, actually. There's, Kiryu's VA on the right-hand side, by the way. There's a nice gentleman just guarding the door. The florist is going to introduce us to one of his new participants in fight. He's currently in the middle of the ring. You might recognize this guy if you were here 5 hours ago. Not the guy on the right, although he is a unit himself. The guy on the left should look very familiar. This guy with the Yakuza tattoo. It's the dead Aizawa. You see, Aizawa isn't dead. Morinaga lied. For some reason. That we don't know yet. But we will know soon. Aizawa is back in town. And he confirms that Morinaga is actually dead. Yakuza 5 loves killing characters off-screen, but the problem is it's also bringing back characters from off-screen. That's the problem. Like, Majima is supposedly dead. We all know Majima's not dead. I don't think anyone ever fell for the fact that Majima's not dead. But all the important players in the video game are supposedly dead and they're not dead. Why is Aizawa here? Who cares about what Aizawa's doing here? Why are we doing this? Hello? I guess I can kind of understand. But it's everything else that comes after this bit that gets real weird. So, yeah, I haven't been using my iron pipey action. I just realized. Heck! Free damage! I've been missing out on good damage. Heck! Let me go into my inventory real quick. Gonna equip my iron pipes. And you know what? I'm just gonna hit them immediately. That's not the one. Let's wait until you got up first. Aizawa doesn't like going down in this fight. Thankfully, Aizawa is slow like you are. Come here. There you go. That was actually an okay fight. I wouldn't say it was amazing, but I'd say it was an okay fight. So, we give Aizawa a good little lesson. Not the last. Not the last. Chapter 2 of the finale. This one's the shortest chapter of the entire game. Dead people, by the way. Baseball man. Not our baseball man. Our baseball man's fine. Katsuya. He is brokering a deal with Akiyama to call off Haruka's concert at the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
Instead, he wants it to be T-set. Saijo's final fight? Nope. Everybody gets a fight in the finale. The finale. The finale to the finale. Part 5. Yeah, it's gonna make sense, don't worry. We're gonna get to know Katsuya a little bit more intimately than any of us would like to in the next chapter. Trust me on this one. It's time to head back to the office. We're gonna head back to Sky Finance, where we're gonna find a new client waiting. Hopefully no fight spawns on the way. Yes, we have another 4 chapters in this finale, trust me. When I said this finale goes long, this finale goes long. Yes, there is still Yakuza 6. There'll be a bit of setup time in between this and Yakuza 6, by the way, because I have to switch back to PC. Because Yakuza 6 is far faster on PC. And now so is Yakuza 4 Remastered. How did we get here? I went from running on the PS5 version today to finding out that the PC version is cursed. So, our new client, would you believe, is Baseball Man, who also wants to stop the concert with Haruka. He also wants the 20 million yen to give back to Daigo. Like, Baseball Man's alright. Baseball Man is alright. At this point, Akiyama's like, Haruka is doing the concert. Despite the fact that there's going to be an assassin who kills her, but you know. Doing a good job looking after her, aren't you, Akiyama? Very good job. So, Akiyama and Shinada can go to their respective cities. We need beer. It's a good life motto, that. We need beer. We're investigating a company that have ties to Katsuya's company. So yeah, let's go buy some liquor. So, we're going to go to the Popo. This is a very, very be careful bit because there can be the, enemy spawn right outside of it. Sneaky, that one. If you see the enemies squatting on the ground there, you may have seen them in Yakuza 4. The enemies squatting on the ground in Yakuza 4 aren't a fight spawn. In this game, they are. I just bought 10,000 yen's worth of liquor. I don't get a say in this matter. We bought a lot of booze. Again, as you come out, be careful because it's still going to be there. Sometimes it isn't, actually. Yeah, reset. Okay, so it's reset all the fight spawns that were here. So that could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Someone see me. There's 2 fight spawns here. This guy is walking next to me is actually a fight spawn. The guy on the right is a fight spawn. You're kidding, that guy as well. There were 2 fight spawns in front of me. The only nice thing about this, we have Baseball Man with us. Take care of the large lad. I'll take care of you. So at least if you do get into the fight spawn, it's not too bad. That's the second fight spawn of this run, question mark? Or the second optional fight? Which honestly, it's not ideal, but it's not bad. You can have some really horrific runs that... I've had runs where I've had, like, 6 fight spawns in Shinada's part alone. Like, there's some horrific luck you can get with Yakuza 5 fight spawns. The nice thing is, when we get to Yakuza 6, we have a way of dealing with fight spawns, thank goodness. Oh, it's gonna be nice. Yakuza 6 is gonna be fun to run, despite the fact that Yakuza 6 is the masochistic run. You'll understand in about, I was gonna say 30 minutes time, in an hour. This finale goes long. It goes long. When we get here, we get a phone call saying where Mao Enterprise is, and ironically enough, it's the building next to the MEB, and we're currently standing in front of the MEB. That's why you come this way. But this is supposed to be the shortest chapter in the game, but unfortunately we did get into a fight spawn, which sucks. It's a massive time lost that. Thank you for spawning in front of me, civilian. Appreciate it. Oh, look! Yakuza dudes. Well. So again, we get to fight alongside Shinada. Hopefully Shinada does work. Shinada, for some reason, really loves going after the bike in this fight. What is he doing? I really want to do the heat move, so I don't know why it's not letting me do the heat move, but sure. Oh, this is a finishing knife, Do I not have essence of finishing on Akiyama? I should do. Actually, should I? I don't think I should. I guess that would explain it. Come on. This baseball, like. Yeah, fair enough. So, Mao's president here. He is the president of Osaka Town. we're getting a little bit of info on Katsuya, but more interestingly than that, we're getting some info on Park. Because Park and Katsuya had a very strong friendship with a third party who Park had married in the past. And it is a person in this picture here. You can very, very barely see it under the text box, but if you pay attention, the person that Park was married to, the third person in this friendship, was Majima Goro. And this is the chapter where Yakuza 5 jumps the shark. Katsuya's ass. That was just a full-on shot of Katsuya's ass.
今回の T セットのメジャーデビューコンサートは急遽決定したものです。関西のテレビ局で放映されていたプリンセスリーグの決勝で活躍したダイナチェアさん所属の沢村遥さんが日本のメジャーデビューコンサートを予定していたのですが、その都合がつかなくなってしまったことから、急遽決勝で対戦した T セットが代わりにコンサートをする運びとなりました。
This finale is long. There's only 3 chapters left. 55 minutes over these 3 chapters, and one of them, that chapter is only about 4 minutes long. Not this one.
とある著名の先生から楽曲提供を受け、メジャーデビューする予定になってましたから、コンサートの開催自体に問題はありません。
2 hours, I'm gonna do something very, very wrong.
大阪芸能としては、
I'm gonna be in big trouble.
ラッキーなきっかけとして。 沢村遥さんには申し訳ないんですが、
As you can see, T-Set are taking over Haruka's concert. Where is Aizawa going? Like, why? Why are you going there, Aizawa? I don't understand. So instead, Saejima's going, which again I don't understand. At this point, all the major players have been called to the scene. So, you're going to get a choice here on who should go to Kamurocho Hills. For the love of anything, pick Kiryu. Because if you pick Saejima, you have to get out of Purgatory. If Kiryu, you just have to taxi over there. Where's the fight spawn? Shit, I knew it! Yakuza 5 just can't stop, can it? It just can't help itself. It really can't. It really, really can't. Yeah, if you could skip these scenes like in the Dragon Engine, Yakuza 5 speedrun would drop by a couple of hours. It would probably drop by 2, if not 3 hours. To do the hills, pick Saejima. Because Saejima murders a lot faster than Kiryu does. So, I'm gonna beat up all the enemies. Get her off. So the other guy would stay close enough to take him out as well. He's dead. I think the guy that bounces not. Yeah, he's not. That's a guard, that's unfortunate. I'm just gonna take him out. I was hoping he'd be the guy that was weak, but that was weak. Still on the floor. Saejima, where are you aiming? You can tell how well you're doing via how long it takes to get through these text boxes. That is slow. In my PB, I was already here when the text boxes were done. So unfortunately, there's no text box stacking in this first bit. There is going to be a little bit of speed tech coming up after this. As you can see, there's some text box. It will not stack even as we try and get past it here. It does, but we can't actually get to the other end in time. I'm going to walk all the way over there, but you'll see that it runs out about here. Just as we hit the thing. So we can't actually use the text box stacking, which sucks. Let's go. Just trying to take care of, obviously, as many enemies as I can. Should go down this. In fact, we don't need to text box stack for any of this. We can just run up here now and just go into Kamurocho Hills from the back exit. Now, there is some speed tech coming up in this set piece, actually. We're going to have to be very, very careful. I hate this map. We're going to have to be very careful with our movement as we walk through. Not at the start, but in a bit. We're going to try and take care of as many of these enemies as possible. I like to try and stay on the sides to keep the enemies as close together as possible. So trying to get the ones on the floor. How did that go on that guy? There's like one enemy that's alive on the floor that's really like getting in the way, and I can't actually, there it is. I can't actually like get past the rest of them on the floor. That was a good hit. It's also very important that we get enough heat on Saejima coming up, which we would have done anyway, but now we have his red heat move. So, you want to fail this intentionally. It's a bit quicker than actually passing it. But we want to make sure we keep Saejima's red heat active for a part coming up here. There we are. This is going to be the big skip here. So, as we run along into the middle part here, we're going to have the camera turn around and enemies are going to come after us. We're going to essentially use that text box to skip past a trigger in the next bit, which is a little tricky to do. Go to the floor first. You have to be very, very, very tight with your movement. So... Nice, we got in. So as long as you can get into that bit there, you can ignore all of those enemies and you don't have to fight them. It's a massive, massive time save. We're just going to run past everybody here. I have no heat for the next guy, which is a pain in the ass. Because this guy is a pain. That far away and it still doesn't work. Higashide. So... we're going to use our red heat on him, but not in this fight. He's also the only enemy you have to hit in this fight. Unfortunately, I am very, very low on my heat. Just hit a lot of people. Could use that, actually. Wouldn't be too bad. Alright, come in. I want to be very careful and try not to use my R1 button until we get through to the next part. Once again, essence of finishing on enemies as Saejima is stupidly strong. I don't want to take him this way, but that's how it is. I think it teleports us back into the room anyway, so it's not too bad. And this is where we have been saving Saejima's red heat for the entire game. A couple of enemies here. The guy in the red jacket is a massive pain in the backside. Now, unfortunately, it's not going to take him out when we use this, but this is going to take out a lot of enemies and do good damage to the guy in the red jacket. It's going to take out a good couple, at least. If I can get the red jacket guy in a nice combo, we should be able to take him out, hopefully. Here's the entire build-up for that move over the entire run. It just takes care of so many enemies in here. Let him grab me. Excuse me. Thankfully, most of the enemies are here. I am, of course, going to use my finishing. That will make them scared. Nice double. I should have gone after the other guy instead of this guy, because now I have to run backwards. Oh, he came towards me. I said he came towards me. Thank you. You have to take care of every enemy before you can go through the door. So, here comes the weird bit. We're all going to the roof. It's Kiryu, Saejima, Katsuya, and Watase. Now, their big Grandmaster plan is we're all gonna fight to the death, and the winner of the fight to the death gets to meet the mastermind. What? What? None of this makes sense anymore. So, Watase, I love this guy so much. We're gonna grab Watase and throw him to the ground, and then I'm going to try and do my bound throw combo against him. Also, I'm gonna do my red heat action against him at some point. Probably now, because I messed up already. Sometimes I use that against Baba, sometimes I use it against Watase. It's a good... You could leave that until the middle of the fight as well. Okay, he's going into his second phase. I actually cancelled his animation, which is not good for me because now I don't get free hits. On the ground, Watase, I'm gonna have to bound him for you. I'm not gonna get it again, am I? Okay, you're going on the ground, Watase. I love you, bud. Not me, you. It's a bad fight. I usually mess up the Watase fight. I have to get a good... Excuse me, I'll grab you. Wait. I need to get a good bounding for a combo, and that's really hard to time when you've messed it up at the start. That was early. That didn't count. A good thing to do with these is build up heat and then do a heat attack when he's on the ground. Bam. Took way too long to get started on that, but that's what you want to do. The earlier you can do that, the better. You can just keep people like in an infinite like that. So Watase is out, which means you wouldn't think that Katsuya stands a chance when you look at him against Saejima, but actually Katsuya's pretty strong. He's also very fast. Actually, no, he's not fast. He's pretty slow. But we're going to be doing, obviously, as usual. Ouch. At this point, Katsuya becomes very hard to throw to the ground, so instead we just use normal throws. I keep telling you that essence finishing is really good on Saejima. But it's very, very easy to just grab Saejima in this game and throw them to the ground. I don't know why I didn't turn around there. There we go. Usually I like to... That was quick. Usually I like to just grab Katsuya and throw him to the ground because it just makes it a lot easier. I keep hoping I have the extra damage when I know it's not going to attack him. That helps. That was good damage. That was a shame that that didn't count. Come here. Let's finish this fight. Just basically slam him into the ground. Now, that leaves you with a problem. Actually, this is an easy problem. Under zero circumstances, pick Saejima. Remember in Yakuza 4 when we fought Kiryu and he had the Tiger Drop? Yeah. That was early. What am I doing? That was early. I should have known he wasn't going to do that early enough. Ow. He's gonna counter. Come, I'm gonna get you on the ground. Ah, my heat. Hopefully be enough for the fight. Yeah. Thank you, teammate. Could have been better than that. It's a shame. It's a massive shame. These two are definitely very equal in power, which is interesting. That's the end of the fight. We both managed to hit each other. Like, these two are very, very strong. Like, these two are probably canonically the two strongest characters in the Yakuza-verse, to be honest. So, time for the plot to jump the shark. Everybody gets shot by the mastermind who, hey, guess what? It's Serizawa, but his name isn't Serizawa. His name is Kurosawa, and he's actually the chairman of the Omi Alliance. He's also dying of cancer. So, there you go. This cutscene goes through about 20 different power struggles. In one side is winning and then the other side is winning. Like, Kurosawa's just literally shot everybody. He's on top here. Watase wants to jump the building, which we love Watase for that. And then as he's about to shoot us, guess what? Daigo's here. Daigo did something useful. Daigo knew he was up to something bad. Daigo has a gun. Daigo is in control of the situation. There is literally nothing that Daigo can do in this situation to actually screw up. So he's gonna do it anyway. Unfortunately, Daigo does screw up, because unfortunately there is another party member that we haven't remembered about at this point. His name is Kanai. Because in this cutscene, Daigo gets shot in the back. Over to Haruka. Whilst everybody's getting shot on the roof, over to Haruka. It is what it is. It really is what it is.
Yes.
So. T-Set. Nakai, they're here. Because guess what? The concert the T-Set are putting on is T-Set and Haruka. Yes, Haruka is going to be doing the concert after all. After, will she, won't she? Who's that? Are they doing it? Is she doing it? Who knows? But Haruka and T-Set are doing it together. It was the plan all along, apparently. So why were they acting like assholes the entire game? I don't know. This game doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this game. Hey, guess what? As if things can't get any worse, Baba is here! Baba is here to pass on a message to Haruka from Kiryu, and why the heck he can't do it in this office, I don't know. He's going to go to the other side of Kamurocho, and we have to follow him. Baba, what is wrong with you? Just, it is what it is. So, we gotta go and find Baba once again. We're gonna be controlling Haruka and doing her movement tech. Funnily enough, this map is Dead Souls' map. You can tell because of this building right here on the left. Gary's boot camp. That is Gary Buster Holmes, the legend himself. His boot camp is in Dead Souls. It's the only place it's in the series. This Kamurocho is literally lifted from Yakuza Dead Souls. Great. Great. Dead Souls is the best Yakuza game. Don't at me. Please at me. Please tell me I'm wrong. So once again, there's not even... I don't think there's even dance battles in Kamurocho for Haruka to participate in. It's literally just, hey, let's go. There are no fights in this chapter, by the way. There's literally nothing in this chapter. Other than the sad Baba on swing. And, I guess, the funniest cutscene you'll ever see. It's actually great. It's actually great. It's actually great. Kiryu's message to Haruka was never give up. Why couldn't Baba have told us back at the building? Baba is strongly hinting to Haruka that she shouldn't do the Tokyo Dome concert, because if she does, she's gonna get shot. It's gonna be Baba that shoots her. Baba is assassin. Haruka just doesn't care. Baba is sad. Oh well. And now we run back to the building on the other side of the sea. As I said, Yakuza 5 sure does love its fluff. Yakuza 5 really has very weird direction to it, and it needed to be a little more condensed than what it is. It is still a very good game, and it's a very good speedrun. You're gonna see a whole bunch of speed tech in the next chapter, actually. The next chapter is the final chapter. There's a really cool skip in the next chapter, actually. That was the basis of the thing we did with Akiyama earlier on in the run. Speak to Yamamura. Get back to practice. This is your final warning. You are now never playing as Haruka ever again. She's done. She doesn't actually get to do anything in the finale. So, Kiryu, who got shot, is passed out on the bar. Saejima's just stood up. Saejima also got shot. Everybody got shot. Mamarasabi's okay. Hey, Date's here. Date looks at Kiryu, and he's just like, that'll be fine. He's been through worse. Date, please. This is not the right response. Kiryu's awake, by the way. You can see his eyes blinking in this scene. He's supposed to be asleep, but he is actually awake. So, we're now summing up the plot, and I can't. Majima is Park's ex-husband. Look, there you go. There's something going down because of all of this, and Katsuya, and also someone's trying to kill Haruka. I'm not quite sure why. Also, someone's trying to take over the Tojo. You don't know that yet. I mean, yeah, you kind of do since the start of the game, but... Baseball Man actually has a really profound conversation with Watase, of all people. Like, Baseball Man was there to obviously see Daigo, who's in the hospital. Watase was there to see Katsuya, who was in the hospital, because both of them got shot quite fatally by either Kanai or Kurosawa. Kiryu's awake, by the way. Akiyama's surprised at this remark. It's interesting because the gunshot wound that Kiryu has is actually a genuine plot point. How are you still walking? Yes. All of this is important for Yakuza 6, by the way, not Yakuza 5. Not this game. So, Kiryu's gonna go up to the roof for some melancholy alone time. You get to play as Saejima for literally about 7 steps. And interestingly enough, we get a nice retrospect from Kiryu and Saejima. Saejima even mentions the likes of Kazuma. He mentions the events of Yakuza 4. Actually a genuinely nice conversation. It's a nice summation of everything that Kiryu went through, considering this is supposed to be, or was potentially going to be, Kiryu's grand finale. So, I hope you're ready for the best cutscene in the entire game. This is actually brilliant. We're going to go back into New Serena. And when we get back to New Serena, Date's asleep on the bar. Guess who's here? It's Baseball Man. But here's the thing, and this is the best part. Look at this. Kiryu says, hang on. Who's this guy? This is the best cutscene in this game. Baseball Man's inclusion in this game is worth it for that scene. Literally. Who's this guy? They just both look up at him. Who is this guy? He's only here because he knows the Tokyo Dome. He's only here because he's Baseball Man. He's the purest member of this entire team. He's Baseball Man. No. I love Baseball Man. He's so good. He's actually so good. I didn't like Shinada when I played this game casually, but the more I understand this game, the more I play this game, the more I genuinely love the guy. He's not a pure soul by any means. He stole signs. He knows what he did. But he's Baseball Man. Also, you finally get a shot at Majima. Majima's alive. Final chapter. Yume fulfilled. I'm sure someone has counted how many times the word dream is said in this game. It's a lot. As soon as you get to Haruka's part, it's a lot. And now, we start the finale. So, free to explore until tomorrow evening. You can basically use every single character in their own respective cities, do their sub-stories and stuff like that. We are, of course, going to advance the time of day twice. Make it evening. And then speak to Akiyama to begin the end of Yakuza 5. Boy, this game hasn't finished going places yet. So, the concert is going to happen at the Tokyo Dome. Haruka and Hisa are right here. Haruka is feeling very nervous. Haruka hasn't exactly said much over the last couple of hours of the game. Note that she has never once said she wanted to be an idol. That's important. God damn, that's important. The man comes in and says, we've got a problem. Majima's on the TV. That's always a problem. The Millennium Tower in Kamurocho has been seized by an unidentified group and has taken Majima Goro hostage. Oh no. Oh no. And we're all off to the Millennium Tower. if ever you see Majima on TV, oh no. So a bunch of guys with guns turned up and started firing in the crowd. They are, of course, the Omi Alliance. But they're masquerading as the Tojo clan. Which never ever really gets resolved. But hey. The big old brawl is going to break out, and even Shinada's useful here. So, Saejima and Shinada are going to run off. Saejima needs to get to the top of the Millennium Tower, don't realise that the Millennium Tower is right in front of him. But Shinada needs to go through the sewers. For this fight, we're going to pick Kiryu. He has a bit better ways of dealing with not just Kurosawa's men, but also a certain somebody who's turning up real soon. So the enemies are going to start spawning around us down that bottom part that we can't see. So if I turn my camera intentionally, now they're going to spawn in. They spawned in off camera. It happens a couple of times in Yakuza speedrunning in that they will spawn outside of your viewpoint. It's something that happens in K2's finale, for example. One guy left, not too bad. He's back! Kanai is back! Not for the last time, that's fine either. Bounding throw time. As you can probably guess, that's the reason we picked Kiryu. Nice. Akiyama don't. Akiyama don't. Should be free to attack. Yep. Cool, good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Up you get. Come on, time to go. Come on, bye-bye. Leave now. Goodbye. So, whilst Kanai literally runs off, we're going to change perspective. We're going to go and see what's up with Saejima and Shinada, and for some reason there are Yakuza members in the sewers. There is Massive speed tech coming up in this part right here. If I fail it, I am going to lose 2 minutes. Pick Saejima, for the love of God, pick Saejima. We're going to go and deal with everybody here like normal. Just as normal. So just obviously try and do as many combos as we can. Hopefully get multiple of them together, although it's not happening right now. So, as speed tech comes in this next bit, we need to text box stack these enemies. There is a big conversation on the other side that will not let us pass if we're playing the game normally. Now, we want to be a little careful. I'm fairly certain I'm still within the limit of how many enemies I need. It's a certain number. You can tell because we have the actual conversation. That shouldn't be the last guy. Shinada sometimes kills an enemy, so I'm being very, very careful here. You want to make sure you do not miss this. Yes, good. We've got it. So, what this allows us to do is the text box stack makes it so that we don't get stopped by that fight there. That fight there is a massive long conversation where every single enemy is invulnerable until the conversation ends. And that conversation takes a good couple of minutes. Very, very good. In this part here, we're going to get a mid-fight QTE in a second. Involving good old baseball man. This, I believe, is a game over QTE. So, you know, don't mess up. I believe there are 3 game over QTEs in this game, and you've seen 2 of them. There is 1 more left. Also does good damage to that guy who was a pain in the backside in this fight. He's also the leader, so go after him. I'm going to do the usual. I'm going to grab him and throw him on the ground. That's going to deal with him. Soon. Oh, please. Thank you. Okay, that's everybody. So now we carry on. So, whilst Saejima's going to go up the manhole here to the main tower, as you've seen it in Yakuza 4's speedrun, Shinada's going to carry on going that way, which is apparently going to take him to the Tokyo Dome. I don't know if that's how geography works. Let's just go with it. But that's the big skip in the finale got, which is very, very nice. That is very worrying because obviously Shinada can actually attack enemies. And now begins our final set of boss fights. Here's Majima. Majima is being held hostage here by Kurosawa. This is a really bizarre way to try and make every character has a final boss. Some of this is not going to make sense. He's basically forcing us to fight, but why are we fighting when we could just, you know, stop them? The reason why we're fighting is because Kurosawa is threatening to kill Haruka if we don't fight Majima to the death. Of course, why not? Everything is real dumb at this point. Nothing makes sense. But, despite nothing making sense, that does mean we're about to get a really good Majima fight. After all, that's the only important thing. It really feels like they tried to really piece like the plot stuff together to try and make cohesive reasons why there's these final fights, but none of it makes sense. But at the same time, we get a cool Majima fight, so we can't complain. What an intro. And this is actually one of the coolest Majima fights in the entire series. So. I should have actually started with the throw as per usual, but this will be fine. Fail this one. Fail the first one. Fail the first one, do the second. That's the golden rule for this fight. When we get enough of the way through the fights, which I believe we're almost at, if not ready. Yeah. I believe it's what I want to do, isn't it? I don't actually think... Yeah, it is. Because... Ow. Majima now at less than 1 HP bar is going to do a brand new move. It's not a brand new move if you played Yakuza Like a Dragon. Hello? It's doppelganger time, Majima? Okay. I don't know why it's not doppelganger time. There it is. The doppelgangers are very, very fast. You need to take care of all the doppelgangers before you can actually hit Majima. I don't know when that one disappeared, so I don't think it hit. That was almost a double hit, which would have been nice. And there's the real Majima. Nice. That should be the end of the fight. That was an okay Majima fight, it wasn't great. Doppelganger phase was better than it should have been, at least. Oy. And... ouch. That's the end of the first fight. There is an interesting strategy for the next fight that I don't fully know. We call it T-pose strats. Because the boss that's coming up can get T-pose completely. It's time to fight Baba as Shinada. Now this is a little weird. This is a little very weird because we don't really know why we're doing this. There's no real reason to. Like, at this point, Baba was going to leave. He wasn't going to kill Haruka. And Shinada's just like, ah, no, we're fighting. But there's an actual strat you can do that pushes Baba against that wall back there and makes him T-pose. For some reason, my Baba fights. I don't know why my heat attack damage with Shinada has been terrible today. I think I've been playing him wrong today. Get that off before I had a chance to hit him. Now, usually in this fight, you would use Shinada's red heat, which may have accidentally used that off earlier. Oh, I didn't get the T-pose. Did we do the first one? Yeah, we do the first one. Oops. We want to do the first one. We do not want to do the second QTE. Because that does good damage. I'm surprised I managed to get that. I probably shouldn't have done. That should be enough for the fight. Definitely. And this should be the end of the fight. Or is this the one I'm supposed to fight? Nope. It is. Come on. It's over, Baba. Baba is done. The power of baseball is about to win. It's funny because this is the player's position where they always steal signs. That's why it's symbolic as to why the sniper is up there. Couple of fights left to go. Even Shinada's whole gang turns up. Kurosawa's whole plan is falling apart around him. Oh no. We are going to good old Theatre Square. We get a choice between who to pick between Kiryu and Akiyama. Again, Kiryu's a little better for this. Try and take care of Kurosawa's men. Why I went after that guy, I really should have done. Where are you going? Yeah, I had a feeling I was going to do that. Enemies are really grab happy in this game, as I said earlier. They really love grabbing you. Oh, you're the weak one. Good. I was hoping that would hit. Alright, so coming up next is going to be Akiyama's final fight. Everyone wondering what's going on the top of the Millennium Tower, of course. Daigo's back. Daigo does something good for once. Shocking. I know. Daigo actually takes control of the situation despite the fact that he's literally half dead. Same with Katsuya. But hey, Daigo did something good for once. Let's make a note of that. And unfortunately, guess who turns up? We once again couldn't figure out a good final fight for Akiyama, so here he is. It's Kanai again. Kiryu is going to get a phone call from Daigo. Daigo is going to say, Kiryu, I've messed up. Somebody is trying to take over the Tojo clan. They're at HQ right now. You've got to get over there. Who could this mysterious person be, I wonder? Ooh. It's the worst choice for a final boss in the entire series. Ooh. It's one of the best gameplay fights, but it's such a stupid fight. Woo! But first, Kanai. Once again, like every single Kanai fight, just focus on Kanai. You don't have to focus on the minions. So we're gonna start this fight by using Akiyama's Red Heat. Damage. And we're gonna start by doing the towers. So I think that would be able to do it. A bit early on that. Okay, when I'm in this inventory menu, I will put on my fresh ones just in case I need them, which I shouldn't do. And of course, try the tower. We can get him down to reasonably low HP. Again, I don't like the person who put map as the first option. Thank you. I think one more will do it, and then we should be good. Because one of his mid-fight QTs actually does damage, so we should be good at this point to let him up. Come on. Excuse me. Let's get rid of the knife. Supposed to put him into his final phase, but again, he's such low HP that he's just going to end the fight anyway. So, good Kanai. One more. And this is the final QT. Once again, we don't have to worry about the ads. Final field heat for Akiyama. Nice. And with that, there is one more fight left to go. We need a final fight for Kiryu. Kiryu is going to head over to Tojo HQ, as we said. Find that all of the Tojo men have been slaughtered. Oh no. Who is our mysterious final fight? The big bad. The end boss that I need to do like 20 bounding throws on in a row. And not mess up once. Who is it gonna be? Place your bets now. Why does Kiryu take stairs so slowly? Our final fight is against Kurokawa's son. He wanted control of both the Omi and the Tojo. Or something. But again, this man's dying of cancer, so not good. Poor guy. He's just trying to leave his legacy. And the final fight is going to be against Aizawa. What? How did we get from everything before this point to Aizawa? What? Cool dynamic intro. This button press doesn't do anything. We're gonna do it anyway. Such a cool intro. Why Aizawa? Nothing makes sense. Anyway, you know the drill. Bounding pro time. I messed up already. I don't want this. I want the man. He locks onto you very aggressively in this fight. This is why I wanted Aizawa. Second I get Aizawa on the floor, I should hopefully have this fight. Not like that. How did that miss? I actually stunned that missed. Should have a counter. I can fix this with a chair. Oh, I have plenty. That's good. Poor. But that didn't fill me up to full, really? Okay. Fair enough. I hate this man. I hate this man. This man is aggressive. If I do a heat move on the floor, I should get my timing back. Come on. Okay. He has like 9 HP bars, by the way. I've got to get him to 2. Hoping that will be okay. Should be okay. Now comes some of the longest mashing sections in any of the Yakuza games ever. These bits actually hurt my arm. This is a very long mashing section. It just doesn't know when to end. Please end. Shut up, Aizawa. I don't care. Please end. This, as a fight, is like one of the gameplay-wise best final fights in the entire series. By the way, more button mashing. Like, it's actually genuinely one of the best actual fights. But it's Aizawa. It's so weird. Like, gameplay-wise, this is phenomenal. But it's Aizawa. That doesn't make sense. How do we get from the Colosseum to this point? As you can see, the bullet wound that Kiryu suffered is actually bleeding. The bounding throws aren't done, by the way. Aizawa has 3 heals, and I have the bounding throw to interrupt all of them. Which is harder timing than it is in the normal ones. This is actually a really hard time to do it. This is fine. Should be low enough HP. It's gonna be a bit risky, but should be fine. Could do the cigarette heat action. Tempting. We're going outside. It's such a, like, the actual fight itself is so cool. Like, all of this is so cool. But it's Aizawa. It's a shame, because this is, again, so cool. But you want to do all the QTEs. Again, also subtly hinting that Kiryu's wound is getting worse. So, now I have to hit perfectly timed bounding throws every time he stands up to make sure that he doesn't heal. This is actually really hard when I miss up like that. Actually just going to do a little bit of damage after that so that he goes back into heal phase. Again, I do have to... Because the trouble is, if you do that from too far... There we go. I got one. Not ideal. And there. Alright, that'd be get. End the fight. And this, ladies and gentlemen, if you fail this QTE, is a game over. This is the final QTE of Yakuza 5. I was less than 2 minutes off of PB. I'm actually okay with that for a live marathon, honestly. So, I was going to put it out there. Haven't had a break for about 3 hours. There is no break point in Yakuza 6. I do have to change over my capture card from the PS5 to the PC for 6. I'm going to take this time to have a very quick break. Enjoy the ending of Yakuza 5 for a second. I'll be back in a second. Give me a second here. I'm just going to change over my capture card. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll be back. Hold on. Ugh. See, ideally, I would love to show you the ending of Yakuza 5, but much like the rest of Yakuza 5, it's kind of bloated. it's a good way to sum up Yakuza 5, to be honest. It is just bloated. That should be good. You should hopefully not see anything now. Perfect. I'm going to run my splits in the background so I can see how well this run does, because Yakuza 6 is something I should be PBing soon. Let me close this so that I don't lag in-game, because Yakuza 6 loves to lag you. You're probably going to get to see my splits in a second if this loads correctly, which I'll need to get rid of. I need to get rid of those splits. Yes, you see my splits. Good. Bye. Okay, so here we go. It is time for Yakuza 6. This is going to be the last of the games in this small mini pre-show. I need to... No, my capture card is loaded. No, but I know what I need to do. I need to plug my controller in. That would help. That would help. I do need to plug the controller in to be able to play with the controller. Perfect. Okay, we should be good on everything at this point, I think. Yakuza 6 is only going to last about an hour and 40 minutes. It's not going to take too long. I have a question. Why don't I have audio? And if I don't have audio, you don't have audio. Except I just heard the Windows sound just then. So, where is Yakuza 6? I didn't turn the audio off in the game settings. Nope. Capture card is fine. Yakuza 6, are you being a pain? 2 seconds, you're gonna see something that isn't Yakuza 6 for a second, just to make sure that it isn't my audio that's broken. Why are my splits broken with LED all of a sudden? I don't have audio for LED either. My capture card has exploded. So why did I hear the Windows sound a second ago when I plugged the controller in? Oh, hold on. Don't tell me. Don't you tell me. Don't you tell me. Windows, did you do what I think you did? Windows, did you do what I think you did? You cheeky bugger. Windows is trying to use the DualShock as the speaker. Oh, Windows 10. Oh, Windows 10. Oh, Windows 10. Live tech support. That's got it. Oh, Windows 10. We love Windows 10 around here. Oh, I had a suspicion. Oh, I had a big suspicion about that. Alright. We can get on with the last game now. Oh, Windows. Oh, Windows. You. Tried this before with a couple of things. Alright, so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game. This is Yakuza 6. This game's sadistic. I love this game. We begin Yakuza 6 in 3, 2, 1, go. Should be here for about an hour and 40 minutes, so it should take us quite nicely into the main show. Sure. There's things that can happen. Either way. Here we go. So. This is set a little time into the future. This is Hiroshima Thug. He's actually the main character in this game. You've seen him a couple of times. Come on. Give me again. Nagamo. Thank you. Be running over here. Don't run towards me, please. Stop that. That's good, because now I don't have to worry about him dodging. This is a really good place for him to be as well. Oh, this is nice. That's not what I want, but I should be able to get it. Stop dodging, my dude. Oh my god. Video game. Just give me this one. I guess I got into 1 HP. It's fine. It's not ideal. Fight's over at the very least. I just punch him now. Come here. Or I hit him with a bike, you know. That's also the same thing, I guess. That guy's Nagamo. We'll talk about him later. Nagamo is a real character, but this game actually then goes into this cutscene and shows that Kiryu's actually looking after a baby. At this point, we time warp back a couple of years to literally just after the events of Yakuza 5, which you just saw. Kiryu is in hospital, getting over his stab wound, and unfortunately the police want to arrest Kiryu. With everything that happened in the chaotic finale events of Yakuza 5 and no one knowing what's going on, they actually want to put somebody down as a public figure so that, you know, it looks like the police did something. So, they go after Kiryu, even though, you know, Kiryu literally did nothing wrong and actually stopped the Yakuza. Daigo's here as well. Daigo has also been shot. 6 months later, Kiryu's in prison. Haruka at this point starts reading tabloid newspapers that say the orphanage is a secret Yakuza den child. They're raising these children to be Yakuzas. So, at this point, another 2.5 years later, aka 3 years after Kiryu goes to prison, Kiryu comes back and finds that the kids are still at the orphanage, but Haruka isn't. Haruka has gone missing, so you get a lovely little catch-up time with each of the kids here at Morning Glory. I keep trying to say Sunflower Orphanage because I was in the games from the very beginning, and it really annoys me. Shiro knows how to do stocks now. Koji is Koji. No one knows really what Koji's deal is other than baseball. Future baseball man right there. Yama's like the big sister of the group. Akiyama is telephone. Except Akiyama is not telephone because we can't get in contact with him, which is actually a problem. So, we hear from the kids that Haruka has disappeared, so we're clearly going to go and see the last person who was supposed to be looking after her, Akiyama, over in Kamurocho. We're now going to be grabbing drinks as we run through. We're going to be grabbing... These vending machines are basically new to the series from 6 onwards. If you've seen K2, you can see that the drink system is a little different in 6, in that you can only carry a drink in your hand and not in your inventory. This is going to cause us to have to do a couple of bits of shenanigans in terms of when we do our drinks and what we drink. But we also have access to a couple of moves in regards to our drinks that are actually going to help us out a lot more. So, I'm going to head to Serena. Make sure we don't pass this place up. I have done a couple of times. And the nice thing in this game is that everything is voiced, so holding R1X is actually a little better. I'm going to turn up the volume a tiny bit because it's a bit quiet. Hopefully let me know if that's pretty good. If that's too loud, let me know, but I'm stuck on a wall. But Yakuza 6 is a little quieter because I have my master volume turned down, as you saw. So, we're going to head to the Popo. We're going to grab a couple of bentos to begin with. Just for safety and because we actually need a couple going forward. I probably need more than 3, but that's fine, I guess. Yakuza 6 is the sadistic speedrun, as you will see very, very shortly. Question, what happened to my sprint drink and why don't I see it anymore? Because the silent power doesn't run out that quickly. Why has Yakuza 6 eaten my drink? Boost your attack. Should be obvious. I need to grab a new drink because of that. Excuse me. Maybe I can get silent powers here. This happened the other day as well. I'm going to have to look into that. That's the second time that's happened to me. There's my drink again. That is definitely the second time that's happened to me. Yeah, I'm gonna investigate that because that's a little weird that that's happened twice now. So we're going around asking about Akiyama and Haruka. No one's seen any of them. However, the bartender here of Bantam says that Akiyama was actually on the run from the Saito Triad, who have taken up shop here in Little Asia. Little Asia had a big fire at the beginning of the game whilst Kiryu was in prison, and has been taken over by the Saito Triad, as I said. And now we might get our first little bit of what we love to call Dragon in Shenanigans. In this cutscene that you're not going to get to see, we meet a character called Ed. Kills a couple of Tojo clan members with his karambit knife that he got from CSGOLotto.com. We're going to want to run to the left and grab the sign, and hopefully the sign doesn't break in our hands. If it does, I cry. Good. Maybe we can get these guys with one last swing. Good fight for once. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's a first. A fight's been a pain in my side for so long now. We're going to head back to Sky Finance, which is going to require us to go and taxi over there. Hopefully no fight spawns on the way, which there aren't. Good. If there are, we have a way of dealing with them, which is nice. Is Yakuza 6 once again eating my drink? This is interesting. I'm now lost. Eating my drink has actually confused me very, very greatly. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Oh, I need a... Actually, no, I don't. Yes, I do. I'm very confused at this point now. This game is trying to confuse me greatly. Anyway, here's some members of the Saito Triad trying to kill a Tojo clan member around the back of Serena. So we're going to grab this bin, hit these two, and then hopefully hit everybody else in 1 or 2 swings. Beautiful. Thank you very much. So we're going to help this guy out, and he's going to say that he last saw Akiyama at Children's Park, the good old homeless park in the corner. Now, the nice thing is that we do have what we need to progress. There's a fight spawn going the other way there, which is nice. Please don't turn around. How dare you? I'm going to despawn you with this vending machine. Goodbye. If you ever have problems with people in real life, folks, despawn them with a vending machine. That's all you've got to do. Nice life lesson. Anyway, I'm going to run forward. There's a sub-story here. This sub-story is actually special. That sub-story there is one of only 3 sub-stories that are required to spawn Amon. Most Yakuza games for Amon, you have to do all sub-stories. In this game, you only have to do 2 special encounters and finish their sub-story, and then that sub-story there. The reason why you have to finish that sub-story there is because that sub-story is blocking you from finishing the Sadachi fight. So, yeah. Anyway, Akiyama's down here. Unfortunately, we were followed. This is Ed. I love Ed. He's an absolute unit. He's also a massive piece of work. But in this fight, we're going to start by trying to take out all the ads and Ed, if possible. Notice the damage that we're doing. It's kind of insane. It's kind of very insane. This is the power of the drink that we took, which is CC Lemon. CC Lemon is your attack buff drink in this game, and again, it's kind of insane. Look at the damage. You know? You know? And then we just finish Ed with a nice little... Do love Ed. Do love Ed. So, Ed's theme is, like, really cool as well. It's called Bonds, and actually, like, the actual, like, song itself is, like, really thematic with the Saito Triad. Anyway, we've gotten a phone call from Date to say to go over to Toto Hospital because Haruka is in Toto Hospital. She was involved in a hit and run. But even weirder than that, Haruka had in her hands at the time a baby. Haruka's got a kid. Kiryu is starting to be very unhappy. Kiryu's been away for so long that his little girl has had a child and he doesn't know what's going on. This is the scene of the crime. You can see there's a little bit of blood on the floor. We do our Batman thing. Here we're going to grab the green Dakara from this vending machine. It's actually a bit of a stronger sprint drink than the current one we've got. Now I am going to show off very quickly what the top level Yakuza 6 runs look like after this bit. There is a lot of RNG when it comes to Yakuza 6's run, and it comes at the next bit here. If you're on base PS4, by the way, that guy that we're trying to chase and catch up to, he can infinitely load on the corner that we just passed and literally take like 30 to 40 seconds to actually move, which is terrible. Thankfully, we're on PC where that's not a problem. What isn't a problem, though, is driverless cars. There's no one driving that car. Damn. This man spying on us was part of the dojo. So, you need to take a taxi. So, I'm only going to do this once. High-level Yakuza 6 stuff basically gets you to save here, load here, and see if there's a taxi here. As I said, I'm only going to do it once. No. I'm only going to do it once just to show off what you actually do here. Otherwise, what we used to do with the old route is go down here. Every single save load is a chance of loading the taxi. It is complete random chance whether you get it or not. The live marathons, I'm not going to... It's a very, very small chance to spawn, by the way. Very, very small. For a live marathon, I am obviously not going to keep resetting over and over again. We're just going to go to the proper actual taxi down here. But anytime we get a taxi early is what we like to call the god taxi, because obviously it's like good luck. That won't always happen. There's a chance that you don't see any god taxis in this run, and there's a chance you'll see some god taxis that are literally going away from you, and it's kind of nasty, actually. So, Daigo, wait for this one. Wait for this one. Daigo is in prison. Daigo's not in this video game. Majima and Saejima are, wait for it, in prison. Yes, Saejima's in prison. Yes, those words are synonymous with one another. Yet again, Saejima's in prison. Good, cool. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. So, this is Justice, spelled Justis. Yes, on purpose. Grab sign, throw sign, goodbye. Good fight. Love that fight. Don't even need the attack buff. So, basically, the only person essentially that's not in jail is either Akiyama or Date. Tanimura is MIA because Tanimura's actor unfortunately decided to quit acting, hence why he wasn't in Yakuza 5. And nobody knows what a baseball man is. RGG decided that baseball wasn't going to make a feature ever again, despite the fact there's a big baseball minigame in this video game. But we will be trying to avoid. Baseball man no longer exists, by the way. What did Daigo do? Daigo shot a man. We want to grab our CC Lemon for an attack buff. We don't have to hold this because your drinks don't last over the... Your drinks don't last over chapters. They only last for the chapter that you drink it in. So if it was supposed to last over like multiple chapters, it wouldn't actually last. It would get erased. Now, Kiryu doesn't want the baby to go to an orphanage. He grew up in an orphanage. Haruka grew up in an orphanage. Unfortunately, the only person who can stop Kiryu in his mad rage is poor old Akiyama. There's only like 4 bosses in this game that you only fight once, and Akiyama's one of them. Poor Akiyama has not a chance. See at the top right, not even you can stand in my way. Akiyama, after this cutscene, even goes, "It's not fair, you know. I know I'm not going to beat you in this state, but someone has to try." Kiryu clearly doesn't know how to be a dad, is trying to feed a rice baby to a child, and somehow Detective Date here, who somehow has a kid that didn't get kidnapped, or almost did at one point, somehow is a better dad. Yes, Date is a better dad. How does this happen? How does any of this happen? I have to do a level up here, and I don't remember what the level up is. Do I just go all attack and then it's whatever else I can afford? No, it's not. Oops. It's fine. It's fine. I've forgotten. I'll remember after this fight, because we normalize the level ups after this fight, so it's fine. More attack can't be a bad thing for this next fight anyway, because I'm just going to hit Nagamo with a couple of bikes. Spoilers, we're fighting Nagamo again. We're here in Onomichi, over in Hiroshima. Nagamo never liked us. This is before the first fight that you saw earlier on, by the way. We're not caught up with the timeline yet. Anyway, Nagamo. I hit him with a bike. Come here, Nagamo. Ideally, I didn't want to push him this way. I am going to have to go back over here, drag him over here, EX this bike so that I do more damage, then hit him a couple times. There's a weird little thing in this game. Oh, I wish I had dash attack. There's a weird little thing in this game where sometimes when you're in your EX mode, for some reason it won't actually take you into the second part of the fight. I don't know why. That was weird. Whatever. Nagamo's had enough. He still doesn't like us, but we should be going back to Kumi's bar. We're going to be taking a little bit of a detour here. We're going to be going and grabbing a safe key. This is going to be our first piece of equipment. So we're going to grab this here. I'm going to be going down this ladder right here. Spinning around and going down this little alleyway. The safe key that we just got opens up the safe that's down here. Most of the safe keys open up the safe that's very, very close to them. This is going to contain our first piece of equipment. This is going to be the bloody fundoshi, which I'm going to be equipping now, in a second. And when I go and equip it in my menu, I want you all to pay attention to the right-hand side of the screen. So as we go through here, I'm going to be getting combo speed 1, normalize it with dash attack, attack, and sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, and the bloody fundoshi. So, you may have seen there that my base attack of 100 just went down to 80. I need a beer. I need a beer. Don't you dare miss. Don't you dare forget the beer. Don't you dare. Thank you. But our attack went up quite exponentially. So the stuff that we're going to be getting, the piece of equipment that we're going to be getting, is basically that. So I need to... save. Thank you. We load this because it stops... what's his face here? I forgot what his name is. It stops him from stopping here, and then we actually start walking into the back of him. We get a little bit of backstory on Kiyomi, Nagano, and Ino? His name's Ino. We get a whole bunch of backstory on them here. This looks a bit weird, but by pushing into him, it actually makes him go a bit faster. Also, one thing that Yakuza 6 does, and does well, is that everything in this game is voiced. Everything. Fully. The story, all the sub-stories, everything is fully voiced. Yakuza 6 is very impressive for that. I really like Yakuza 6. I love this game a lot. Anyway, we've got some speed tech coming up after this bit. I've got LAD cutscene skips in mind, which is always up D-pad. It's the same with Lost Judgment, etc. So, we need to get some milk for Haruto. Now, we got introduced to a minigame called Troubler, which, yes, it's a pun on Tumblr. That you're supposed to do, like, little missions for. We're not obviously going to do any of those in the game, but Haruto has a very, very specific, unique set of trouble missions, which occur after this bit. You are supposed to do Shake the Baby. There's supposed to be a minigame coming up here. We're not going to see it. I didn't save like it does on console. I keep forgetting that. So there's slot 16. Cool. Bad menuing. It's fine. So, Shake the Baby is very weird. Shake the Baby is on a timer. Don't hold me to this one. I think the harder difficulties are on a smaller timer than the easier difficulties, but I might be wrong on that. As long as you make no movement mistakes, you can get to there and then do the first save load there. That Shake the Baby is actually slightly faster to do if you get the ideal pattern. It's also a bit faster on PC because it isn't with motion sensing controls unlike on PlayStation. Now, that's only if you get the ideal pattern, which is 3 swings in a row. Odds of that happening are exceptionally low, and very rarely happen. Autosave complete. Ah. Wait, that one. Thank you. That was the wrong one. Thank you. There we go. So, the nice thing is, by doing this, we don't do the Shake the Baby one. Now, the second round of Shake the Baby seems to have way more swings and lifts than the other rounds, which is really nice. So we're going to go here, and we're going to find this Yakuza, who is drunk, is relieving himself in public. So we're going to deal with him. Now, this guy has one of the highest dodge rates in the entire game. I dislike this man. So we're going to go past him here, grab this plant pot, and hit him. Ideally with a strong attack, not a light attack, but I thought he was going to hit me. That's why I went for a light attack. Either way, thankfully the Barbie lady just had a baby. She had some spare milk. We can go and take Haruto back to the apartment. Still crying, by the way. Cool. I'm going to go to the next day. So, coming up next is a place where it would be okay to see a taxi, not the most ideal. But any point from here on out, if we find a taxi coming down the road, those are going to be our gold taxis. Again, there are certain points where I would like... It's just gone that way. You. Wow. What did I say earlier about potentially seeing a god taxi that is a bit, you know... bit infuriating. Wow. How dare you. I'll remember this video game. I will remember this. How dare you. Wow. That's really nasty. Wow. I'm actually upset. You better give me a good god taxi later on when I need to go to the Hirose family office, thanks. So. I hope that you didn't get your fill in Yakuza 5, because, folks, it's time to go play baseball. Yes, it's time for more baseball. This time, the fun kind of baseball. The kind where we accidentally throw a bat at Nagamo's head. So, you'll notice that I took a Shoryu beer, and you'll notice my attack at the top left says 22. I was supposed to actually taxi over here. Why do I keep forgetting that? You taxi over here, it's a lot faster. So, what this means is that my next 22 attacks all have a slight attack buff. There are two types. There are timer and hit-based. This is obviously the hit-based one. The CC Lemon is a timer-based one. Now, in this fight, Nagamo has more defense than the other two. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to hit one of the other two at the same time so I could get into the next phase of the fight. Did not happen. I also believe that I'm doing less damage than I should be doing. I'm definitely doing less damage than I should be doing. That's fine. Did you just... Alright. Alright, Nagamo. Alright, Nagamo. He threw a baseball which actually got me in trouble. Stop. This is for you. Okay. Okay, we're being like that today. Okay, game. I see what's going on now. Okay. We're being a pain. Okay, cool. You're supposed to hit them all with a bin. You're supposed to send them to the bleachers where they belong, but no. Nagamo has decided to play ball today. Baseball's out, Kiryu. Gold taxi, please. I'll make up for a gold taxi, no? Okay, cool, thanks. Cool. Video games being evil. Anyway, we're going back to Kiyomi's bar, and at this point, this is where the timeline from earlier is actually going to converge this time. So, where you saw us fight Nagamo the first time during the tutorial earlier, this is where we're now going to go back to. And this is where the run gets a little sadistic. So, as you can see, same cutscene. There's Haruto. There's Masazoe. So, the Hirose family, which Nagamo is part of, is a smaller family, and the Masazoe family is a family that is above them, and essentially, Nagamo was supposed to be getting money from Kiyomi for, obviously, you know, Yakuza purposes, but Nagamo obviously has feelings for Kiyomi and didn't want to do that. So, essentially, because of that, Masazoe has gone to punish Nagamo. So, grab this safe key, run back here. We're going to get our next piece of equipment. I'm actually going to level my attack up here because I feel like my attack is a little low. It's a bit weird. Watch the right-hand side when I equip the Bloody Binding in a second. That's fine. Notice how my defense has gone from the flat base 100 to 50. We've cut our defense in half, and we are not going to supplement for it in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why that didn't skip. I was hammering the button. That is why this run is kind of sadistic. There are going to be bosses later on in this run that can literally free hit kill us. Fun. Masazoe. So, Masazoe has a mid-fight QTE that's a little different than most bosses. I didn't get my CC Lemon, did I? No wonder my damage is low. Because that should have killed Masazoe. I had a suspicion. Thankfully, we still do good damage at this point with our equipment, but that should have been with CC Lemon and finished way faster. Oopsie. Oopsie. So, I'm too busy explaining the plot of the game. I'm too busy enjoying this game again. So, we save Nagamo. Nagamo is now BFFs with us or something. I don't know. Anyway, Masazoe's mid-fight QT revives every single enemy in the fight. The reason why I'm still explaining it, despite the fact we're done with the fight, is because we're not done with Masazoe. We're going to head over to Morino. We have met some more of the Hirose family. You may also recognize Yuta if you've ever watched Battle Royale. If you've ever watched the good old Battle Royale movies, that is, yes, the same actor. I didn't want to use this that early, but unfortunately I've got a problem. Whoa, hey, I have to despawn this set of enemies. So I need to do that. You can get the beer for this bit. I think the beer is also good here, but you can do this bit with CC Lemon if you're fast enough, which might be a problem now. Here's a bunch of drunk civilians. I should really stop using the light attack there. Ah, Dragon Engine. I'm going to stop going for that plant. See, even he can't go for that plant. Even this man is struggling to grab the plant in the corner. Dragon Engine shenanigans dictate that that place was too small of an area to try and use the weapon, therefore it threw the weapon out of my hand. Cool. As you do. Good old Dragon Engine. We do love Really? We do love Dragon Engine shenanigans. So. Head back to the Navy apartments. I'm going to go and taxi over there. So he's down by 2 for this, which is nice. And we're going to rest up for the night. This is where, the next day, this is where a gold taxi would be fantastic right now, because we've got to go to the Hirose family office. It's on the other side of town. Gold taxi? No. Gold taxi? No. Be careful not to stay on the right-hand side of the road, by the way. In certain circumstances in this game, the right-hand side of that road there has the baseball business minigame, so you have to be a little bit of a problem. I'm going to head over to Hano no Kubo on the taxi list. Went a long way down my list. Yeah. Tiredness is kicking in, and it's kicking in hard. Been awake for like 21 hours at this point, I think. Anyway, we go to the Hirose family office and we ask about Haruka, and all of them respond in a very... What just happened to my baby? What was that? What just happened to my baby?
Kiryu-san, kochi.
This is not a baby, it's an eldritch being. Oh no. What just happened to my baby? Yakuza 6. Why did my baby... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna carry on. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. I don't know what happened to my baby. This isn't my baby anymore. We're just gonna go. This game's weird. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So I need my attack buff to last until we get to this bit, because there's gonna be a fight here, and then we just carry on. So Kiyomi's gonna hold the baby. I'm gonna hold the bike. Hi. Akamatsu, actually playing nice for once and not walking backwards. Thank you very much. That guy loves to walk backwards. It's really bad. But that's all the attack buff we need, because we'll be getting into a fight coming up. Oh, excuse me. So once we're done with Kiyomi at the shrine, we are going to go and see the rest of the Hirose family. We're going to try and make amends after, obviously, the misunderstandings that happened. Unskippable sub-story here, but thankfully we just have to skip the cutscene. We're going to taxi on over. To, wait, that one. My eyes. My eyes, great. So, while we're here, we're going to grab a shoyu bit. And in we go. So, they're clearing up the place after what happened with the quotation marks drunk civilians that definitely were not Yakuza. Takashira there is building a replica model of the boat Yamato. That's actually an important plot point, by the way. I'm not joking, that's an important plot point. Good angle. Should have been over a bit more. Oh, well. Oh yeah, that's the end of Takashiro and Yuga. Not Takashiro. Matsunaga. That's the one. But yeah, important plot point. Anyway, with our attack buff, we're going to run around this corner. This fight spawn doesn't matter because this is an area trigger. It is, of course, going to be... Not Yakuza. Thank you. Thank you. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Masazori. So Masazori 2 is the same as Masazori 1. If you let him, he will basically respawn all the enemies. Don't let him. Wants to hit a bit more of these guys than that. Now in Yakuza 6, that man tried to Beyblade. Nice. This game has Beyblades. The ragdolls in this game act like Beyblades. They are fantastic. Sometimes you'll see a Beyblade, sometimes you won't. We got a little unlucky that we didn't see a Beyblade there. You might see one later on. So. Need to go back to the Navy Apartments. That was an R1X moment. I just accidentally skipped it. Again, you get a lucky god taxi here. No. Cool, thanks. Next game. I'm not counting. I'm definitely not counting. Hey, look! It's an old friend of ours. Hi, Saigo. So, again, Saigo is one of 2 special NPCs that we can actually fight in the game. The other one being Sadachi of the Sadachi Dojo, who you won't be seeing because we have to start a sub-story to do that. But once you've finished Saigo's story and Sadachi's story, that's when you can fight Amon. So you can actually fight Amon really, really early in this game. We're off to gather a little bit of info, which is short for filler. So, we're going to be heading over here, where we are going to be grabbing a shoryu beer. We need this beer to last through the entirety of this minigame into the next fight. Here's some more members of Justice beating up a guy called Joe. We don't like Joe. Hopefully we can get a good angle. That's what we call a good angle. Nice kick. And with this, we are going to be introduced to a brand new minigame that started in Yakuza 6. It is the Clan Creator. You might recognize it from K2, but this is a very different version. In terms of speedrunning, this version is a lot nicer. It's a lot nicer, which is good. And we're off. So, we're going to put people in strategic positions, this guy here, and now we want this guy to go here and intentionally get the attention of this guy. We need him away from the guy at the end so that the last guy, Joe, can get over there and drop kick the guy. It's good. So Joe has the only attacking skill in this part. Bring out a couple of fellas to help as well. Come on, Joe. There he is. When he gets close enough, we use him. Not bad. One left. Please hit him on the floor. Not going to. Not bad. Well, I'm not saying not bad. That's fine. I'll take that. That's pretty good. Clan Creator in Yakuza 6 is much faster than K2's Clan Creator, which is also full of absolute, disgusting, horrible RNG. 6's Clan Creator is pretty much not exactly RNG. There's a little bit of RNG in terms of like who kills what enemies, but it's really not as bad as K2's in terms of speedrunning. Thank goodness, because K2's in terms of the speedrun is disgusting, and we don't like it. So, unfortunately, Justice ain't gonna give up. See, there's 2 guys with guns, this guy with a knife, but I'm looking at the sign behind them. I'm gonna grab the sign and swing. Shame I didn't hit him at the same time. That would have been a 1 clear. That would have been really nice. Either way, that's them dealt with. The power of having a little bit of beer in your system. So, that's a couple of cameos from the NJPW, the New Japan Pro Wrestlers. You got the likes of the Rainmaker in here and Yano Toru, for example. Some really cool cameos in this game. Anyway, level up time. I'm going to be getting a couple of things. Collateral, for one. I think that's all I want from that. And then I want, yes, the important stuff. Vending machine drink 1, 2. We can't get 3. So I'm going to go full on attack. Now I do damage. Now I do a lot of damage. Now I do an insane amount of damage. This is a unskippable sub-story. It is based on The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Do not say yes. If you say yes, you're losing about a minute to a minute and a half over the whole run, because she's going to be putting herself in a very awkward way in the way when we want to go somewhere later on. So vending machine drink upgrade that I got, that one requires a little bit of explanation. Also, if you've played Yakuza 0, Munancho. The vending machine level ups cause every single level up causes the drink to last an extra 30 seconds longer, and also increases its potency by a little bit. So, say the CC Lemon starts at a base 40% extra damage, the level up also gives us a tiny bit more on top of that. It basically extends the duration and also the effect of whichever drink you're drinking. Now, Somiya turns up and takes Kiyomi away to a nearby inn, which, as you can see, Nagamo's not too happy about. Oh, also, speaking of Battle Royale, here's Pete Takeshi. Pete Takeshi's in this game. He plays the funny, senile grandpa. Because every single piece of film or literature or media that has Pete Takeshi in has him definitely in a comedy role and not a serious actual role itself. Upset this guy didn't go down to that. Ooh, he tried. We tried to ragdoll. Ragdolls, they are trying to Beyblade. So hopefully good luck that we'll see one today. Why do I keep stopping that? So we have to search for Kiyomi, which means we have to search for every single room. Now, in some rooms, we're going to find enemies. If we don't manage to take them both out in that room, oh wow, then sometimes I will leave them for Nagamo to deal with. The golden rule of thumb, though, is to never leave Nagamo with one of the large lads. The large lads are massive enemies that take a lot to go down. Please, not sure. Thank you. I could have left it to him when he went for the grab, but it's fine. Ah, stop trying to skip it like you're playing LAD, please. So, in some Dragon Engine games, it's actually up to skip cutscenes. In the older Dragon Engine games, it's left or right. Now, obviously, I keep pressing up because I keep thinking that I'm playing like a dragon when this is very far from like a dragon. So, again, if anyone survives, I'll leave them to Nagamo as long as it's not a large lad. Like these guys. I could leave that large lad to him. Alright. Okay, not leaving this guy to Nagamo. Actually, I might. 1 HP. Nagamo. You got one job. He's stunned right now. Nagamo. Now, because of... He almost didn't take him out in time. Ooh. Because of collateral, when you hit multiple enemies at the same time, you actually do extra damage. That's why hitting both of those large lads with a dash attack actually took them out. Nagamo is being pain. Hey, so I'm going to be heading up to the top floor where I don't necessarily think this is a direct reference to Ishim, but it certainly feels like one. There's a nice fun bit coming up here. We grab the bench, don't we? Yeah, not the plant anymore. We used to grab that plant in the corner, but PC shenanigans at 60 FPS sometimes cause that plant to break. So, yeah. Ooh, nice. Okay, that's easy enough to get. Alright, so because we picked up the bench before we went into this cutscene, we're actually going to be able to grab it, or we're still going to have it when we go into this fight right here. Which is really nice, because as you can see, this guy in front of us has a very big HP bar. And there's also a group of them together, so I'm just going to swing. Nice. He's 1 HP. He'll go down to a dash attack. Oh. Man dodged. Nagamo, this man's aggressive today. Help. Oh, wow. He was way more aggressive than he usually is. Wow. Thank goodness. Alright, so Somiya, or Nagamo, does a really stupid thing and takes his mask off in the sauna right in front of Somiya. Now, you'll notice that Somiya, interestingly, doesn't have the usual ink on his back that most Yakuza do. That's because he believes that power in the Yakuza days should be done with money instead of, you know, the traditional ink that most Yakuza have. Sentiment that's shared by a couple of people, actually. So, grab plant, swing plant, once again, swing plant. Try and take care of as many people as possible with these swings. That's a good lineup. Most of the enemies are still over here, so I'm just gonna take them out with this plant. The guy with the large HP bar is the big problem in this fight. That's okay. I didn't want to come all the way down here, but in terms of that room, it's not that bad. Because I'm in a marathon and I only got 2 bentos, I'm actually going to pick up a spare healing item just in case. Because again, my tiredness is starting to kick in quite rapidly, so I might do a big mistake in a bit, so I'm just going to grab that for safety. So we're going to catch up to Somiya in here, and I'm hopefully going to take this fight a specific way, hopefully. So. I want to grab that the lamp on the right-hand side of the room. I use it twice, and then heat attack. I'm grabbing a chair. So, phase 2 of the fight, wait half a second, he has iframes. Most of the times you fight Somiya, he has iframes in the second phase of the fight. It's an okay Somiya fight. Not great, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that. That's fine. So, big long cutscenes and exposition. We find the CEO of Iwami Shipbuilding, which is actually a cover for the Yomei Alliance, and there are some Tojo members here. Obviously, Somiya's here. They're trying to broker an alliance, and because Kiryu's here, they're like, hey, 4th chairman, if you oversee this, like, alliance, then everything's hunky-dory. And Kiryu's like, I don't care. I'm not in the Tojo anymore, and I don't care for Tojo business. But they then threaten that if we don't oversee the deal, they'll pull out and they will go to the Omi instead. Again, Kiryu is just adamant at this point. He is done with all of this. He is not a part of the Tojo. He does not care. He just wants to go back home and have everything be nice and happy. That's a shame. Here's Joe. Go away, Joe. No one cares, Joe. We're not doing Clan Creator Joe. Joe turns up and says, wouldn't it be a shame if I was to meet you in... Why am I sliding to the right? Turns up and says, wouldn't it be a shame if we were to meet in Kamurocho and you do Clan Creator? Yes, it would, because we're not going to do it. I'm going to go into here and boost my heat gauge up a couple of times, up to 120. Going to get boost heat actions level 2. And boost attack at this point. I think I was supposed to hold off for vending machine, but it's fine. Flight spawn has to go down there, so I'll despawn it with this. It was a bit close to this side. If it was on the other side or a bit further back, I could use these vending machines, but... So, this is the first time that Yuta and Nagamo have ever been in the big city, so it's all very overwhelming for them. All the lights, all the people, etc. Now, unfortunately, this is going to cause Yuta's bowels to implode, and he's going to really need to use the toilet. Now, unlike the small town that they come from, not everybody is friendly here, and he can't actually use the toilet inside the popo. But he's still going to try. Bless his heart. In the meantime, we're here looking for who we suspect might be the father of Haruka's baby. Now, he came here to be a host. Also, the hottest man in all of the Yakuza-verse is here. Oh my god, I love this man. We'll get into him in a second. The thing with... The reason why we're here is we think that one of their friends, Tatsukawa, we believe that he is the father of Haruto with Haruka. He came to Kamurocho to be a host. That's why we're here. We went to Stardust because obviously anytime you need to know any information on hosts in Kamurocho, you go and see Yuya and Kazuki. But the thing is, they weren't there. Stardust has been taken over. Stardust has been taken over by the Koreans, the certain Jingwon Mafia. Yep, the Jingwon are back. And much like the loading screen says, the Jingwon never forgive and the Jingwon never forgets. If I can grab this guy here, this should be a good throw. Again, in this part, throwing enemies is really good. Yakuza 6, it's actually a viable strategy to throw enemies. And it really is. I was hoping they would have dealt with him a bit better than I did, and they did, thankfully. So, Jungi Han is the leader of the Jingwon Mafia. Jingwon Mafia are the same group from Yakuza 2. And for some reason, they are in Kamurocho. So, we are going to go over to Stardust and accept Jungi Han's generous invitation. He will tell us where Tatsukawa is on one condition. See, Jungi Han has outfitted the bottom of Stardust into a masquerade hall. It also has a wrestling ring. I don't know. I kind of like what he's done with the place. That's the end of the fight. I just have to get him into the second phase, so take off the extreme heat, because sometimes extreme heat stops you getting into the second phase. One of the most amazing fight themes in the entire series, by the way. Should mention that. Not only is he good looking, but he's got a good fight theme as well. Absolutely insane. How does this one man allow everything? So, we deal with Jungi Han, and Jungi Han actually does live up to his word and tells us where Tatsukawa is / was, where he lives. It's over on the other side, over by Pink Street. It's on the little offbeat road there, which I think is Showa Street. So we're going to head over there now via taxi, and it's going to be the end of the chapter. There is going to be an unskippable sub-story start here, which involves the Snake Flower Triad once again. More people from previous Yakuza games that still have issue and beef with Kiryu, ironically enough. Burning their fangs, get it? Snakes, fangs, yeah. Symbolic. Supposed to be symbolic. So, we're going to head over to Oka Building, which is over on the right-hand side, just off of Pink Street. Actually, it might be Seiryu Avenue. I can't remember. My brain is not engaging that well today, not going to lie. Unfortunately, when we get to Tatsukawa's apartment, we find him dead. Very, very dead. Mutilated. Dead. Somebody has murdered the man. And we have a suspicion we might know who it is. Ah, hey, Heisey. I'm going to forget to explain that again, aren't I? I hate trying to explain that every time I do this run. So, police are going to cordon off the area, and there is a suspicion that the person that killed Tatsukawa is Ed. That's our triad. Please don't notice me. Hey, thanks. Good. Okay, so, over to Tenkaichi. Boy, it sure would be a shame if going to the main story was interrupted by Joe wanting us to do Clan Creator, wouldn't it? God damn it, Joe. So, jump out the window. We're not going to go see Joe, we're jumping out the window. We're going to head down here on the way. I'm going to grab myself a quick attack drink of CC Lemon. We're going to get into a couple of fights coming up here. So, CC Lemon is going to do wonders for our damage. Bad fight spawn, I'm going to have to get rid of that. Reason why I don't grab the CC Lemon there is because if you grab the CC Lemon there, you have to wait to drink all of it before you actually go up into the building here. So, the boys are sad about their friend Tatsukawa being murdered. We're going to go find Akiyama. Akiyama's probably back in the sewer where he was earlier. We can go down there. So. Thankfully, most of the taxis in Kamurocho are literally the first option. First or third from the bottom. It's really nice. So we're going to head down into the sewers once again. This time, we're not followed, but they're already down here. Or are we followed? I can't remember. Either way, the Saito Triad are down here. The Saito Triad are very much down here. I'm going to skip the Rugby Baby cutscene. Considering I'm in a speedrun, I should do. But this is a charity marathon, so no. We'll watch Rugby Baby. We might go slightly over time. Actually, no. With my estimate and with the time we started at, we should be good for a spare 5 minutes if we watch Rugby Baby, and that's with things going wrong. So we should be very good to watch Rugby Baby and still come out under time. So we should be very, very good. We should not go over. Actually, that's a good point. Real time, what time am I at right now? Because I kind of know roughly what my real time is at this point in the run, because it's a down period. Down period? Jesus, that's not right. Sometimes monsters very tight for them. Oops, I forgot. There's only one skippable phone conversation in this game. This isn't it. This is not it. It's in 1340. Did I say 11 hours? I think we go slightly over. God, taxi in the wrong section. No, what are you doing here? No, I can't use you here. No. No. Because we don't go very far. We go here. God, taxi, no. I guess I could have actually taxied to Theatre Square to save if I cared about loadless, but obviously I only care about real time right now. God, taxi, no. You're in the right place, but the wrong run. I said 12. We're coming in under 12. We're coming in under 12. Guarantee you that much. Yeah, we're coming in at about 11. Probably somewhere between 11 and 11:30, honestly. So. I must have gone really fast into something. I guess the new Yakuza 4 route. Yeah, the new Yakuza 4 route this week. That's what's ruined it. Thanks, Yakuza 4. Appreciate it. And Yakuza 4 apparently got even faster whilst I was running here today. Wonderful news. For those who didn't hear earlier while we were doing Yakuza 4's run, we finally found a way to skip the long, unskippable 4-minute long cutscene. But only on the PC version. So, yay. Cool. I guess. Which is weird, because the PC version of Yakuza 4 is unironically the worst version. The second worst version. PS3 version is probably the worst version. Anyway, this is Rise Up. It's an actual real gym in real life. This is a sub-story that's definitely not because, you know, it's actual business. If you do that sub-story, if you sign up for the gym membership, that's where you fight Sadachi. So we don't want to do that. Weirdly enough, when you sign up for Rise Up in this game, the first fight after you do all the gym stuff, you get an insane amount of damage, but it takes a long, long time to actually be able to... It takes a long time to actually be able to... I don't know what I was saying. I actually just straight forgot. It takes a long time to do it because you have to go and find the menu items. Now I don't get a call taxi. Thanks. It takes a long time to find the menu items and then do the actual mini game, blah, blah, blah. So it's not worth it when, you know, CC Lemon does an insane amount of damage. Like, an actual crazy amount of damage. So... Do I get my vending machine upgrade here? I don't think I do I? I think that's next chapter. I'm trying to remember if this is an attack upgrade part or a vending machine upgrade part. I think it's attack. We're gonna find out. It's been a long while and 6's route was changed a fair bit It's... Oh, it's the vending machine free. Yeah. And then a little bit of attack. While I'm here. Why not? More damage is good for this bit. Doing the vending machine drink there will make the drink last for 30 seconds longer, which is going to be good for this next set piece. We're going to a big, long set piece here. We have a suspicion that the person that killed Tatsukawa was Ed. Good old Ed. So we're going to go and basically bust into the Saito Triad's area. This is why we went and saw Akiyama earlier. Grab the CC lemon, but not fully drink it. Because this is one of the cutscenes that doesn't actually eat your drink. So you still have it. So we're going to hold on to this drink as long as possible during this bit. Can I push past me? You were supposed to push past me there. Good lad. Now he can't push me at the end here. We'll drink it. Bit early, but it's fine, because I don't want to accidentally not drink. That would be worse than early drinking. Fun fact, the run might die here. Just to let you know. On the PC version, this door is weird. It's a bit bugged. It does this. Don't. Thank you. Thank you. There's a very weird thing where that door slams shut, and it can actually get stuck. Got a little worried for a second there. Okay, so this next bit coming up here. We used to wait and just pass by this guy, but actually it's a little faster to do the fight now, because the guy dies in like 2 hits. There's a very angry chef. If you look like that when you're a chef, you need to try and find some personal happiness from somewhere, because that man is not happy. Or, you know, change profession. He probably enjoys this. Why are you not moving me? Video game. Weird. Anyway. He's going to run after Akiyama. We're going to run over here, grab this cart, try and break through the wall. I don't like the way he's going. I love throwing things. In Yakuza 6, throwing people and throwing objects is a surprisingly legit source of damage. Throwing stuff in this game is actually really, really good. It's really nice, actually, because there's no other Yakuza run where you think to yourself, hey, if I throw this giant cart towards someone, is it gonna be good or not? The answer is yes. Fortunately, that sword went to a place that I didn't want it to go to, so I have to do the old-fashioned way. Which is, of course, green heat. He's Beyblading! He's Beyblading! He did it! He did the Beyblade! Nice! We got a Beyblade! So if you saw the chef in the corner there, that's what we like to call Beyblading. He spins like a Beyblade. It's quite simple. Yakuza 6 on PC is so weird because it, like, really ups the ragdolls. Like, they go crazy. They Beyblade. It's great. Sometimes they will fly in the air. It's great. This is why we love Yakuza 6 on PC. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. We're still trying to get to Ed, by the way. It just takes a while. The next fight I absolutely hate. I usually do a charge attack. I don't actually have a charge attack on me, which is bad. Unfortunate. Leave me alone. Fine, I'll just do the EX again. Wanted to save this for the fight after this bit. I can build it up in the next fight anyway. It's fine. It's not ideal to use that there, but it's fine. Ideally, if you get the... I missed the attack on the guy on the ground, which is a bit of a problem. If I can get the attack on the guy on the ground, it does enough damage that the third hit will actually take him out. And it also sometimes stuns him as well, which is really nice. But I missed somehow. So. I'll get Rugby Baby tonight, yes. It's a charity marathon. It's not, obviously, me trying to go for a PB on a stream, so it's like, you know... There's no reason not to. And it's good fun. For those who haven't seen Rugby Baby, you're going to love it. And I need to grab this item for later on in the run. Rugby Baby is good stuff. This man loves attacking me lately. I didn't mean to grab that, but you know what? It works. Oh my goodness. We got one of these fights, eh? Everything's getting thrown at everybody. I'd like to hit these two with this chair. Ah, tang. Unfortunate. See, he has a lot of HP, so if I'd hit him at the same time, that would have been nice. Also, the Saito Triad members really love to dodge and guard a lot. A lot more than your normal Yakuza members. Ah, oh, that didn't hit anyone. Like a chair, please. This is not going well. Akiyama, please move. Thank you. Thank you. Bad fight. I really want this attack buff to last until Ed if I can, which is the next fight, but put that down. Put that down. But yeah, not looking good right now. Okay. Ed's here. Ed's just chilling. We have a nice conversation with Ed. I forgot what happens in this conversation. But he's not happy with us. There's his karambit knife. He really likes showing off his karambit knife. So we're going to hit Ed with a chair. We're going to give Ed a massive fear of chairs in this fight. In fact, every fight against Ed is pretty much a massive fear of chairs apart from the first Ed fight. This is Ed round 2, because obviously the first one happened a couple of hours earlier. Love this track. Now, remember, there is a period of invulnerability for Ed here. Give it a second. One HP. Now, unfortunately, Ed really doesn't like going to the next phase for some reason. This is why sometimes we have to use a heat attack. Don't really know why, but sometimes you just have to convince Ed a little bit harder, and that's with a heat attack. It's weird because Ed used to go straight to the final phase, but there's something to do. I think it's something. It's kind of like the other Yakuza games where sometimes enemies don't go into their like final heat stuff. In the if you get him below like a certain HP threshold, the game acts a bit weird, and I don't know why. Because we used to be able to get him straight into his final phase while he still had HP left at this point. But I think it's just a thing. Ed, also on PC, goes very aggressive here for some reason. He's supposed to charge you, but yeah, on PC he doesn't. He just decides to try and murder you. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, this lovely potted plant. Thank you. That's my face. Thank you. I'm literally dying. Please die. Thank you. You too. Are you okay? What was that? To remind you all that yes, my HP is low. My defense is at half, therefore I can die very easily. This is why I took the safety heal earlier. That's why I'll be taking a couple of safety heals in this run. The tiredness is hurting a lot. So, Masazo is here, along with a guy called Big Lo, the leader of the Saito Triad. Now, this cutscene's blue because it was back in the past. Yuta knows Chinese, and he said a very interesting term in Chinese, which was Heihaizi. Heihaizi is essentially the rule that Chinese families can only have one child, and that all the other children are basically, you know, sent away. I will rest until next time. I will level up again. Is this vending machine 4 or is that later? I think that's later. I'm very certain that's later. What? It's later. I was close to it, but I'm not sure. Supplement with a little bit more attack. That's fine. I need to learn what the new level up route is because it isn't fully up here. Trouble with doing runs like this from a long time ago as well is that my memory really confuses me with trying to do the old stuff when it really shouldn't do. The problem with speedrunning is muscle memory is your friend and also your enemy. It's frustrating, which is a shame. I'm just going to 60 FPS. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. Also, PS Color, I had a moment earlier where the game ate 2 of my drinks that I had already drunk. That was very weird. Happened right at the start. So I don't know what's up with that. If it's because I'm, you know, down patched too far. Please don't hit me. I dodged at the wrong time. So, us and Soumya, we have to go through here reasonably fast because I need this attack buff to last. How do I describe the events of Shangri-La? This is good old Shangri-La. If you remember Yakuza 1 and 2, we kind of wrecked the place. You might hear a weird sound there. It sounds like a zombie. Don't worry about it. The source of the sound is this. We call him Hangman. He's a man that lives in the basement of Shangri-La, and he looks like this. Hangman. Yeah, this is Hangman. It's Hangman. That's no explanation needed. It's Hangman. Stop. And go. It's just Hangman. Like, I know what you want in terms of an explanation. It's just Hangman. As he does. As he is. I still wish I could remember the proper timing on this. That's definitely not it. Now I'm in trouble. You don't want to get knocked down and fall down because you do an extra fight with Hangman that you don't need to do. I've really messed up. There's a good timing aspect for this one. It's been so long that I've forgotten what it actually is. It sucks. But you can get over there with only getting hit once. So Hangman is the first of the enemies in this game that is really nasty. This man doesn't have an infinite, but he has a very, very strong combo that will kill me. So we don't want to see that. Thankfully, Hangman doesn't have that much in terms of HP. Because we have CC Lemon. Okay, so if you get lucky with the angle in this room, you can take care of all 4 enemies with 1 hit. Unfortunately, I did not, so I'm going to grab this. And we're going to break through with the second. Good stuff. In this next bit here, there's a couple of barrels. We're going to be using those. Hopefully taking care of the enemies in 1 or 2 hits. 2 isn't the end of the world, because the last hit will hit this, and then the barrel will break in your hand, so you don't have to waste time getting rid of it. Usually to discard weapons, we press down D-pad, because that makes you drop the weapon instantly and doesn't take up time, like throwing them, for example. So every time we go through, we want to grab a sledgehammer. There's no Dragon Engine shenanigans like the other day. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to sledgehammer this guy because obviously he has a lot. How did you break out of my grab? What is happening? I want to take care of this guy with a sledgehammer because obviously he has a lot of HP. Oh, please. This is bad. I'm not going to make it to Hangman with the attack buff at this rate. This is bad. This is very, very bad. I need this next room to go well. I'm definitely not making it to the boss with... Definitely not making the boss with attack. Guy with large HP buff, please come back over here. Thank you. It's okay. It's not great. Alright, so, up to the next floor. Up to the next floor. Like, what is happening? This run is cursed. This run is very cursed. So, we're going to grab the sledgehammer. Hopefully I can get to this next fight whilst the attack buff is still on. I would have liked to have gotten to the fight after this attack buff on, but I had a very bad set piece. Hit Hangman! Because I have the attack buff on, I can hit Hangman with a very strong sledgehammer and get rid of 2 hits. Good timing. Good timing. Ugh. Okay, so we're now gonna run that way down the corridor, and we're gonna get to the boss of this set piece. I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, considering that I don't have any CC Lemon on. It's the old-fashioned way. I'm gonna be grabbing that bottle to the right. Somia! Bottles are... Okay, so we should talk about weapons in Yakuza, because weapons are actually very interesting in this game. Because because this is an early Dragon Engine game, every single weapon has free durability with a couple of exceptions. Bottles start 1 blunt, then 3 blade, and benches are free. So they start off with 3. I should bring up the EXE for this fight, honestly, because he can guard it. Okay. Not a good timing fight. I should have grabbed the table instead, honestly. Bigelow's in the background there. You can see him there. But there's basically a war that's brewing between the Tojo and the Sayao triad, and Somiya came along because he actually wanted to, you know, kill Bigelow, but we didn't let that happen. And then we get a phone call saying that Patriarch Hirose, aka Beat Takeshi, has disappeared with Haruto. Uh-oh. So it's time for us to go back over to Onomichi, over in Hiroshima, and find out what's going on. The answer may shock you. The answer may shock you as well. So, speak to old Nagamo. Oh, ready to go? We're going to grab our CC Lemon when we get to the city here. There's a very, very nice vending machine right here that has them. I hate trying to get the CC Lemon from this vending machine. It's a pain in the backside. Don't go too far forward because there is a cutscene. Let's buy the diamond there. Want to make sure you have your CC Lemon on. It's not actually too bad in this bit because it's just a bunch of normal enemies. But this guarantees that they go down pretty fast. We do have to take care of all the enemies, and I do not trust, as you can see with Yuta there, those two to actually take care of the enemies. So, I'm just going to carry on. Take care of these two with one kick, and hopefully they two stay together. Nice, still got them. It's a really cool set piece, by the way. So, these guys are all going to come at us. There's a couple of bikes on the left-hand side. It's good old Kiryu insurance. Nice. Thank you, Yuta. Good hit. Actually, good hit from Yuta for once. Now, I said this a couple times earlier on in the run when we had people in Yakuza 4 not move properly. I said that in Yakuza 6 you were going to see a couple of instances of that. This is going to be the first one. There's one enemy in this fight that usually doesn't aggro until you go and kick him in the face. Which is a shame because there's a lot of enemies in this fight. So, what we're going to do is going to run to the right and grab one of the benches that we were talking about earlier. These have, as I said, multiple hits. I'm hoping this guy actually walks forward at this point. He's not. Oh boy. Excuse me? Okay. Oh my goodness. You'll deal with him. Okay, thank you. Boy, this is not going well. But yeah, that guy at the end, for some reason, his AI, as you see, just doesn't activate for some reason. I don't know why. That happens with like one enemy in every single Dragon Engine game, or multiple sometimes. Right, so heading back to the bar. At which point we're going to get a little bit of backstory about Kiyomi's relationship with Somiya and how they are obviously used to be in a relationship and they actually have a daughter together. Nagamo is very upset about this and he is not taking it well, and Nagamo is acting like a little child and he really shouldn't be. So, Nagamo is going to give us some time to get over stuff and work things out. You can ask all of the guys here about which way to go. The correct answer is Yuta's, but you don't need to pick Yuta's to be able to leave here and go and finish the rest of the chapter. So what we do is we pick the shortest conversation, which is actually Nagamo's, and then we're just going to go and do the one that Yuta would have suggested anyway, which is the Hirose family office. So once we get over here, we should hopefully get a cutscene on the door. Sometimes this doesn't load in for weird reasons. It really doesn't like loading in on PS4, where you have to walk down here and then back to the door to get it to work. I'm going to go in first person for this room to be able to get around the table a little quicker. Oh, that And we're off to a club called Snack at the Club. A little pub place called Snack Hourglass. Alright. There's a bunch of dudes. I'm gonna throw them. I'm gonna throw them. That's what you do in this fight. You grab the guy. And you throw the guy. Except this guy. He somehow survives. I don't know where you're going, but you're also getting thrown. And through. Not the best fight. So sometimes you can end that fight in like 2 throws, which is really nice. Anyway, Snack Hourglass is just down here, thankfully. I think I've got enough attack buff for the next boss. Should last long enough. Once again, if I'm done with this conversation, a God Taxi wants to pop on by, I'd appreciate it. You know? Can wait till later though, I'm not picky. No? Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that fight spawn, we're going to be taxing for the first spot. We need to go this way specifically, we can't actually go the other ways, they're actually blocked off. We wouldn't know that, but they are. So, hello Koshimizu. This was a guy that was around earlier as part of the Yome Alliance. On PC, because of the higher FPS, the old method we used to deal with him, the other bike, actually breaks. So instead we found this bike instead. Nice. Don't worry about damage at this point. Make sure you do your mid-bike QTE, and swing! It's an okay Koshimizu. I think that was a bit slow. It's fine. Alright, so. With that, we go to the shrine, and we find out the identity of Haruto. Haruto's father, not Haruto. We know who Haruto is. We find out the identity that Haruka's child's father is that dumbass right there. Yuta. Oh boy. Masazoe turns up. So do the Jingwon Mafia. So, we are going to do this so we're going to do this fight here, and then we're going to play a cutscene afterwards. It's a very infamous cutscene. It is called Rugby Baby. It's not called Rugby Baby, it's called Upsy Daisy, but we call it Rugby Baby. Again, the bench is really good because it starts with 3 hits and then breaks into another. I had to do that hit there because that guy was going to hit me otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to mute for this and grab a quick cup of tea. Enjoy Rugby Baby. Ladies and gentlemen, Rugby Baby. Absolutely phenomenal cutscene. Absolutely phenomenal cutscene. Because we're a charity marathon, you know, feels right to play it. Also, the hot one turns up, hey. Hi, how you doing?
お前半純期なんでお前がここにそこをどけ邪魔だ
So thankfully, Jungi Han starts the fight next to a couple of benches. You think he would learn? Leader of the Jingwon Mafia. Here we go. So, we're gonna go grab this bench, swing it at Jungi Han. Hopefully we can get him before he stands up, and then he doesn't guard. Good first phase. Wow, you actually did the stun punch. Okay. Man's trying to head trauma me. He knows how good it is. I know how good it is. You're Jungi Han. So, with this, unfortunately, we're going to learn that the Jingwon actually managed to get Haruto. Somehow. Haruto was in Yuta's control, and then all of a sudden he lost it. How does that happen? We're going to go and head over to the Hirose family office. I'm going to use this taxi over here. Nice thing about taxis in this game is you don't have to worry about them knocking you on your backside, unlike LAD. I want to get enhanced counters here, remember? Don't forget that. Do not forget that. So, Yuta is a bit of an idiot. Nagamo is a little angry. Punches fly, as you do. I'm going to do a level up real quick. I don't think I can do vending machine yet, can I? I can, actually. Yeah, that'll help. And where's... Nope, it's up. Yeah, there it is. I should have done that. Okay. I'll get a bit of attack while I'm here as well. Cool. That's going to set me up for the next couple of chapters. And obviously, before we go, we're going to grab a CC Lemon. I'm going to give a wide swing there because my movement was bad, just in case I got too close to the, cutscene trigger. Alright, so, big set piece time. There's actually a lot of set pieces in Yakuza 6. Like, a lot of people complain that Yakuza 6 is very unfinished, but Yakuza 6 has an insane amount of set pieces. Okay. Alright, it's not cool. Keep forgetting that. Every time. So, we're gonna do the usual. We're gonna start off by kicking enemies, and then hopefully try to throw a good couple of them. That was a decent first throw. It's okay. It's actually not too bad. So these barricades will go down to 3 weapon hits or 5 normal attacks. It's important for later. Oh, also we have suicide strats in this chapter now. It's great. See, now they're an old thing, but they're new for me. Oh, this is a very bad start. Usually these guys actually gather together. Usually they kill that guy. Lads. AI NPC RNG. Isn't it wonderful? I don't like doing that. That's gonna get me killed one of these days. It's genuinely going to get me killed one of these days. So, this guy here is going to start kicking down barrels until we take care of a certain number of enemies. Once we take care of a certain number of enemies, he's going to drop down as well. So we want to take care of enemies as fast as possible. Trying to take care of all the larger enemies, as you can see, because those are the ones that are problematic. Oh, I don't like that you threw that after you were down here? Sir? So I'm fairly certain that is cheating. I'm fairly certain that's cheating. I'm fairly certain that's not allowed to happen. But it happened. So... oh well. Once again, there's only one phone conversation to be skipped, and it's not this one! Which is a shame, because this one will actually go really fast if we can skip it. Okay. We're gonna go after this cone for getting through this barricade. So everybody's just gonna chill here for some reason. I don't know why they're not coming with us, but it's fine, I guess. So this is the bit where I hope the game doesn't bug out, because it can bug out a couple of times. I'm going to throw this over here and have it explode on them. Is that going to hit everything? No, it's not. Oh, no. I need them to explode the big barrel. I don't quite know why it's bouncing like that, but you know. Dragon engine. Ow! It's an actual sword. Put that down. Thanks. It's not allowed. Jeez. I actually have to watch out for my HP. Although I don't actually, because we're about to do suicide strap bits, which are going to just tank my HP. So, for this next part, to go fast. I don't like that jump. Also have to be careful of a guy with a gun in this bit. If this guy with a gun shoots me, I might actually die. So I just got to be a little careful. Okay, this bit is what we like to call suicide traps, because unfortunately this is where we try and basically explode. So if we're in our EX mode, we are usually invulnerable. So what we're going to do is land, EX, run forward. Barrels aplenty. That seems like a while to start. Look at my HP. Okay. I do want to be a little careful with this last guy. I do want to be very careful with this last guy, actually. He actually could kill me at the start of this fight. So I'm gonna be a little careful here. He's trying it, he's trying it, he's trying it, he's trying it. He's trying it. Yup, he's trying it. Oh boy. Okay. I mean, if I need EX at the start of this fight, it's literally fine. This is why I said Yakuza 6, a very dangerous run. Very, very dangerous run. Anyway, we find out from Jungi-han that Tatsukawa actually accidentally ran into Haruka with his car. He didn't mean to. Everything's going even crazier with the Haruka story. I need the cone, I believe. Just EX attack at this point. Where are you? Okay. Decent Jungi-han fight. I'm okay with that. Very, very okay with that. Okay, so unfortunately Jungi-han gets shot in the head. That's it. Also Masazoe is found dead. Oops. So we don't know who did kill both of them. So this is now the big secret, is that there's somebody out there killing these people, which is not good. So we all come back, and we have decided that we're going to head back to Kamurocho. We're going to have Yuta confront Big Lo, his biological dad, because Yuta is a Heihaise. That's why the term Heihaise was important earlier on. Okay, so gonna go to sleep overnight. Yuta's finally looking like he wants to be, you know, a proper dad. God taxi. God taxi. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. I appreciate it. There's like very little opportunities to get God taxi at this point. Good. Hey, over to Hana Kubo. Over to the fountain. Okay, so we're going to speak to Yuta and we're going to Kamurocho. So, unfortunately, Yuta is what we like to call a dumbass. we're gonna go to New Serena, where Yuta's gonna go step outside to make a phone call. Unfortunately, Yuta's not going to make a phone call. Yuta is gonna disappear. He's going to go and get himself 2 bottles of alcohol, except for the fact that one of them is alcohol and the other is gasoline. It doesn't go through the cutscene, does it? I don't think it does. And unfortunately, even worse than that, Little Asia is made mainly of wood. Stop opening my tips book. Stop that. So, unfortunately, Yuta's gone to do us silly. I should have actually taxied to the main tower and drunk there. I forgot about that. This still works, but it's just a tiny bit slow. The one skippable phone conversation in this entire game is coming up right now. This is the one we've been waiting for. This phone conversation right here. Fantastic. Alright, so, small little set piece time. Hopefully get a good start to this fight, because I haven't recently. Hopefully try and throw this guy into the majority of the enemies here. Not ideal. Well, I'm glad we had one ragdoll earlier. One Beyblade. Right, so we grab the chair. We're going to start hitting these guys, hopefully multiple of them together. That's pretty nice. That's a shame I didn't hit this guy at the same time, but oh well. Grab the chair because it actually takes care of this barricade in one hit. Haven't been hitting this guy lately, and that's really frustrating. Glad he attacked early, so that means he won't attack here. And despite the fact that his building is on fire, it's just chilling in his office. Gotta love it. Alright, so I need a chair. Oh, goody. Once again, we are putting the fear of chairs into Ed. Sorry, Ed. Sorry, Ed. Dear Ed. Oh, this way. So, the building is still burning down. Yuta's grand idea is that if he takes out Big Low and himself, no one will come after Yuta anymore. That doesn't make any sense. It really does not. Yuta's an idiot. That doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. None of this makes sense. Yuta, please. I hit him with these V's. This looks like a QT that would do damage to him if we didn't do it, but you still do this cutscene, but you actually take damage instead. So give him a second. High frames. And that's you. Lovely jubbly. Fun fact. Beneath that desk, it's very hard to do. There's actually a bike. It's not supposed to be in the room, but for some reason there's a bike under the floor. Sometimes you grab it randomly. It's great. So, big set of cutscenes. There is a secret of Onamichio. It's a big secret. That's old Kurisu, aka... Oh, that's Jimmy, though. We don't like Jimmy, though. He's the cause of all the problems of this game. So, this is a big plot exposition point. The Secret of Onamichi is something held by the Yome Alliance's Iwami Senior. We will be seeing Iwami Senior a little bit from now. We'll be seeing Iwami Junior a lot later from now. Big Low. Well, the Samurai Triad didn't initially want to move into Kamurocho, but the reason that they did is because Jimmy Low, Big Low's son, is a dumbass. So, Jimmy Lowe, along with the Tojo, decided to set fire to Little Asia. The first one, not this one. this one was Yuta's fault. The earlier one in the very, very start of the game. Because of that, they made a deal with the Tojo to move into Kamurocho, and unfortunately, Bigelow has found out that there is the so-called secret of Onomichi, and because of that, unfortunately for Bigelow, his life has now been null and voided due to the Saga Triad going completely under, and also the fact that obviously Iwami wants him dead, so he's gonna have to disappear forever. Which somehow gets Yuta off the hook as well as Haruto. It's not how any of this works, but it is how it worked apparently. So you know, it's whatever. It's whatever. There's a bunch of Yomei Alliance dudes. We're gonna run to the right, grab this guy, throw him against as many people as possible. Nice thing about this bit is like horrifically loud in the console version, but when they came out with the PC and Xbox versions, they actually lowered the sound of this bit, which is really nice. They also add a little bit of a filter to certain really bright flashing cutscenes to stop epilepsy stuff, which is really nice actually. This guy that just jumped off the truck, the guy with the big HP bar, he has a kind of, not infinite combo, but he will kill me if he hits me with it. I'm going this way because I want to kill the guy with the gun. Yeah, this guy. I wouldn't mind grabbing the gun, but the gun breaks. It's there on the floor just to spite me and prove me wrong otherwise. But the gun does break if you even sneeze at it. In fact, most of the objects in the Dragon Engine will literally crumble to dust if you even look at them. It's whatever. You get used to it. Anyway. With that, we're going to go and fight one more boss for the final time. This boss is the person that you fight the most in this game, a grand total of 4 times. It is, of course, Nagumo. So I'm going to move to the right side and pick up a flower pot, because I'm usually doing this fight. Lay him down to 1 HP. Yeah, that's about right. Do the mid-fight QTE. And kick him. Nice nag. Nice easy nag on me. So here comes some Yomei Alliance guys, because why not? Once again, the fight here is going to result in people getting thrown. Apparently I picked up the flower pot, which is not what I wanted to do, but as you can see, the flower pot is still pretty decent in terms of damage. Nice kick. Shame this guy wasn't walking forward. That was a very nice kick. Alright, so this is a cipher that Big Low has left us with. It is the secret to Onomichi. So the secret to Onomichi is actually on the poem stones that are around town. There are 9 of them. We're going to go and read all of them. Go for the final time, Saigo. It's good to see you again, bud. Alright, you can't skip them, I should know that. As I go along to this vending machine, I'm going to grab myself a green Dakar, a very, very long-lasting sprint drink. Once again, Mudancho. Yep, that is Mr. Chohept Onast himself from Yakuza 0. Okay, so we're going to head up to the top of the hill. It's a shame that this is at nighttime because there's actually a fast travel from the top to the bottom in the daytime, but it doesn't run at night, so you can't use it at nighttime. It's actually this NPC here, the one that we are next to, is the one that is supposed to really hint at you that it's the poem stones you should be reading. He's kind of the... He's the hint that it's supposed to be the poem stones. But it's a pretty obvious thing if you've been paying attention during the game. It's also really nice. A fun factoid for the poem stones. They're actually real in the real Hiroshima. And I can't remember how many there are in total. I think it's like think it's like 40 something instead of like the 9 that we've got here. And all the poem stones were from famous poets who came to the area and decided to obviously write about the area. And they're fairly certain, the localizers at Sega, that the poem stone translations in this game are the very first time that they were ever officially translated into English, which is pretty kind of cool if you think about it. Hello, video game. Thank you. This is probably where you'll see me save load, because this is a really nasty spot for fight spawns. Although this one's going the right way for once, which we love to see. I don't have to bother with it. Game, if you want to give me that god taxi going down here, or once we're actually done with this bit, would be nice. Now's the time. No god taxi here. Okay. I would actually prefer it in the bit after this, to be honest. This is our penultimate poem stone, or it should be, if I've not missed any. Should be one more, which is down this road here. A taxi after we get this poem stone would be very, very nice. That's a bad fight spawn. That's got to go. Thankfully, it does. Muscle Soda is in this game, by the way. The good old Muscle Soda that is obviously the really strong attack drink from Kiwami 2. It's not as good in this game. It doesn't do as much damage. And also, that wasn't all of them, was it? Uh-oh. Did I miss the one at the top again? If I miss one, it's usually this one. But that was not... That was supposed to be the last one. I've missed one. If ever I miss a poem stone in this video game, it's this one. No. Northwest Stairs? I'm fairly certain I got that one because the one on the way down. Oh, the one on the way down. The one on the way down. Thanks, girl. Yeah, the one on the way down. Now, I could really do with that gold taxi. It's alright, I'm just, you know, spending a bit more time. It's been a fun evening. Just want a bit more time with you all this one. Is this the one I forgot? That's the one. Nice. Thanks, Kuro. The nice thing about this one is it is actually right next to a taxi, so it's not the worst one in the world to actually miss. Excuse me. There are far worse poem stones I could have missed than that one. Far worse poem stones I could have missed than that one. Thank you, Kuro. I appreciate that. Again, that's the tiredness kicking in. I think I'm closing in on 23 hours awake at this point. Hey, hey. Alright, so, I'm gonna go to the cemetery where the code is marked Yamano Dodai's grave. That leads us to the secret of Onomichi. Kinda. Cemetery lane. Fun fact, if you are in a fight, in a proper fight, not a, like, aggro on you, but actually in a fight, and you walk into this cutscene trigger when you're playing on base PS4, there is a very high chance, something like 60%, that the game will crash. I first found that out in the middle of a live marathon, and I replicated it very, very easily. That... a late god taxi. Hey, 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 don't... I want the taxi, it's not coming through. She's going for the normal taxi. Wow, everyone's strong in this fight. That's bad. Oh, this guy. Come on. The taxi's trying to move, and I don't want it to move. No, 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 baby. Come back here, I need you.
それでは出発いたします。
Shouldn't really be surprised anymore. The Dragon Engine gives you some wonderful, wonderful things. That hit actually may have stopped the taxi from leaving, actually, which is kind of nice. The Dragon Engine is a wonderful thing. It gives and it takes. I don't know how it went for that the other guy, but sure. So, sometimes we can get good Beyblade ragdolls in this set piece, because it's a big open area with a lot of enemies. Don't like how those two are alive down there. Good job. Good job, Takashiro. Alright, so, this is a big set piece. This is the big set piece of the penultimate chapter. And one more chapter after this one. Okay, so we're being chased by these guys. We're just gonna go over here, and this next bit is a bit tricky as a fight. It's not hard, but it's hard to do well. We also, in this set piece, need to go fast enough because we need this attack buff to last for a certain enemy. Preferably, we can get it to the actual boss of this place, which you do need to go fast to do that, but it is very possible. This fight here is a pain because we're on a very narrow walkway, and trying to throw people can be pretty bad. How did that man fall on the floor? Someone took him out. That was weird. I don't know who took him out, but I appreciate it. I'm gonna hit the ladder. Nah, you don't want to hit the ladder. You really don't want to hit the ladder. That makes this slow. Ah, dear oh dear. You're supposed to just jump from the top to the bottom. You take a little bit of HP damage, but it honestly does not matter. It's obviously just faster just to go. HP shouldn't be a problem in here, but it can be. This fight is annoying because there's a bunch of enemies all the way down at the very end. And there's these guys that really like to get stuck on your allies. I was hoping to hit them with the bow. Shouldn't have picked up the pipe. Hello, large lads. Usually I go all the way to the end to grab the barrel. I just wanted to test something with this, but it's not gone well. It's not gone well at all. Come on. Sometimes it just doesn't like to skip the cutscene there. It's weird. In this fight, go for those barrels, obviously, but be careful of the bag that's next to them. If you hit the bag, it creates a dust cloud that actually can stop you as well. I was hoping that would hit me. Where are you going? Where are you going? There's only one enemy left. He's right in front of me. Yakuza 6 AI NPCs can be fantastic at times. So we still want to go as fast as possible, obviously. We're going to grab the sledgehammer. We're going to break through this wall here. And down we go. So, should probably drop the hammer here because it's a little risky for these guys. Bunch of enemies with knives. These do real damage. So, lost my knife out of that as well. This is actually really bad. I'm going to have to safety heal. This is why we buy spare benzos. We want to come through this bit with at least one dagger use left. And again, if you're squeamish, you're going to want to look away for the next bit. This is one of the big reasons why you want to get to this point with your attack buff. Well, I'm fairly certain you can still take this guy out without the attack buff. This just guarantees it. Yeah, if you're squeamish, you might want to look away. Ouch. That's not where knives live. It's very much not where knives live. Looks like a cutscene, not a cutscene. That's a cutscene. For some reason my holding left on the D-pad is not counting for skipping cutscenes at the minute, which is weird. Again, for marathon safety, I'm grabbing the full heal that is here. In this fight, there's one enemy that I want to go for. This Conan is the guy in the blue suit on the left. He's a pain. Ah, what the heck? Okay. Did I get hit by this dagger on the way down? I think I did. Either way, that guy's gone. He's the big problem in this fight. I do not like my HP. Especially for what's coming next. Takashira, he's on the ground. How did you miss? So, I have my attack buff. Huzzah. Thank goodness. Yeah. Of course Pete Takeshi's going to be a fight in this game. So he's not the senile old grandpa, he's the person who's been protecting the secret of Onamichi for all these years, and he doesn't even know why. He's going to guard. He always guards the first one. He's going to give me a free one second time. It should hopefully be the good one. Yep. Now we need to see multiple mid-fight QTEs, so if we can get him to... Hello! If we can get him to go into the next phase, that'd be great. Here we don't have to do much outside of a couple of QTEs. There is something cool with the third one that you'll see coming up. This is also one of the reasons why I have to limit my FPS. If my FPS is a max for this, which is 144, for some reason these QTEs don't respond. It's weird. Now watch this. Oh look, it's the Ghost of Christmas Past. Hirate is actually behind you. It's really weird. He isn't like a physical form. We need one more QTE. There it is. Now we can end the fight. Thank God he didn't counter. This man, despite the fact that he is a literal Tonberry, can counter you. Now, 45 minutes of exposition about a boat. I'm gonna sum it up in a sentence. It's a real nice boat. So, the boat itself is actually the Yamato Mark II, if you know anything about, you know, wartime politics. That's a big deal. It's a very important boat. That's Iwami Jr. He kills Iwami Sr. Yes, his dad. Whoops. He wants all the power. Now that the boat has been exposed for the world, he's going to do nefarious deeds. Yes. He's going to take over the Yome Alliance. Which, again, is, I guess, nefarious deeds. Now, interestingly enough, we get a phone call from Somiya. There is a person called the Fixer. He's, like, one of the highest-ranking peoples behind the scene. He controls everything. Politics, people, blah, blah, blah. Because Kiryu was the one that exposed the secret of Onamichi, the Fixer wants Kiryu dead. There's the boat. It's a big boat. You can hear there is a fight spawn on me right now. You want to be very, very careful and get through here as fast as possible. If you don't, you will get a fight spawn teleport onto you and it'll be a fight. There we go. Cool. Time for a nice fight intro. Watch this. It's the middle of the day in a small city. What are you doing with that? So it costs 45 minutes. It's something close to that. It's very, very close to that. It's something like about 40 minutes to 45 minutes. It's stupid long. It does have Hirosei's backstory in it as well, to be fair, but it's all about the boat. It's a very, very long time. Right. Ah, the bike broke. That sucks. 'Cause I need that bike. You aren't supposed to break out of my thing like that, so that's Not allowed. That's an illegal move, I'm afraid. That is just not poker. Could you finish that guy off, please, so that I can have this bike for the next part of the fight? No? Okay. 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 I'm just gonna kick. Kick doesn't do as good. Okay. Oh, I love doing that. It's so fun. Throwing enemies in this game is legitimately one of the most funnest things you can do. One hit. I don't know what I expected, but I expected better than this. Almost Ragnar. Whoa, that bike. Nice kick. Video game? I don't think the video game is feeling very well right now. Good. This is a good game. It's a great game just for the ragdolls alone. Remember, on the taxi list, there is an extra option here, so you have to go down by one extra spot. Very important. That's it for the god taxis, by the way. There is no more chance for god taxis. Now, you can go to Kamurocho via the taxi list, but it's not the story version. You have to go via that marker there. We are in the finale, by the way. We have one big set piece and then a set of final bosses to go. We should hopefully only be about 15, 20 minutes. Maybe. Something like that. Hopefully. I don't think it's going to be any more than 20 minutes. If it is, then something's gone horribly wrong. If it's more than 20 minutes, I've fallen asleep. Although I guess I could die in this set piece. That's a possibility. Hey! That's actually a good possibility. They could lose me like 7 minutes. Can I finish my drink? Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so. We're going to get told here that this is our last chance. We're going to be going to a big set piece. It is, of course, would you believe, be shocked when I say this, the Millennium Tower. Because of course it is. It always is. It's like our 5th visit tonight. In this fight, grab a guy, swing a lad, and there we go. It's just throw guys. That's the easy way of dealing with this fight. Honestly, good stuff. So you don't actually have to deal with any of the enemies that are up here. The only ones you have to deal with are the ones downstairs. There's one large lad. That lad right there, who has a lot of HP. I shouldn't be throwing them all the time. I should be doing dash attacks as well, but when it works this well. He should be dead to him, I hope. Thank you. Nagano, I don't know where you're aiming right now. Oh, also be very careful of getting hit by your allies. Tagashiro in particular. Most of Tagashiro's attacks that can hit you will hit you, and they will stun you. What are friends for, eh? What are friends for? Alright, so I'm going to try grenade strats here. Grenade strats are hit this guy that has the grenade, pick up the grenade, not the plant, throw the grenade, and pray these two sit next to the grenade, and then just go over here. Grenade strats, good strats. Now we're going to hope that Yuta and Akiyama actually do something in this room, unlike my last practice run of this where they did nothing at all. So we're going down the end of the corridor because, yes, these two have rocket launchers and they need to be dealt with. They very much need to be dealt with. Ah. One guy walked past me. Could you take care of the last guy? Okay, I will. That's fine. Please explode. Oh my god, they actually exploded. Don't mind me breaking the chairs. Not ideal. I want to go into this room without a weapon in hand. Now, unfortunately, Yuta's going to do a dumb thing. That's not good. That's really not good. See, I want to go into this room without a weapon in hand so I can grab a quick weapon and hit this guy with it. The chair is not a good weapon because you've seen the wide arc that you do with it. It's really not good at all. The chair is also not good because one, it doesn't kill him, and two, it also doesn't hit everything. The table is fantastic if you can get it. But obviously, by putting the lamp down, the plant down, that was not good. Chair, it was a chair. I'm gonna get a nice throwback to Yakuza 3 here. Not the guy I want to go for. What am I doing? Go for this guy at the back because he has a machine gun. Ouch. Thanks. That's why you go after the machine gun guy first, because he can actually kill you. Thank you, large lad. Get out of here. Also, this helicopter can kill you. Get behind this pillar. One of these days, one of these pieces of furniture is going to hit me and knock me away from here and kill me. I guarantee you. I'm a little scared of that happening, I'm not gonna lie. One day. Thankfully not today. This room, everybody within. There's a spare healing item on the left, but I am gonna grab just in case, even though I should have plenty. Okay, thank you. There you go. I actually have a lot of attack left here, which is really nice. Pair of those two, grab the chair, stop that guy, stop these guys. Actually, everybody's gone too far away from each other. My HP is wonderful right now. I still not get this guy's up. Hide behind this pillar. I should have gone for the other one. I'm gonna need a bit more HP for the next bit. Got another couple of really dumb strats coming up, and I'm going to just need that little bit of extra HP. So, in this bit, there's going to be an enemy with a rocket launcher. We're going to bait him to shoot everybody else by standing here and using the console version. He fires immediately. Please. Thank you. Now we take him down. Hey. I would like to grab that grenade, but I don't know where it's gone. It's there. Let it roll away. Hey, I need you. Nice. So look, so grenade strats with the next wave. Well, I throw the grenade backwards, hit those guys, run forward and take care of the guy with the machine gun. Oh, no. No, there. Excuse you. So for this bit, you want a bit of HP because we want to intentionally fail this QTE because that makes it go faster. You obviously take a bit of damage. But we also need a little bit of HP for the bit after this bit. There's a fast strat that you can do here that's very hard to pull off because we need these guys to be in the correct position, which, yeah, doesn't happen very often. And they're already not. Hello. So we're going to do the old-fashioned method. Just go into EX and run through the bullets that can literally kill you. That's why I took a little bit of extra HP. Okay, how do I can't remember how to do the quick Somia, which sucks. I'm gonna have to play it safe, I think. So I haven't got charge attack. I want to get charge attack, just in case. I think I do. Your EX gets used up during this cutscene, which is a shame. I'm gonna be building that back up. I'm actually gonna be taking a healing item. Do I take charge? Maybe. Maybe. Might be a good idea. I'm used to having charge attack in this fight. There's a very quick way to do so. He has a really long mid-flight QTE that you can actually skip the majority of if you're in your EX mode when he starts it. Now, it's been a hot minute since I've actually tried to do that. Where's my charge attack? There you go. I could get targeted. See, we're doing the video game thing if you aren't going to your next phase. No. Thank you. Should be enough. Oh, I'm gonna mess up, aren't I? I need to hit him now. You're not gonna go into your next phase, are you? Could you please? Samuel? Good. Okay, this might skip the QTE. So, what we need to do is we need to fail this next QTE. And if done with my EX on, hopefully this will skip a big chunk of this cutscene coming up. A bit not great, but it's fine. This should hopefully skip the rest and just leave us behind the bar. Yeah, it's a bit weird how it works like that. Oh, you guarded that. Dang. But that's how it works. Oh, gosh. I need you to stop. Sign me up. Sign me up. He's doing it again. Why are you being so aggressive again? I hate this man. But yeah, that actually skips a long chunk of that mid-fight QTE. It's kind of nice. It only works when you have your EX on. If you don't have your EX on, it won't skip the rest of that cutscene for some reason. Anyway, the end is nigh. We have 2 bosses remaining. And then it is done. One final CC Lemon for the road. I'm gonna mess up the Koshimizu fight, because I usually do. Here we go. We go back into Serena, and we talk to Nagamo one final time. And this is it. The final 2 bosses. So we have Koshimizu, final Koshimizu, which actually has 2 phases. The only boss in this game to actually have more than 1 phase. I'm going to start off by kicking him. Surprise. No, not him. That's bad. Koshimizu dodged. Fortunately, I'm going to be left without EX for the start of this next phase. Which, that's going to be problematic. I'm going to try something stupid. I'm going to get stabbed. So, Koshimizu phase 2, now he has his knife. And unfortunately, I don't have any EX to counter this. No, couldn't get there in time. Ow. Hey, whoa, sunshine. Stop that. There goes Koshimizu. The next fight is kind of nice. The next fight is a by-the-numbers fight. It is going to be the final fight. So get ready on time coming up. It's going to be at the end of this. One final fight. Little baby Iwan. Isn't this rerun? Yes. I predetermined that you were going to ask that comment right at the end of the run. Mysterious Twitch viewer. Chatbots roll out. That kick, Iwami. That gets us his EX. We punch Iwami. Look at my HP. As I said, it's by the numbers. It should be fine. Oh, that's not fine. That's not fine. I don't like that. I was hoping to do damage. Should have cancelled it out with a strong attack. I know better than that. Anyway, that does damage, so I didn't just punch the guy at this point. Get ready on time, and it's coming up after the final hit on this boss here, which is this one. Time! There you go. Man spun did not ragdoll for us. Unbelievable. I'm waiting for the day that Iwami does a Beyblade for us. That will be the day. When this next time is a rerun, this will be really funny. Exactly. Nice. Nice. Good fun. Good fun. I'm exhausted. I've been awake for like 22 hours, 23 hours at this point. Good fun. I'm honestly not sure how many more long marathons I can do like this. The past couple of months especially have been very, very bad on my physical health. Things have not been good. I'm not sure how much I've got left in me for massively long marathon runs like this, unfortunately. So, I'm very glad to have been able to basically see out the kind of little project we started with the 0 to 3 last time, and now obviously the 4 to 6 this time. I might have to come back and run just LAD again so that you can get the new strats for LAD. Or Lost Judgment, because Lost Judgment is a thing now, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's an absolutely brilliant run. It's a fast run. It's only 2.5 hours. It's great. Eat that, Yakuza 5. But honestly, for the length of like Yakuza 5, I love it. Yakuza 5 is a good game. Yakuza 5 is a very good speedrun. We have a very good community, the Yakuza speedrun community. If you're ever interested in learning any Yakuza run, come join the community. We've got a lot of people there who are always willing to help out. There's not a bad place to start. Start wherever you want. Please speedrun Yakuza 5. Please speedrun Yakuza 5. There's not a bad place to start. We usually recommend like K2 or something like that, but this is not really a bad place to start. If you have a Yakuza game that you like and enjoy, that's the one. That'll do you. But yeah, so I wanna thank obviously Zell and really Longathon for having me again. Hopefully I can do this again another time. Hopefully I can get my physical health under a bit more control for next time. That would be nice. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna cut away, but yeah. Thumbs up. I'm gonna open my thermos and drink the last of my tea. This thing is great because it's kept my tea warm for the entire last 12 hours.
Well, hello there, everyone. This is Zell. This is the start of really Lanathon. For real, we've been technically live for 30 hours already, but that's just really Lanathon. We are on for so long that, you know, we're already at 30 hours and $215 raised before the official start. I hope that everyone really enjoyed the Yakuza speedrun. We're starting with the actual marathon now. We'll be doing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, then Say No More, then some Batman games. Pretty interesting, like, start. I think that we've done a lot of runs today that we've never really had before. We've never had a Metal Gear Solid game before in this marathon. We've got 2. We haven't had Dragon Quest Heroes 1 or 2 at this marathon, and we haven't had Untitled Goose Game at the marathon before. So between a bunch of games that we have had in the past, so we've had Super Mystery Dungeon, Say No More, Arkham City, Arkham Origins, and then obviously we've had Nocturne quite a bit. We've got a bunch of games that we've never had, including a series we've never had before. So I'm really looking forward to this marathon. They're doing all... What is the category for Goose Team? Goose Team is very short, but they are doing all items, which is 4 hours and 45 minutes. I don't actually 100% know what all items entails. I assume the goose picks up every item. I assume. There might be something more to it, like put in every item in the game in one spot. But yeah, do keep in mind we're raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. This is going to be. Oh, it's you burning. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's burning every single item in the game back to the little place where you burn the bell. That's really neat. That's actually really cute. That sounds like a fun run to see. I want to thank everyone who's been involved in this marathon. Going this time because for once I actually relinquished and didn't try to do everything myself. So I want to thank Frosty, who's currently sleeping on a Discord call with me right now, with the schedule. She did a lot of the schedule and stuff, among other things. I want to thank Rod for doing a lot of background stuff, Nick and Nat for doing the layout and the Node CG stuff to make running this a lot easier. Let me see what's going on. Yes. But yeah, we're gonna be getting this started soon. Just want to remind everyone, so we're gonna be trying something for a few days. I mentioned this a couple times. Twitch is given lots of reasons to run ads. So ads will periodically run, and we will be doing our best to run them when appropriate for the run that is currently going on. If it starts to get too disruptive, or people start getting too upset, then we will obviously relent on that. But we are going to give it a try.